Chapter 3756. Young master, since you are interested in this matter, we can't wait to see. Xueqi seemed invested and smiled. Young master, how will you break Force Devourer? Dugulan asked. She wasn't skeptical of Li Qie's claim but merely curious. So far, she herself couldn't come up with a solution. She was considerably stronger than Lu Huaishe and could defeat him. However, to use a merit law or the mysteries of the Tao to defeat Force Devourer. She didn't have anything, at least for now. That's why she wanted to see Li Qie's method. Perhaps this would be extremely helpful before the fight with Righteous Scion since he learned the same thing. Xiaoye can do it, Li Qie said without opening his eyes. Xiaoye immediately understood and became spirited again. She cupped her fist and said, I'm awaiting your guidance, young master. She then turned towards Lu Huaishe and said, Brother Lu, let us continue to decide the victor. Why not? I also wish to see. Lu Huaishe narrowed his eyes. He thought that if she acted as Li Qie's proxy, there was only a 20% chance of success at best. In fact, he had sparred with disciples from Righteous Sect previously. Even Righteous Scion, who was adept at the 7 chapters, couldn't come up with a solution. The Supreme Four Truths were immensely profound. They could only cultivate it. Seeing the flaws and openings was impossible. An outsider such as Li Qie most likely has never seen the chapters before, let alone learning them. This might be his first time seeing Force Devourer. How could Lu Huaishe take his assertion seriously? Clank! The golden whip in his hand vibrated and issued a noisy aura, looking like a golden dragon. Let us get started, Lu Huaishe told Qi Xiaoye. He was quite curious to see what magical method could break his Force Devourer. Everyone else had a serious expression at this point, meticulously observing the development. Qi Xiaoye stared at Li Qie since she was relying on him completely. No need to make such a big deal when it's just child's play. Put everything away. Li Qie opened his eyes and ordered. What? Some thought that they had misheard him. Is he serious? That's basically conceding. One youth said. If Miss Xiaoye were to put her weapon away, she'll be completely defenseless and unable to resist. A genius added. They saw the power of the Scarlet Moon Seal earlier along with the Blood Moon Ascension. They felt that these things kept her competitive. Otherwise, she would have lost long ago. Thus, not using these things was akin to surrendering. Not using the Tao Lord Merit Law and weapon? Experts from the last generation were puzzled. Remember, Lu Huaishe had a top-level weapon as well. Is this a joke? Is she going to fight barehanded? Another questioned Li Qie. Hu Ben and Phantom's expressions soured due to the lack of logic. Is this the right move? She could at least defend with the Tao Lord weapon. Phantom said. Lu Huaishe's Force Devourer was devilish indeed. However, even if Qi Xiaoye couldn't break his defense, she could still guarantee her own safety. What Li Qie told her to do was akin to suiciding. No one believed that her body could handle the attacks from the whip. Don't play with someone's life. Hu Ben shouted. This is not a game. Just one mistake and Miss Xiaoye might die. The reputation of the holy ground will go down the drain as well. That's right, we have to take this seriously. Others agreed with this and nodded. Miss Xiaoye, do not listen to him. An older student from Duality said, Your life's on the line with just one wrong move. Please exercise prudence. This Li guy, he's actually toying with someone's life. The young ones criticized Li Qie's ridiculous choice. Of course, Li Qie didn't bat an eye despite the rampant criticism. Contrary to the mass, Qi Xiaoye actually recalled her Seal and Blood Moon Ascension without any hesitation. She then stopped channeling her vitality and chaos true energy. This shocked everyone, Lu Huaishe included. Is this safe? An ancestor wondered. Going defenseless against that golden whip was too much. Not to mention Qi Xiaoye, the ancestors here wouldn't want to fight Lu Huaishe barehanded. Are you sure, Miss Xiaoye? Lu Huaishe himself became worried. Though she was a capable cultivator, he thought that she had zero chance under these circumstances. Only death awaited. Thank you, brother, this should be fine. She calmly answered, having full confidence in Li Qie's guidance unlike the others. She virtually put her life in his hand. Just one mistake and it would end with her death. Everyone became nervous after seeing this. Some students almost wanted to turn away, their heart hanging on a thread. The atmosphere became awfully tense. Sit down, seal your six senses and the Grand Tao. Li Qie casually said. What? Everyone's mouth became agape. Is he crazy? One person shouted. Chapter 3757. Sealing the six senses and the Grand Tao meant becoming a cripple with tied hands and legs. Against someone as powerful as Lu Huaishe, other geniuses would use their strongest defense and weapon. That's the only way to survive the whip. Now, Li Qie told Qi Xiaoye to abandon everything including her awareness and her Tao. This was nothing short of wanting to watch her die. She wouldn't be able to stop one attack. Just one gentle lash would finish the task. The spectators nearly exploded and launched a verbal onslaught. Senior Sister Xiaoye, don't listen to him. It'll be the end of you. One student bellowed. Are you sure he's trying to defeat Lu Huaishe and not kill Miss Xiaoye? One genius said. He's a traitor by trying to do this. We can't let him get away with it. One more furiously shouted. From their perspective, they could only see Li Qie trying to kill her by giving her a ridiculous order. Nonetheless, she still followed his guidance, fully sealing her senses and Grand Tao. This showed how much confidence she had in him. She was completely defenseless at this point with openings everywhere. Any regular cultivator might be able to kill her now. How risky. One spectator was shocked. No one would let someone else take control of their life, especially not in this ridiculous manner. Lu Huaishe stared in astonishment as well. His opponent was helpless without a weapon. Just one lash would instantly take her down. He became surprised at her trust in Li Qie. He would absolutely never do something like this. Are you ready, Miss Xiaoye? We can start once you are. He didn't immediately attack. It wasn't his style to attack a defenseless combatant, let alone doing it in a sneaky manner. Yes, Xiaoye calmly said. This made him hesitate even more. She looked completely confident and unafraid of his attack. Did Li Qie really have something up his sleeve? Huaishe became cautious and began ordering his whip to inch closer to her, testing the water. She still didn't move at all, as if she didn't sense the incoming whip. People started sweating for her as the whip drew closer. Is this a thing? One spectator said as the whip looked like a spirit snake trying to scout the situation and ready to deliver the fatal bite. The fight hasn't started, but anxiety still overwhelmed the spectators. It looked like a match between a venomous serpent and a helpless rabbit. Excuse me then. Lu Huaishe didn't get anything from the scout, so he decided to make his move. In his mind, her Tao Lord weapon and merit law weren't enough to stop his Force Devourer. There was no way she could do anything now. Clank! The whip changed its movement and resembled a true dragon, lashing through the air to hit Xiaoye. He activated Force Devourer also. This turned the dragon-like whip into another legendary creature capable of absorbing all offenses. Even the slightest use of force would still be absorbed. Qi Xiaoye still remained unmoving as the whip came down. Shit! One spectator turned pale. Sister from above. A duality student screamed. The members of the Holy Ground thought that she was finished. It's all Li Qie's fault. Another turned their anger towards Li Qie. He needs to pay for this. Others chimed in. In this crucial moment, Li Qie's voice seemingly echoed in her mind. Tao with the heart, hand with the law. Others wouldn't be able to grasp this in a split second. However, Qi Xiaoye was different under her sealed state. Her mind was utterly empty, so it became clear to her. Even the movement of the whip and the changes of Force Devourer. The imperceptible mistakes and flaws prior could finally be spotted. She finally made her move, gently closing her palm with the same force as one would when tying their hair. This action had no offensive or murderous intent. Nonetheless, it contained a profundity not privy to the spectators. The next thing that happened was a loud bang, and Lu Huaishe was blown away by his own whip. It nearly struck his head. He suffered a backlash from his own Force Devourer. It didn't stop Qi Xiaoye's retaliation, but rather, it devoured his own merit law. Nonetheless, he reacted fast enough to prevent his head from being split open by the whip. Chapter 3758. Eyes were wide open watching Lu Huaishe get blown away. The crowd couldn't believe their own eyes. Earlier, Qi Xiaoye used a Tao Lord weapon and merit law yet couldn't do anything to Force Devourer. Now, despite being sealed and weaponless while sitting in the meditative pose, Qi Xiaoye managed to repel Lu Huaishe by just closing her palm. No one would have believed this illogical development without seeing it in person. Lu Huaishe himself found this astonishing despite personally experiencing it. There was no explanation for how she did it. What the hell is going on? A spectator regained his wits and murmured. What kind of top technique is this? So bizarre. One older expert added. All eyes were on Li Qie because it was apparent that his guidance made the reversal possible. However, Li Qie was still holding on to his fishing rod and had his eyes closed. Didn't I tell you? Li Qie can make the impossible possible. That's just who he is. Someone who trusted Li Qie prior laughed. Those who mocked Li Qie or thought that he was being too arrogant felt their cheeks becoming hot as if he had just slapped them. Some ancestors had an awkward expression. They also thought that he wouldn't be able to break Force Devourer. The effortless manner of how he did it naturally shocked everyone. What technique was that? Another ancestor wondered, not seeing the profundity of Qi Xiaoye's sleight hand movement. How was that enough to stop Force Devourer? Which sect is it from? Lu Huaishe asked while staring at Li Qie. Alas, Li Qie didn't say anything. Qi Xiaoye had no idea either, but she didn't ask. How interesting. It must have something to do with the secrets of Duality Academy. Xueqi clapped and smiled. The crowd became startled. Members of the Holy Ground had no idea. How did someone from Righteous see the clues? Some turned towards Du Galan. She might be the most knowledgeable of the Academy's techniques out of anyone here. We have a merit law like that? The students started talking among themselves. The student body was diverse, originating from all over the world. They also cultivated different merit laws. Alas, none could pinpoint this to any technique from there. It can be classified as being from our academy. Du Galan pondered for a bit before replying. But no student has been fortunate enough to learn or understand it recently. The listeners exchanged glances right away. The students in particular became emotional. If this was indeed a merit law from Duality Academy, how did an outsider like Li Qie understand it, unlike the rest? Very well, let me witness it again. Lu Huaishe didn't give up and walked towards Qi Xiaoye. He circled slowly around her instead of attacking right away, wanting to see some clues or potentially fatal openings. The confusing part was that due to the way she was sitting, she was wide open. Any move would be fatal in this scenario. This made it difficult for him. If an expert had one or two, then those would definitely be mistakes. In this case, they weren't actually openings. He didn't know how to start attacking her at all. Meanwhile, the spectators watched with bated breath, wanting to see Qi Xiaoye's next move. The ancestors were immensely involved with observing her method of breaking Force Devourer. Learning this would mean a lifetime of benefits. Just think about it. Being able to solve a chapter from Evil Devourer was extraordinary. Clank. After a full circle, Lu Huaishe still didn't know whether to start. Nonetheless, he still decided to release golden laws from his whip. However, the laws were aimed at her surroundings instead, completely trapping her inside. Not even water could get through. Now! Lu Huaishe lashed and the whip instantly appeared above Qi Xiaoye's head. It lingered above and became resplendent. The Dao laws around her also started resonating with the whip. As the light became brighter, a formation eventually appeared on the ground beneath her, the same with the whip above. It was apparent that Lu Huaishe wanted to trap her in this formation. What is she waiting for? The spectators became nervous for her. Clank. Both the formations exuded golden rays that envelope her. Lu Huaishe also activated Force Devourer. Time and space began to twist along with Qi Xiaoye's body. It's getting too dangerous. She needs to do something. One spectator said. If this continued, she would break down to pieces. Some shifted their gaze towards Li Qie again, only to find the guy not doing anything. Please do something. A student from Duality was scared out of his mind. Unfortunately, Xiaoye had no reaction despite the twisting of her body. Die! Lu Huaishe finally made his move. The golden rays then turned into thousands of swords, ready to pierce through. She was being affected by Force Devourer and shouldn't be able to resist. Chapter 3759. The golden swords lacerated the spatial fabrics, on the verge of taking Qi Xiaoye down next. The spectators gasped, some covered their mouth while others turned away, unable to bear seeing her being turned to a bloody mist. In this split second, Li Qie finally spoke again. Release the Dao, Sixth Sense Break. Qi Xiaoye's Grand Dao suddenly activated along with her six senses. They instantly buried Lu Huaisher's attack with the might of a primordial beast. Boom! She waved both hands and the formations crumbled. The incoming swords headed for Lu Huaisher instead. He shouted from horror and pulled back the whip for defense. Despite being as fast as lightning, it wasn't enough to stop the backlash. Boom! He got pushed out of the mountain and free fall until eventually smashing the base, resulting in a huge pit. Dust scattered everywhere. Mouths were open wide enough to fit a goose egg at this point. Lu Huaisher was the first one to attack, yet he still lost the exchange. People had a hard time calming down. Once they realized the situation, they became increasingly frightened. When Qi Xiaoye attacked earlier, numerous ancestors were watching. They still didn't notice anything special and had no idea how she defeated Force Devourer. Is Li Qiye still human? One ancestor glanced at Li Qiye. Of course he is. Just know that he's the son of miracles too. A teacher from Duality smiled wryly. This title has been increasingly popular. Those who witnessed him doing so multiple times were at a loss for words. He really figured out how to break Force Devourer? That's so heaven-defying. Has it ever been done before? One big shot asked. Break, I'm not sure, but it's definitely effective. Another expert became excited. The youths from the Holy Ground celebrated. It seemed that the mysterious Li Qiye has decided to join their cause. Bam! Lu Huaisher got out of the pit, covered in dirt and wounds. Qi Xiaoye didn't want to take his life earlier, but the injuries were still relatively serious. I accept my defeat. Lu Huaisher climbed up the steps and cupped his fist towards Qi Xiaoye. No, I took advantage of the situation. It's an honorless victory. She returned the respectful gesture. The end of this battle was great news for the members of the Holy Ground. We finally won. Someone heaved a sigh of relief. The battle was nerve-wracking for many since Qi Xiaoye was absolutely an underdog. A second loss seemed inevitable until Li Qiye joined. Just a few sentences from him turned the tides to everyone's astonishment. Lu Huaisher then cupped his fist towards Li Qiye but was ignored. He then moved back and stood next to Xueqi. Thank you for your guidance, young master. Qi Xiaoye walked over to the creek and bowed her head. Li Qiye didn't answer her either, still focusing on fishing. A while back, most would have thought that he was being too arrogant and putting up an act. Now, no one saw through him and kept quiet instead. Despite a lack of response, Qi Xiaoye still bowed one more time before leaving. All right, ladies and gentlemen, my mission is complete. The Scion will come to spar against the heroes of the Holy Ground. We can't wait to see your great techniques. Xueqi smiled and told the crowd. The geniuses that were rejoicing earlier felt the pressure again. She woke them up from their celebration. Qi Xiaoye's victory was only a minor one. Righteous Scion was still coming. The next battle was the true test between their Holy Ground and Righteous Sect. But who could actually take him on? Xueqi then cupped her fist and left with Cloud Whip and Thunderblade. Silence took over the area. Take your leave, everyone. Dugalon said. Righteous Scion won't make it here instantly. If anyone wishes to challenge him along the way, go for it. But don't force yourself. No one responded due to their pessimistic mood. They all saw how powerful Thunderblade and Cloud Whip were. Righteous Scion was definitely stronger. No one dared to challenge him. This meant that he would be able to walk straight to Minor Sacred Mountain, something truly shameful for the Holy Ground. Though the humiliation was unbearable, there was nothing they could do. They understood that fighting him would be great information gathering for Dugalon. The problem was, who would dare to step up? I shall return to Divine Ghost to ask for a weapon. Phantom Sacred Child told Dugalon, then left. His solemn expression told everyone that this would at least be a Dao Lord level weapon. It certainly made the crowd feel better. I'll talk to the elders in the court. We'll do everything to help you, Fairy. Hu Ben cupped his fist and hastily left as well. Their hasty departure was due to the pressure stemming from Thunderblade and especially Cloud Whip. Just one chapter from Evil Devourer was dreadful enough. The Scion knew at least 4 chapters. Thus, the two needed to prepare more than ever before. One genius started leaving after another. Some truly wanted to help Dugalon, but they lacked the abilities. They would have had a hard time dealing with Cloud Whip. Therefore, they might not be able to last 2 or 3 moves against the Scion. Listen, let Li Qiye participate in the last battle. This might be enough. A few geniuses had this idea as they were leaving. The cultivation gap is too great. One peer disagreed. Right, but he's Li Qie. Senior sister Xiaoye won by following his order. A student added. Chapter 3760. It didn't take long before only Dugulan was left on Minor Sacred Mountain. She came over to the creek and bowed deeply towards Li Qie. This disciple from Duality Academy greets you, young master. What is it? Li Qie slowly opened his eyes to look at her and nodded. He went back to focusing on fishing as if nothing was more interesting to him. He only gave a top beauty like her a single glance. She became quite curious. Was he really just fishing? She stopped thinking about it and got to the point. I believe I might not be the Scion's match. Li Qie shook his head. Absolutely. Your defeat is certain. Dugulan wasn't offended by this statement. Anyone else would have been a bit peeved because it was too early to say. This was definitely an insult towards her ability. She bowed again and asked, That's why I am seeking your guidance, young master. She spoke with sincerity and humility. These traits always earned some points, not to mention that she was beautiful and talented. I have nothing to teach. Li Qie smiled. Your comprehension of the Grand Tao is exceptional among your age group. You already know what to do. I saw that young master could break Force Devourer. I'm sure that you can. She paused for a bit before adding. Yes, I can break Righteous Sect's 7 chapters. Li Qie chuckled. Others might be surprised, but this was within her expectation. The 7 chapters were profound and wide-ranging. Just solving one was amazing. Let alone all 7. Do you think you can win even if I teach you this method? Li Qie asked. She took her time before answering. I haven't fought him so I can't say, I will just try my best. Good mindset. Li Qie smiled. The truth is that victory isn't certain even in that case. I'm sure young master has a way to defeat him. Dugulan said softly. Li Qie didn't answer right away. He stared at his fishing pole for a bit before replying. Yes, there are millions of methods to defeat him. I can pick any random one. His nonchalant comment would incite skepticism. Who was Righteous Scion? The current #1 genius in the Southern West King. His Grand Tao was at a peerless level. It's to be expected. If you join the fray, you'll shock all of 8 Desolaces. She responded. Okay, don't flatter me now. Li Qie interrupted her with a hand wave. He then asked, Do you want to win or something else? She met his gaze straight on and answered. For me, nothing is better than actually winning, but losing is understandable as well. My cultivation is inferior and there's a large gap in our actual battle prowess. It's not shameful to lose to a better combatant. She paused for a bit before moving on. The only problem is that I'll be letting down my sect and the Holy Ground. Of course, the Holy Ground has been standing strong for eras. This defeat doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. It's more of a personal shortcoming, that I am not excellent enough to do everything perfectly. She had a natural expression as she admitted this. Well said, well said. Li Qie laughed and approved of her. She smiled gorgeously in response. Young master, will you join? She asked afterward. Did you say that the Holy Ground will be just fine after this defeat? It still has all of its foundations and plenty of hidden experts. This contest is trivial and doesn't affect me in the slightest. Li Qie said. Yes, but given your status, you can represent the Holy Ground. You're its... Dugulan couldn't help but say. You're mistaken. I don't represent the Holy Ground nor Vajra. It's all a misconception. I only represent myself and have no other identity. Li Qie waved his hand. Nothing he had said surprised her until now. She stared at him with uncertainty. Young master, what do you mean? Li Qie stared implicatively at her and said, Don't count on me for this battle, I'm not interested at all. You will bear the banner for this tough competition between the Holy Ground and Righteous. Young master, I suddenly feel an overwhelming weight on my shoulders. It's suffocating. She took a deep breath and smiled wryly. Isn't that a good thing? It's time for you to rise up and reach the next height. Li Qie said. But shouldering the reputation of the Holy Ground is such a serious responsibility. She responded. The heaven tests the capable, that's all. Li Qie flatly responded. Will you come to watch the battle? She stopped convincing him to help. Don't worry, I'll come to show my support if I'm not occupied with important business. Li Qie paused for a moment before answering. She felt better even though he didn't promise anything. Just his presence would take the weight off her shoulders. With that, Li Qie closed his eyes again, seemingly falling asleep. She stopped bothering him and stared at the fishing rod. After a while, nothing was happening. No fish was biting at all. Some time passed and he stared at her, shaking his head. Holding the rod doesn't mean that one is fishing. She didn't expect him to speak to her again but agreed with the logic. He then began to pull back the string. Who knows how long it was, but this took forever and the hook was still nowhere to be found. The problem was, once it left the water, she noticed that it wasn't a fishhook at the end of the string. Chapter 3761. A bronze ring was attached to the string instead of a hook. It seemed strangely moist and shiny as if it had drunk enough water from the creek. It obviously couldn't drink or absorb water. It merely gave off that strange impression. After being filled, the ring seemingly came back to life as if it was sentient, ready to turn into a creature, such as a true dragon, and soar among the clouds. Dugu Lan became startled. She never saw this ring before but had heard of her master talking about it. She couldn't believe that he was using it as fish bait. His intent remained unknown. Initially, she assumed that it would be something strange like a hook without bait or having a strange shape. This didn't seem to be the case at all. His goal was something else entirely. Young master, what? She didn't know what to say. Her eyes darting back and forth between Li Qie and the ring. Just fishing since I have nothing else to do. Li Qie chuckled. She naturally didn't buy it. The ring was peerless and had paramount significance in the holy ground. No one else would be as careless as him with it. Sigh, this crappy place is annoying me now, so troublesome. Should I just burn it to a crisp? Li Qie seemed unhappy about something. He then casually tossed the ring down the creek. Splash! The ring floated away with the string still connected. The latter seemed to be quite long. She was still afraid despite knowing that he wasn't going to throw it away like this. Her next focus became his intent. Was there something special about this creek? She took a look at the water but didn't find anything peculiar. Nonetheless, he must have a reason for his action. Curious. Li Qie smiled at her. I just don't get it. She stopped looking at the water and answered while touching her hair. Have you been to Sacred Mountain? Li Qie suddenly asked. Sacred Mountain? She shook her head. No, few are qualified to get there, only the top characters of the holy ground. I heard that the 4 grandmasters have done so to meet the Supreme. Sacred Mountain was the ultimate symbol of authority at the holy ground. Its true ruler. It remained elusive throughout history but still maintained a firm grasp. It was impossible to visit without an invitation. Those lucky enough to be eligible were amazing existences. That's why you don't understand. Of course you might not even after going up there. Li Qie smilingly nodded. She pondered in silence. It was too hard to understand someone like Li Qie. Take a look at the land. Say, what if one day, all of it will be in your grasp? What do you think about that? Li Qie casually asked. In my grasp. She was slightly jolted before regaining her composure, being smart enough to understand what he meant. She had impressive mental fortitude but it still took her a while to regain her wits. She took a deep breath and said, You're joking, young master. What if I'm not? Li Qie stared at her. She became speechless, her mind empty. A while later she answered, Young master, I don't think I'm suitable. Oh. Elaborate. He smirked. If that falls upon me, I'm afraid I'll lose to the scion before the battle even starts. It becomes something more than just a personal duel. Winning is absolutely essential and I can't handle that, whether it be my state of mind or abilities. I rather fight while representing myself and nothing more. I know that I will most likely lose but fighting a top genius will be truly beneficial. I don't mind the loss of reputation in that case. She became solemn and continued. My goal is to seek the mysteries of the Tao and hope to reach the apex, not authority and fame. Correct. Li Qie nodded and praised. You're not the most talented or the smartest but you truly know and follow your heart. This is quite rare. Your potential is limitless. You might lose to righteous scion in the incoming battle but who knows what the future will bring. Thank you, young master. She bowed towards him. Go now. Li Qie said and closed his eyes again. She bowed one more time before floating away. The news of the Scion's challenge spread across the holy ground. It didn't take long before the start of the event. Righteous Scion is here. The news of him setting foot on the border traveled like a storm and shocked everyone. Who would dare to fight him outside of Dugalan? He didn't bring an army for the trip, only a few followers. Nonetheless, he still commanded attention along the way. He rode on a war chariot with a few riders in front and back. That's it. As he came from the east with this humble group, his momentum and aura were still wondrous. The war chariot was made of bronze, looking quite ancient and full of scars from blades and arrows. It emitted a ferocious battle intent, capable of crushing everything in its path. A fierce beast pulled the carriage. It had snow-white fangs and bony outgrowths on its spine, seemingly ready to pierce the sky. Nothing could stop this combination from moving onward. The Scion stood on top with both hands behind his back. He wore a purple robe, looking as gallant as can be. He seemed to be a deity in control of lightning and clouds. The world seemed to be rotating around him. Just one hand wave of his could command thunderbolts to descend and slay an entire army. Chapter 3762. Righteous Scion was imbued with a spirit that can conquer mountains and rivers, then soar above 8 decibels. He looked like the greatest in existence, virtually unbeatable. His aura surpassed all the geniuses in the holy ground, and he had no intention of hiding it. The grand Tao resonated along his path. Laws poured down like waterfalls along with bright halos. The surroundings were affected by his mighty presence. In fact, the birds and beasts within 100,000 miles trembled in fear, wanting to run away. This was the case for human cultivators as well. Powerful countries and sects all felt the pressure. The ancestors could withstand his aura and were unaffected. As for the young ones, their mind wavered under the suffocation and got the urge to prostrate. This rampant proliferation of aura was a blatant challenge, showing utter disdain to the geniuses of the holy ground. They were naturally furious, but after experiencing this aura, they could only keep it to themselves. They waited for their top geniuses to make a move instead, hoping to repel him. Righteous Scion has inherited Righteous Supreme's legacy. His achievements will just be as illustrious. One ancestor emotionally commented. This has confirmed his power. He didn't need an army to deter his opponents. He alone was more intimidating than 1,000,000 men. He's past the border now. His location was the focus of the holy ground. Everyone knew where he was right away due to the flow of information. That's the vigorous Tiger Legion's territory. Will they fight? One youth said. Vajra's Xueqi is in charge there. The dynasty won't sit idly by during this event. They can't. The young lord of a sect added. All eyes were on the Legion by the border now. This area had pivotal importance to the holy ground. In history, Righteous and Buddha had numerous skirmishes. The legions here had to repel various invasions. Now, the Scion wasn't declaring war and merely challenged the geniuses of the holy ground. Nonetheless, not answering this challenge was rather shameful. The current commander was Xueqi of Vajra. Though he had entered war camp later, he still maintained his position at the Legion. If the dynasty didn't do anything about the Scion, their authority would be questioned. Thus, the Legion sent out scouts in order to meticulously watch the Scion's movement. They had to do something in order to avoid criticisms from the great powers in the holy ground. I alone will fight the heroes of this land, even the great armies of Buddha holy ground. The Scion took note of this and heartily laughed while moving forward. He's challenging vigorous Tiger and Vajra now. Everyone heard him clearly, realizing that Vajra absolutely needed to do something right now. Otherwise, it would be too humiliating and disgraceful. Righteous Scion, we will answer your challenge. A voice from the Legion responded. One figure emerged above the camp of vigorous Tiger. He had a golden glow due to his armor, looking quite divine and battle-ready. Xueqi of Vajra. A spectator shouted. This is how it should be. Many nodded approvingly while the youths heaved a sigh of relief. Xueqi had a great background in Vajra dynasty. He originated from Martial Hall and was a general in war camp on top of being the commander of vigorous Tiger. Most importantly, he was one of the 4 great geniuses of the holy ground. Thus, whether it be for personal or duty reasons, he should be the one accepting the challenge. He represented the Legion in charge of the border and Vajra dynasty's prestige. I have heard about your talent and military aptitude long ago, fellow Taoist. Today is a great opportunity to witness it in person. Righteous Scion's majestic and awe-inspiring voice sounded. Smoke Fire Fortress, I and my army will fight you there. Hu Ben didn't relent at all against his foe's oppressive aura. So be it. The scion didn't waste words. That's the youngest Grand Commander for you. The youths of the Holy Ground suddenly became excited and started praising Hu Ben. He's the pride of our land, not letting Vajra down at all. Someone else said. The commander protects the border, truly a noble cause. A youth with shallow cultivation was a fan. Hu Ben's initiative earned him numerous praises from the populace. The news of their match quickly spread across the Holy Ground. Hu Ben will lead 100,000 men to fight the scion at Smokefire Fortress. Everyone heard about it with haste. Let's go already. Most started running towards this area. We're not strong enough to fight righteous scion, but we can at least support Hu Ben. We can't let righteous sect look down on us. One youth said. It didn't take long before the mass ran towards the border, the majority being from the young generation. Will Hu Ben be able to stop the scion? Some were worried because they knew how strong the scion was. He was actually superior to the four great geniuses, so they didn't have that much confidence in Hu Ben. Hu Ben alone is no match for the scion, but don't forget, Vigorous Tiger is a powerful legion. Hu Ben led it to numerous victories before. Someone familiar with Hu Ben's past exploits was relatively confident. Hu Ben is a gifted commander, but the difference in power is too great. An army won't do anything in a real fight between masters. It's absolutely inconsequential. A powerful genius disagreed. Regardless of the outcome, he's worthy of admiration just by stepping up to represent Vajra dynasty and the Holy Ground. One young fan asserted. 1. Hu Ben means vigorous tiger. Chapter 3763. Smokefire Fortress was an important stronghold near the border, completely surrounded by mountains with only one entrance. It looked like a cage from a distance, easy to defend and impossible to attack. Inside was a valley prepped to make easy work out of invaders. Vigorous Tiger Legion hid among the walls and cliffs, always ready for long-range attack. Moreover, each mountain and every inch of the land have been refined and blessed by the sages of Buddha Holy Ground. They brimmed with grand Tao power, seemingly unbreakable. It has successfully stopped attackers numerous times in history. Righteous sect itself has lost numerous troops trying to take over this pivotal stronghold. Due to the peace recently, the borders were open for members of both sides. Thus, the entrance was still open despite the match between the scion and Hu Ben. This was only a contest, not a declaration of war or an invasion. Under these circumstances, closing the entrance would show weakness and fear. Vice versa, leaving it open displayed confidence in spite of the scion's power. Numerous experts from the Holy Ground were already here. The majority consisted of the young generation of the Holy Ground. Some cultivators from righteous sect came to watch the show. The latter wouldn't want to miss such a good opportunity to see their scion in action. Therefore, it didn't take long before the stronghold was filled with people, whether it be the walls and cliffs or the sky. As for the members of Vigorous Tiger Legion, they looked different today. Each member wore golden armor and had surging vitality. Not one soul was weak. It became abundantly clear that only the elites were chosen today. The regular guards have been sent away. They knew how to fight and had great teamwork through rigorous training and ample battle experience. Hu Ben came prepared today. They naturally didn't want to lose, so they went all out. Is it possible to stop him? One youth wondered after seeing the impressive soldiers. No one doubted the legion's might. Alas, the older experts were still pessimistic. One of them shook his head. Their opponent is the scion, a wondrous existence. This legion alone can't stop him. Nonetheless, the youth still believed in Hu Ben and his army, that they would put up a good fight. The sun slowly rose while the fortress was the center of attention. The scion is here. The appearance of the scion caused quite a stir. The battle will start soon. Another shouted. Waves of commotion resounded. Some spectators became serious while staring at the scion. He came alone, wearing a natural expression despite entering a heavily guarded fortress. Despite his relaxed demeanor, others didn't have a good time. This was because he didn't hide his aura in the slightest. His grand Tao power ravaged the area like a deity from above. It swept through the crowd. The weaker members had a hard time breathing. In reality, the scion wasn't purposely aiming his aura at anyone in particular or trying to increase its oppressiveness. He merely let it roam free. Alas, he was just too strong, so it became unbearable. Some had no choice but to retreat in order to be at a safe distance. He didn't say a word or mock anyone while sauntering forward. Nonetheless, just this style of his was dominating enough. He resembled an apex existence looking down on everyone else. They felt like insects in comparison and shuddered. Those who have never seen him before found this a grand event. His aura was beyond words. No wonder why he was the chosen successor of Righteous Supreme. The most arrogant geniuses found themselves inadequate after seeing him in person. The number one genius indeed. One youth realized the gap without needing to fight him. Prior to this, a few still weren't convinced of his superiority. Now they kept their mouth shut. A natural stronghold, hard to attack. The Scion scouted the area. Those who met his gaze had a hard time standing straight. I hope that the holy ground has enough experts to let me go all out and not return in disappointment. The Scion's next comment was overbearing. Despite not insulting the holy ground, he made it sound as if no one else could enter his sight. The geniuses from the holy ground became vexed, but they were helpless, too weak to stand up to him. If anyone were to call him out on his arrogance yet fail to back it up, they would be throwing away the holy ground's reputation. That would be awfully unwise. I apologize for the lack of reception since we are armed, Scion. A calm voice came from the high wall. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Hu Ben. He looked gallant like a great general. Clearly someone adept at commanding a great army. Chapter 3764. Hu Ben's appearance relieved the crowd. At the very least, the holy ground gained some face back. It would have been disgraceful if Righteous Scion walked straight to Minor Sacred Mountain without anyone stopping him along the way. Now, Hu Ben, a commander of Vajra and one of the four geniuses, accepted the challenge at Smokefire Fortress. This was as proper of a start as can be due to Hu Ben's various statuses. Hu Ben of Vajra, your fame precedes you. Righteous Scion posed with both hands behind his back and smiled. Though he was standing at the base looking up at Hu Ben, this didn't matter at all. He was still the lord of all, looking down on his subject. His aura and power were too much for the young generation. Other geniuses always seemed inferior in comparison. You're too kind. The fierce Hu Ben still enjoyed the pleasantry and cupped his fist. Your fame also precedes you, Righteous Scion. Your reputation is well deserved. Enjoying this conversation was understandable due to the Scion's status. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the current #1 genius of the Southern West King. To have been heard by him before made Hu Ben feel quite good even though it was mere pleasantry. However, you're not a match for me. Unfortunately, the next sentence took Hu Ben down a notch. The first line made Hu Ben feel like floating in the air. The next was akin to being hit in the head by a rod. Enough to see stars. Hu Ben's smile disappeared right away. First was carrot, then came the stick. No one would enjoy this treatment. Others exchanged glances. Anyone else would have been branded as being arrogant and rude. After all, Hu Ben was a top genius in the holy ground and a capable commander. Not to mention the young generation. Even some ancestors would be wary of an all-out attack from him. The Scion's comment was rather contemptuous towards both Hu Ben and the holy ground. Nonetheless, the crowd kept quiet instead of reprimanding him. He had proven himself after sweeping through his own region. He was qualified to make this domineering statement. Some thought that he was merely speaking the truth. It had nothing to do with arrogance. Hu Ben's expression became unsightly. Nonetheless, since he was the first representative, he tried his best to smile in order to show off his magnanimity. I'm more eager to try now. I hope you won't disappoint me either. Hu Ben responded. Of course, I shall take down Smokefire Fortress today. The Scion replied in a dominating manner, annoying the holy ground once more. Smokefire served as the first stronghold at the border. This had special significance, so when the Scion made this claim, it was as if he wanted to break the gate of the holy ground. I see. Hu Ben was furious because of his opponent's contemptuous attitude and absolute confidence in victory. No one could handle being treated in this manner. Even a statue would become angry. Since you're so confident, my legion and I will see what you can do. Hu Ben added. Come, an army or not, all the same. The Scion smiled. His style was both infuriating yet admirable to the opponents. He lives up to his reputation, so haughty. One youth admitted. It's normal for him to act in this manner since he's so strong. A genius agreed. Start. Hu Ben didn't want to speak anymore since the scion had an advantage in terms of momentum and aura. Rumble. Figures descended from above and landed outside of the fortress. These were older soldiers in golden armor. Bloodthirst emanated from them, a testament to their bloody experience on the battlefield. The young ones became startled after seeing this. One said, "They're the central pillars of the Legion. These men play a great role in helping the Legion keep the border safe." Some saw hope after seeing the soldiers surround righteous Scion. Maybe there was a chance since Vigorous Tiger had so many experts. This seems lacking. The Scion glanced at the combatants. "You'll find out soon enough." Hu Ben raised his hand. Creak. Platforms with crossbows on top began to rise from the walls. The crossbows were unique and emitted a frightening aura. Smoke fire crossbows. Someone shouted. The dynasty asked powerful heavenly sovereigns to make them back then. This was one of the stronghold's strongest offenses. The dynasty invited numerous sovereigns for the sake of creating these crossbows. "If you don't mind, I will use everything possible for this battle," Hu Ben said. This was supposed to be a duel between geniuses, but Hu Ben was using Vajra's military power as well. Of course, the Scion didn't actually mind. "That's fine. I want to see your famous leadership." The Scion smiled. Hu Ben was actually quite frustrated. He was obviously not a match in a one-on-one fight. However, he had his legion and the resources of the stronghold. He thought that this would be enough to put up a good fight. "I'll be starting then," he said seriously. The spectators watched with bated breath, hoping for a miracle. Chapter 3765. Go. The Scion smiled as he glanced at the surroundings, still looking composed. "Open the fortress." Hu Ben glared at his foe and roared. This confused some spectators. The gate was open. What did he mean by that? Loud rumbles and dazzling lights occurred in the next moment. The entire fortress started quaking and the area beneath the Scion suddenly sank downward. In fact, the fortress was below ground now, creating something akin to a large cooking pot with the Scion in the center. The fortress itself was sleek and smooth like a mirror before the astonished spectators. What is going on? Most were confused. I heard the sovereign spent a lot of time preparing this back then. Meteoric beam. It's rarely used. One ancestor said with a solemn tone. The Scion in the center wasn't frightened at all. He was cool and collected despite knowing that a sure kill move was coming. "Be careful, Scion. We'll be starting the mechanism soon," Hu Ben said. "I know, go ahead, I'm ready for it." The Scion smiled. "Start." Hu Ben scowled and declared. Buzz. Something seemed to be rubbing against the mirror-like surface of the fortress, causing it to become even brighter. An unknown power has been activated and time suddenly halted. Everyone saw a magnificent scene in this split second. Everything was frozen in the vicinity, including the lights. The latter suddenly turned into countless arrows. At the same time, the ground beneath the Scion emitted an irresistible sucking force. All the light arrows started shooting towards him at an unbelievable speed. They twisted together to form great beams with enough destruction to pierce through all affinities. Even the hardest substance would be reduced to nothingness. The spectators were amazed because this was a method consisting of borrowing the powers of the word. Moreover, the Scion's location has been locked on. Dodging and fleeing weren't possible this late into the attack. The beams came from above just like lightning bolts. If they made contact, they would pierce his head. Boom! The beams made direct contact, washing over the Scion like heavenly waterfalls and drowning him. "Nice!" One spectator shouted after seeing the direct hit on the Scion's head. The destructive power of the beams was unquestionable. Everyone in the crowd thought that their head would instantly explode upon contact. "Meteoric beam, that sounds about right," another spectator said. The members of the Holy Ground became excited and felt great about the situation. One opened his eyes wide and stared at the beams. Will he die from this? Most thought that he would definitely survive due to his mighty strength. However, injuries should be possible. Rumble. The beams were suddenly pushed up. The spectators clearly saw the Scion become enveloped in a pulsing divine light brimming with Tao laws. This defensive barrier fully nullified the beams. He started pushing the beams upward, going against the currents. The confrontation of the two forces resulted in loud explosions and earthquakes. "I can't believe it," someone commented. The scion faced the attack directly with his own power, letting the beams actually hit him. That's righteous scion for you. Others took a deep breath. He's very close to reaching the golden avatar. He'll become an heir soon and will have a chance to prove his Tao. One ancestor remarked. It became obvious that the scion has broken through the grand Tao sacred physique realm. After breaking through this realm, cultivators would have two paths. The first was Tao Lord Golden Avatar. The other was Myriad Tao Heavenly Physique. The scion chose the Tao Lord path and has become an heir, a potential candidate for the next Tao Lord. He's uninjured. The young geniuses could see that the scion wasn't trying his hardest. This attempt isn't bad, but it can't defeat me. The scion laughed heartily while pushing the beams upward. The fact that he could still speak while being suppressed by the beam impressed the hostile audience. Damn, so this is the #1 genius. One commenter said with admiration. Hu Ben's expression turned ugly. This move from the fortress massacred numerous invaders before. Unfortunately, it didn't leave a single wound on righteous scion. Anything else? Go for it. The scion said, ignoring the beams fixated on him. Chapter 3766. How could he be so strong? One young expert said after seeing the scion's nonchalant attitude. Some geniuses initially thought that they would be able to last 10 moves or so when fighting against him. They had this much confidence at least. A few believed that 500 moves shouldn't be a problem. But now, after seeing him in action, they realized that they have overestimated themselves. There was no chance of lasting that long in battle. Hu Ben's expression soured as well. The powerful move might not be enough to defeat him but should still suppress or hinder him to a certain extent. This wasn't the case at all. This move was effective against other armies, just not against someone like the scion. An official heir. Everyone realized that he was an heir right now. Perhaps one day, he would be able to prove his Tao and become a Tao Lord. Go! Hu Ben shouted. The crowd wasn't ready for the old soldiers outside of the fortress to take action. They held a strange tube made of bronze and immediately fired. Rays came out first before people heard the wind-breaking noises due to the speed of the rays. Clank! 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 They then noticed chains of light coiling around the scion. The other end drilled deep into the ground. The arm-thick chains were quite magical, fully trapping the scion while stabilizing by connecting with the earth. Their thickness made them quite heavy, but no one felt this way due to their incredible speed. This allowed them to coil around him in no time at all. Great! Many spectators applauded after seeing this. Seal him! One youth jumped excitedly to the air. This is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. Incredible! Another cultivator shouted. Some started thinking that maybe the scion wasn't unbeatable. There was still a chance for their side. Don't celebrate so soon. One ancestor shook his head in disagreement. It won't stop him for long. The scion still had a calm expression despite being pulled up in the air by the chains of light. He smiled and said, "It is an honor. These are chains made from precious Shadow Sea's light steel. Looks like Vajra put in some capital." The crowd exchanged glances. Most had no idea what these chains were made of. As for the high elders and ancestors, they weren't surprised to see Vajra helping Hu Ben. The bronze tubes used by the older soldiers didn't belong to the Legion. The dynasty made an exception for this battle. After all, Hu Ben, more or less, represented Vajra. Though his defeat seemed likely, he couldn't lose in an ugly manner. That's why the dynasty gave him its support. Fire! Hu Ben didn't care about this and gave the command. Creak! The crossbows on top of the wall aimed straight at the scion and released large arrows. Their size didn't diminish their speed. They left behind afterimages along the way before instantly hitting the scion. The crowd was in awe at their power and speed. Most importantly, they instantly exploded the moment they struck him. Deafening blasts destroyed the spatial areas around the scion. Spatial remnants broke down into colorful pieces, just like blossoming fireworks. Boom! Finally, a black hole manifested and immediately collapsed afterward, sucking everything within. The spectators did everything they could to run away. Incredible crossbows. Some who saw the power of these weapons for the first time became amazed and frightened due to their destructive capabilities and speed. Damages came from multiple aspects. The explosions from the arrows, the collapse of space, and the sucking force of the black hole. One could survive, but injuries seemed unavoidable. Yes! More people applauded. He didn't have a chance to retaliate against the continuous attacks. Well done. One genius became excited. Hu Ben did well to seize the opportunity. Another praised Hu Ben. Many thought that the consecutive attacks were well done. Hu Ben didn't hesitate in the slightest and had the style of a capable commander. The actual result didn't matter. He managed to impress the older cultivators as well. Others would find it difficult to have a better plan. Boom! The collapsed space was torn apart. One foot stepped out first, then the person, righteous scion. A golden dragon coiled around him along with a golden aura. The creature breathed in and out, seemingly ready to devour 10,000 worlds. Scales began to latch onto the scion. The dragon itself emitted the aura of a Tao Lord. Everyone felt as if he was the chosen one and they needed to prostrate right now. Heaven devour a dragon guard. An ancestor shouted. An invincible technique from righteous sect. Another master blurted out. Yes, created by Heaven Devourer Tao Lord. Most from the previous generation were amazed and envious. The Tao Lord used to be a serpent demon that managed to reach the Tao. For the sect, righteous Tao Lord left behind the 7 chapters while Heaven Devourer Tao Lord left behind this ultimate defensive merit law. Of course, he left behind other Tao Lord level merit laws as well. Nonetheless, this draconic defense was the most popular. Chapter 3767. The transcending youth walked out of the collapsed space, completely unharmed. Not even his robe was damaged. His hair was still perfectly tidied. He didn't bother to block the previous move yet still nullified it. The members of the holy ground became frightened. Even the ancestors took a deep breath. The scion was sealed earlier by the chains before the barrage of arrows. This should have done something to him. It's tough enough breaking down the draconic defense, let alone defeating him. One ancestor solemnly said. Who in the holy ground can actually stop this monster? An experienced big shot shuddered. Not to mention the young generation. Even some ancestors thought that they wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed just now from Hu Ben's plan. No wonder why there was a rumor of him beating righteous sect master. An expert murmured. The sect master of righteous was obviously powerful. The ruler of the land with great authority. Nonetheless, this youth bested him. Hu Ben has no chance. This became apparent to the crowd. In reality, this was obvious before the start of the fight. Hu Ben couldn't match up with the scion in terms of power and cultivation. Nonetheless, they remained relatively optimistic and clung to a sliver of hope. After all, Hu Ben was a famous genius and a capable commander who should have been able to last up to several hundred moves. Unfortunately, they realized that the gap was too great after the start of the battle. Righteous Scion is untouchable in the young generation. Others had no choice but to put their pride away and accept this reality. Not just the young generation. Few in the previous generation can take him down. One ancestor shook his head. Silence and pessimism permeated the air. The youths of the holy ground felt as if there was something heavy pressing down on them. The previous statement meant that the scion was at another level. If he could take another step forward, he would be similar to the 4 grandmasters. Hu Ben pondered quietly while being stuck in this predicament. He had underestimated the scion's power by a considerable margin. He knew that defeat was inevitable. Alas, it was hard to get off a tiger. Giving up wasn't an option now since he represented Vajra. This must go all the way. That was a decent attempt. The scion floated up in the air, looking domineering. But if that's all you can do, I'm truly disappointed. He stared straight at Hu Ben, but the rest of the crowd was affected as well. None thought that he was being arrogant at this point. I hope the other geniuses of the holy ground can have better plans. He stated in a matter-of-fact manner, perhaps with no intention of insulting his opponent. Alas, others construed it as disdain. Hu Ben was one of the 4 geniuses of the holy ground yet still didn't earn any respect. This meant that other youths couldn't get into the scion's sight. They assumed that he was mocking them for being incapable. Hu Ben's expression soured. He has never been treated in this manner before. Of course, the frustrated youths couldn't do a thing since the scion's power far exceeded theirs. Don't worry, our fight is not finished. Hu Ben said seriously. The holy ground has plenty of capable cultivators. It's just that I am lacking. Others approved of this message from Hu Ben and gave him a thumbs up. I hope so. The scion laughed. Let us continue then. Do you dare to accept one move from me? This froze the listeners, especially Hu Ben. From start to finish, the scion hasn't done a thing. He assumed a passive state and merely let Hu Ben do whatever he wanted. What would happen once he started attacking? Would Hu Ben be able to handle it? Hu Ben felt his scalp tingling. He wanted to give up, but the situation didn't permit. He took a deep breath and said, "We are ready to accept your attack." He pointed out that it would be both him and his army working together. "That's fine, you can do as you please," the scion said. "We're ready then." Hu Ben felt better because they had the defensive advantage with the fortress around. Clank! The scion immediately summoned a lance after Hu Ben finished speaking. It had a silver glow akin to the shine of bones. There was a tinge of gold as well. The spectators became intimidated by its sharpness. They even heard a roar as if a white tiger was in front of them. This lance's name is White Tiger. It's not a supreme weapon or anything but still presentable. The scion introduced. How is this just presentable? It's close to being a Tao Lord weapon. The third Tao Lord of Righteous created this for his disciple. One ancestor blurted out. It belonged to a top sect master from Righteous once. Another expert knew the history and power of this lance. Chapter 3768. The lance was infinitely close to being a Tao Lord weapon. It has been blessed and refined by a Tao Lord, so to a certain extent, it contained one's power. The third Tao Lord of Righteous had the title of Light Grasp. His disciple was the sect master of Righteous during that generation, a white tiger demon. This demon was extremely powerful at peak heavenly sovereign. He took off one of his fangs and used it to create a weapon using a top true fire. Unfortunately, this weapon couldn't reach perfection despite numerous refinements. His master could no longer watch and decided to help fix the flaws of the weapon. At the moment of completion, the Grand Tao resonated with the roar of a tiger. This became the famous White Tiger Lance of Righteous. Its origin and history resulted in a mighty weapon. It wasn't the strongest weapon in the sect, but the generational sect masters kept it around. Therefore it was a symbol of authority. When the scion wielded this weapon, his aura became increasingly impressive. There seemed to be a divine tiger with claws and fangs capable of tearing the world and the Grand Tao apart. Its bestial aura was dreadful and shiver-inducing. The spectators' throat felt itchy as they became overwhelmed with an image of a tiger ripping their throat. The spectators and Hu Ben took a deep breath after seeing the armed scion. "Show me the majestic defense of Smoke-Fire Fortress." The scion smiled. By this point, most realized that the rumor of him defeating his sect master was true. This lance was usually kept by the sect master. Now, since he had it, the implication was obvious. "Start the firewalls." Hu Ben roared. Rumble. The ground shook violently. Next, pillars floated up from the walls, but upon closer inspection, they also resembled square-shaped cauldrons. Poof, poof, poof. The pillars became ablaze just like kindled cauldrons. The flames rushed to the sky, seemingly intending on incinerating everything with its scorching heat. The fortress resembled an erupting volcano with lava oozing out in an endless and all-devouring manner. The crowd also saw the members of Vigorous Tiger channeling all of their Grand Tao power and vitality onto a runic platform carved with chaos stones. Next came Tao runes appearing on the walls of the fortress. They connected together to form Tao chains enveloping the fortress. As the crowd tried to digest the new development, the runic walls increased in size continuously, enough to stop all enemies from invading. This in combination with the Tao chains created what seems to be the most fortified wall in existence. The flames from the pillars earlier gathered in front of the physical wall and manifested into a fiery shield. As more flames joined the mix, the shield also became gigantic with countless layers. This divine wall empowered by the Tao pierced the clouds, ready to withstand all offenses. I didn't know the fortress has something like this. Many experts were amazed to see this in person. Pieces made people forget about what this fortress was capable of. Minor skirmishes didn't warrant activating this level of defense. Smoke-Fire Divine Wall, we're lucky to see it in person. An expert from a large sect said. It doesn't have a problem stopping multiple armies. One youth sighed and said. One move should be fine. Another genius nodded. Hu Ben felt better after seeing the fortress' most powerful defense, the wall and barrier. They have been blessed by numerous heavenly sovereigns and were currently empowered by the soldiers. It should be able to withstand any attack, at least for a period. He thought that it shouldn't have a problem with one move from the scion. Not bad. Okay, try this. The scion smiled and said, Buzz. His lance became resplendent in the next second. Bright pulses continuously spread, seemingly reaching the deeper dimensions. The current spatial dimension was being overwhelmed by the pulses. Once there was enough light, 10 suns manifested into reality. 10 suns? Someone blurted out. The world became dried from their unbearable heat. People had a hard time keeping their eyes open from their radiance. 10 sun grasp, sky grasp Tao Lord's technique. An old cultivator shouted. The young ones exchanged glances after hearing this and shuddered. Everyone knew about the scion's expertise with the Evil Devourer 7 chapters. Now, he also used Heaven Devourer Dragon Guard and 10 Sun Grasp. This meant that he knew the arts of 3 Tao Lords. Just learning one was amazing, enough to prove that one was a great genius. But the scion knew 3 separate merit laws? A supreme genius. The most prideful youths in the audience felt inadequate. Completely peerless. An ancestor sighed. They completely understood how he managed to defeat the sect master of righteous. Break. The scion made his move and threw his lance forward, causing the suns to move as well. The suns were the focus of the technique, not the lance. Chapter 3769. The lance and the explosive 10 suns heralded the end of the world. They engulfed the entire area and made the crowd tremble with fear. 10 suns were certainly enough to be apocalyptic. Everyone felt tiny and helpless during this crucial moment. Bam! The suns finally hit the fiery shield. The latter had unbelievable thickness due to the multiple layers. Alas, this still couldn't stop the 10 suns. The shield crumbled to fiery pieces and sparks. The crowd couldn't believe it. This was enough power to sink the earth. The 10 suns continued pressing down on the wall after the swift dispatch of the shield. Boom! The impact made it difficult to stand straight. Some actually fell to the ground while screaming in horror. They had no doubt that the wall would fall too. However, once they actually looked, the wall of the fortress managed to stop it. It was quaking continuously, but it was still a successful stop, separating the world into 2 halves. Yeah! The youths cheered loudly and raised their fists, turning red from excitement. This was fleeting. The suns couldn't smash the wall down with force, so they released endless sunfire in the shape of a white tiger. The beast was monstrous with a tail longer than a mountain range. Its terrible aura and roar swept through the area like a tempest and blew the spectators away. However, the wall still managed to stop the roar. The white tiger then leaped forward and raised its front claws, treating them like sharp divine swords. They were golden and brimming with Tao Lord power. Power refined by a Tao Lord. Some spectators could tell. Boom! The claws left deep marks. This wall managed to stop the 10 suns, just not the sharp claws of this Tao Lord's power manifestation. Rumble! Sections were ripped apart along with the pillars above. Ah! Soldiers on the platform screamed as they were sent flying. Some were killed, others grievously injured. Eventually, once enough pillars shattered, the divine wall disintegrated as well. People watched in astonishment. The scion only needed one move to defeat Smokefire Fortress and vigorous Tiger Legion. He had once again proven his supremacy. He floated in the air and held the great lance. He didn't need an oppressive aura to intimidate the crowd. They all thought of one title while looking at him, the God of War. He seemed to be possessed by a god and was completely unstoppable. How can we stop him? One genius from the holy ground turned pale. Not long ago, some thought that the 4 geniuses had a chance. Now, this confidence was nowhere to be found. Is he really unbeatable? Another said with empty eyes. Too powerful, he's unmatched among the young generation. One ancestor concluded. His peers agreed as well, at least when it came to the Southern West King. Smokefire Fortress has lasted numerous wars without falling. Now, it became a stepping stone for the scion. One ancestor at the sovereign level thought that he would have been seriously injured by 10 Sun Grasp and the lance as well. As for Hu Ben, he had plenty of experience, being a commander for Vajra. He saw numerous powerful cultivators before as well. Nonetheless, his confidence wavered before the scion. He wasn't feeling despair but still knew that he was no match for the scion. No one from the young generation could do so. Still lacking. The scion said after fully convincing the crowd through action. He looked around and smiled. If this is the last ace card of the fortress, it'll be very disappointing. It doesn't live up to being a famous stronghold of Vajra. He could say whatever he wanted at this point without seeming arrogant. The crowd had no choice but to swallow their anger. Fellow Taoist Hu Ben, do you still wish to continue? He pointed his lance at Hu Ben. All eyes were on the latter. They didn't know if he had anything else up his sleeve. In fact, no one would make fun of him for giving up now. They saw him trying his best. He wasn't weak. His opponent was just too strong. Hu Ben's expression changed continuously. He eventually gritted his teeth and said, "Our fortress will take on another move from you." "Oh, I can't wait to see." The scion spoke with confidence. "There's still something else?" The spectators became interested again, especially the youths. "Activate the main vein." Hu Ben made up his mind and ordered. The older soldiers outside of the fortress exchanged glances. They eventually nodded in agreement. Rumble. They formed hand seals and fire engulfed them. They looked like fiery tornadoes, but instead of ravaging the sky, they actually drilled into the ground, creating scorched pits in the process. Chapter 3770. The appearance of the scorched pits intrigued the crowd. They wondered why these old soldiers went beneath the ground. "There's something down there?" one youth murmured. "A great vein, but this is the very foundation of the fortress." A big shot with ample knowledge regarding the fortress nodded. Boom! A loud blast came from beneath and took the contemplating crowd by surprise. Steam and heat emanated from the large pits. "What's going on?" the young ones wondered. Next came springs of lava gushing out of the pits. The crowd didn't know what Hu Ben was up to. "The foundation." A big shot stared at the surging lava waves and sighed. They knew that there was no other choice. He was betting everything on this last move. Lava rampaged on the ground beneath the fortress, enough to form a thick layer. Rumble. More explosions came from below along with cracking noises. Sure enough, cracks emerged on the surface and continued to spread in size. Is the fortress collapsing? The spectators found this astonishing. Lava started gushing from the large cracks as well. It wouldn't be long until it drowns the area. Boom! Even mountains surrounding the fortress started spewing out lava. The scene resembled an active volcano. Oh! Many were spooked out of their mind. The experts nearby withdrew with haste. A few cultivators were too slow and screamed from being burnt by the heat. They took a deep breath. This region has turned into an inferno in no time at all. This will destroy the fortress and the region. A terrible youth trembled. There's a volcanic vein right beneath all this time. It's just that the sages of the holy ground refined it into habitable land. This is turning it back to its original form. An ancestor explained. The first-timers here didn't expect this answer at all. Boom! Finally, what's left behind looked like a bottomless chasm with surging lava within. There seemed to be a terrible beast in there as well, ready to devour everyone at a moment's notice. Rah! A dragon roar could be heard as a pillar of lava rushed to the sky. A lava dragon appeared within, as large as a mountain range. The area near it immediately turned into scorched earth. The temperature in the air increased to an unbearable level. It also had access to true dragon flame, enough to refine anything. Boom! It landed and stood on its massive and long claws. A real lava dragon? Some spectators felt insignificant when compared to the great beast. No. It might be the manifestation of the vein. The sages must have turned the vein into this dragon back then. It has been gestating and growing beneath, waiting for the right day. One ancestor said. The heat wasn't the only thing frightening about the dragon. It had an impressive draconic aura as well. Everyone thought that just one claw from this dragon would turn them into mincemeat. So this is the real ace card of your fortress. Very well, let's take a look at how strong it is. The scion remained undeterred, still as confident as ever. The geniuses from the holy ground thought that they wouldn't be able to stay calm like him when facing this powerful dragon. Of course, this confidence stemmed from his mighty abilities. Kill him, Hu Ben ordered, having resorted to everything the fortress had. Rah! The dragon soared to the clouds before looking down. Whoosh! It opened its mouth and unleashed a fiery torrent. This draconic flame started burning space and time along its trajectory. It became a great pulse aiming for the scion's chest. The spectator found this discomforting, as if the pulse was aiming at their own chest. Some screamed due to the pain. Go! The scion thrust his lance upward and released a white tiger. The beast lunged straight towards the incoming draconic pulse. Boom! Everything turned dark for the spectators, as if the world had been destroyed. The white tiger had the character King engraved on its forehead. This character became dazzling and created a shield to stop the pulse. Rumble! They seemed evenly matched. The real victim was the area around them. Rah! The lava dragon roared and continued to fire its pulse straight at the tiger. At the same time, it slashed with its claws without showing any mercy. The claws contained both immense sharpness and temperature, resulting in incredible destruction. Suddenly, a new phenomenon occurred. Everyone felt the world tightening, seemingly turning into a fire bow with its string drawn to the limit. They looked back and saw Hu Ben holding a gigantic bow made of fire. As he drew the string back, they thought that he was holding the entire vein, not a regular bow. Where the arrow should be was an accumulation of flames. The flames turned into a divine arrow, ready to pierce through its target. Who else could the target be but righteous Scion? Chapter 3771. The massive bow looked like a crescent moon from the string being pulled back all the way. Its power was palpable, as if everything in this region was being gathered here. Hu Ben was well prepared in delivering a finishing blow. The final ace card of Smokefire platform. The vein is the bow while the earth flames serve as the arrow. One ancestor emotionally remarked. The big shots from the last generation were in awe, aware of the power contained in this arrow. Being struck would have terrible ramifications. This wasn't an actual weapon, just part of the fortress foundation in combination with the lava dragon. Rah! The dragon's claw slashed the white tiger's forehead. Boom! The word, King, on the tiger's forehead, was crushed. Thus, the barrier crumbled right away and the tiger was torn apart. The dragon then came for the scion, wanting to tear him to pieces without mercy. This is the best opportunity, one ancestor shouted. As the dragon was on its way, Hu Ben also released the string and fired the fire arrow. This arrow melted space and time along its path, akin to snowflakes touching a molten blade. Its target was the scion's throat. Whoosh! It was inches away from his throat before people heard the wind-breaking noise. They felt sharp pains all over from the gales. The two fatal moves from the dragon and the arrow made contact with the scion at the exact same time. This resulted in total spatial devastation. The spot where he stood melted and became something akin to a quagmire. Hell yes! Some started cheering after seeing this. Hope resurfaced once more on the side of the holy ground. This should be enough to seriously injure the scion, winning some face back for their side. What a magnificent and splendid attack! One youth heaved a sigh of relief. Hu Ben is worthy of being one of the four. His ability is commendable. A genius clapped excitedly. The top ancestors nodded approvingly as well. Yes, Hu Ben's plan was masterful. This celebratory mood permeated the crowd. Unfortunately, they stopped laughing a while later. After the spatial quagmire dispersed, the scion appeared before them again. There were no serious injuries contrary to their expectation. In fact, there was no sign of blood. Only his clothes and hair were slightly disorderly. They saw him holding a spear made out of bones to block the dragon's claw. As for his other hand, he was gripping the supposedly fatal arrow earlier. This arrow contained incredible power, yet his two fingers stopped it from piercing his throat. The distance of 1 inch made all the difference. Astonishment and speechlessness struck the crowd. Hu Ben's ultimate attacks didn't harm the scion at all. Hu Ben turned pale as a result. His opponent's strength was insane. This was an impressive attack. Unfortunately, it's not enough to kill me. The scion smiled and activated his power, becoming dazzling along with his skeletal spear. Whoosh! The spear pierced through the lava dragon and slew it. Next, he added force to his 2 fingers and broke the fire arrow. The arrow, bow, and dragon were one, the foundation of the fortress. Since 2 have been destroyed, the bow exploded as well. Hu Ben was sent flying as a result, smashing through several peaks while vomiting blood. His armor and bones shattered. He ignored his wounds and leaped backward. This swift maneuver made him spit out blood again, but he didn't dare, instantly disappearing into the horizon. Everyone watched Hu Ben run away like a dog without a master in silence. The youths opened their mouth but no words came out. They weren't in a position to criticize him since he had actually done quite well. They might not have done any better. Hu Ben had tried his best and still lost. His opponent was just at another level. Old geezers like us might not have been able to pull off a more powerful attack. One big shot commented. Thus, fleeing after doing everything he could wasn't disgraceful. Not satisfying at all. The scion chuckled while floating in the air. The geniuses of the holy ground lowered their head, not daring to challenge him. It would be futile anyway since their defeat could be far worse than Hu Ben's. Rumble! He called for his chariot and went on the move again. While he looked around, no one dared to meet his gaze. Finally, his eyes focused on the direction of Minor Sacred Mountain. I hope this trip won't end as a disappointment. With that, he crossed through Smokefire Fortress and entered the holy ground. The crowd continued to stare at his departing figure in a daze. Who can stop him? One genius became pessimistic. Chapter 3772. Sun rays illuminated the gurgling creek with a golden hue. As the water rippled, it appeared as golden powders were floating along the currents. Splash! A carp leaped out of the water and shared the same glow. Li Qie sat on a boulder, asleep and looking like a statue. Minor Sacred Mountain was quiet without anyone coming to disturb him from his Zen state. The young cultivators in the holy ground and even the older experts have left to observe righteous Sion. Thus, serenity returned to the mountain. After seeing the fall of Smokefire Fortress, numerous experts and big shots were on the move. This had nothing to do with stopping the Scion. They merely wanted to watch all the battles possible in order to see his power and benefit from it. The fortress event made it clear that they wouldn't be able to stop him. In reality, very few older experts could beat him in battle. Thus, the young ones would only be asking for humiliation by challenging him. The Scion traveled across the land in a haughty manner. He flew above numerous sects without hiding his aura. This didn't change as he crossed ancestral grounds either. This naturally infuriated the members of these clans and sections. It was nothing short of blatant provocation. Not only that, he even visited the well-known sites of the holy ground. These places contained vestiges and memorials of the old sages. He seemed to be purposely provoking his opponents by doing so. Nonetheless, not a single soul dared to fight him. Most great powers didn't have the strength to put up a real fight. The only way was to go all out, and this wasn't worth the price. This feeling was vexing, but the Scion's notoriety was at an all-time high. Some even thought that only the 4 grandmasters would be able to beat him. Li Qie didn't care about the rumors and stories spreading across the land. He simply focused on fishing at the creek. Today, he had an uninvited guest. He opened his eyes and took a look. A beauty stood before him. She was none other than Xueqi of Righteous Sect. However, Thunderblade and Cloud Whip weren't with her today. She walked closer and bowed deeply. "Where are your lackeys today?" He smiled. She sat down next to him on the boulder and smiled back. "It's troublesome bringing them around. You wouldn't like it either, young master." "Smart. Righteous will prosper with a disciple like you around," he praised. "I'm elated to hear this even though I am unworthy." She shook her head. "Our sect can't do anything while you are present at the holy ground. Offending you will result in being trampled on the ground. I don't represent the holy ground. A passerby like me will leave sooner or later." He chuckled. "But I'm sure you will pick a successor, young master." She rested her chin on both palms and stared at him. "That's possible." He didn't answer directly. "The holy ground is so lucky to have a talent such as yourself. No one else can compare," she said quietly. "You're going to make me smug praising me like this." He joked. "As if mere praises can please you. That would be a miracle." Her eyebrows were perfectly shaped like crescent moons, looking both pretty and cute. "Given your attitude, it looks like I'll have to take it easy on you later." He smiled. "Thank you ahead of time, young master." She responded. "Let's see here. You have the potential to prove your Tao and become a Tao Lord." He stated. "Perhaps, but 8 Desolaces is vaster than our imagination with too many geniuses to count. Nothing is certain in the future." She tilted her head in contemplation. "That's the right mindset." He nodded. "Unfortunately, with young master around, we're just fireflies trying to compete with the moon." She shook her head. "Are you here today to just flatter me?" he asked. No, I'm here to gather information. Her lips pursed up slightly into a faint smile. Oh. Regarding what? He didn't mind. I'm curious about your merit laws that are capable of breaking our 7 chapters. It doesn't look like you have cultivated anything from the holy ground due to a lack of Buddhist affinity. Her shimmering eyes brimmed with curiosity. She didn't try to hide her intentions, so she met his gaze directly. Train and practice, practice and train. I've gradually forgotten many things during this process. Maybe chalk it up to old age and a bad memory. He casually answered. Forgotten? She didn't expect this answer and took her time analyzing it. This wasn't plausible since a cultivator would never forget their merit laws. Moreover, he emphasized the training part. As one trained more, they would have a deeper impression of their merit laws, not the opposite. Nonetheless, she was intelligent and knowledgeable enough to read the deeper meanings. Grand Tao Oblivion or Grand Tao Immaculation. These only belong in the legends. I haven't heard of anyone obtaining these states, she murmured. He chuckled and didn't answer. Young master, you seem to be shrouded in fog. As inscrutable as can be, yet I can't help but want to learn more. She touched her chin and ruminated for a while before looking up to tell him. Knowing too much isn't always a good thing. It might be a source of fear and will affect your cultivation in the future. He said. I see, I will keep this in mind. She nodded. What are you trying to do? He asked. She narrowed her eyes. Though she looked lovable with a smile, there were secrets hidden deep in her eyes along with wisdom. I'm not at fault. I was only playing around before wholeheartedly focusing on my goal. That's why the world misunderstood, I'm sure. She shrugged in response. Most can't do this. They care too much about fame and honor, unable to be at peace. He replied. There have been plenty of sages in history. Though there are plenty of worthless cultivators too. My achievements are nothing compared to the great ones. She said. You have a good way of thinking. This makes you inferior to no one. He nodded. And you, young master? Fame and honor aren't your pursuits either. What is it that you seek? She smiled at him, wanting to satiate her curiosity. A brief silence ensued. He eventually said, An answer. An answer. This wasn't the expected response, but she didn't pry any further. 1. Oblivion here means to forget everything else and seek the Tao alone. Immaculation means a perfect Tao, shapeless and all-encompassing. Chapter 3773. During their conversation, someone else climbed up Minor Sacred Mountain. It was a girl in full chainmail. Not even a gust of wind could get through. Half of her face was covered as well. Nonetheless, the exposed section indicated that she was an exceptional beauty with starry eyes and an air of heroism. No man was her superior. The rings had a silvery glow similar to fish scales. She resembled a divine commander descending from above. Nonetheless, the masculine nature of the armor wasn't enough to hide her exceptional grace. Her body could be the perfect vessel for worldly energies. A silver chain coiled around her arm and led all the way to her shoulder. The tip on the back looked like the end of a wing. She seemed ready to take flight at any second. A girl like her always commanded attention wherever she went, enough to make eyes go bright. People would make way for her after sensing her commanding presence. This disciple greets you, young master. She traveled up the steps and bowed her head respectfully. Xueqi glanced at her and shook his head. Miss, I'm afraid you got the wrong person. I don't know you and you're not my disciple. Fairy Dugu advised me to come and see you, young master. The girl said. All right, looks like someone is giving me more trouble. I'll never have peace at this rate. Xueqi chuckled and nodded. One of the 5 heroes of duality, Rivercross Lock, Wei Qianqing. Xueqi stared at the newcomer and said, seemingly amused. The girl looked over at the unfamiliar face and was surprised. And you are? I'm nobody important, just a disciple from righteous sect. Xueqi responded. But I have heard of you before, Garrison Commander Wei of Blackwood Cliff. Everyone knows who you are. Wei Qianqing was one of the 5 heroes of duality. However, she was older and not from the same class as the rest. In the past, she was the first sister of duality, not Dugalan. She was nearing graduation when Dugalan's group joined. However, even though she had left, the academy didn't have another to be the 5th member of the 5 heroes. That's why she remained listed as one. After her departure, Dugulan became the first sister since she was the strongest. She came from a noble and distinguished clan in Metropolis, the Wei. They always had members working as notable officials in every generation. Qian Qing chose the military branch and joined the army to train. She was already strong and quickly soared through the rank, becoming a general first, then the commander of Blackwood Cliff. Keep in mind that Blackwood Cliff was pivotal to the Holy Ground. Not just anyone could be selected as its commander. Miss Su. She has heard the events so far and knew who Xueqi was despite it being their first meeting. I'm only here to sightsee, don't mind me. Xueqi said with a smile. Qian Qing heard that Li Qie was the golden saber messenger of Vajra. Why was he talking to Xueqi? You didn't come here for nothing. Li Qie said. I am here to ask for your help, young master. Qian Qing stopped thinking about other issues. I'm afraid I won't be of use. Li Qie shook his head. No, you can, young master. I heard that you can control chaos primal beasts. That's why I need your help. She said. Oh. He smiled. Qian Qing hesitated to speak because Xueqi was around. I guess it's time for me to leave? Xueqi touched her chin in a cute manner. Speak. Li Qie ordered. Qian Qing took a deep breath and revealed. From my observation, the water in black tides will recede soon. Oh. Xueqi, who has been nonchalant all this time, became startled. Highly likely. Qian Qing didn't wish to divulge this to an outsider, especially not someone from Raicha's sect. Alas, she had to obey Li Qie. The signs are pointing to sooner than later. She elaborated. It's a serious matter. Xueqi had a solemn expression. This was surprising to Qian Qing. She didn't expect to be taken seriously right away. This wasn't her first time delivering this message. She told numerous big shots before, but they didn't give a damn. They thought that it wouldn't happen so soon. But now, this girl actually trusted her. The girl's sincerity made a good impression. Black Tides was one of the 7 forbidden zones. Its water receding was a monumental event. It hasn't been that long since the last generation. Xueqi frowned. It had done so once during the end of 8 Stallion Dao Lord. Why is it doing it again now? This is too early. It should be several generations each time. Every few generations, the water would recede and monstrous creatures would come on shore. The most recent occurrence was during the end of the most recent Dao Lord's generation, 8 Stallion. I told His Majesty and the Grandmasters. All the influential characters disagreed. Qian Qing smiled wryly. Of course, she understood the reason why they thought that she was mistaken. It hasn't been long enough yet. In that case, something odd is going on. Xueqi commented. Qian Qing appreciated the trust shown, so she smiled. Looks like you have done your homework on Black Tides. I've only heard about its legends. Xueqi shrugged and answered. When the monsters come, Blackwood Cliff will bear the brunt. Yes, the monsters always start at the cliff. Qian Qing agreed. She turned towards Li Qie and said, millions will die in this scenario and the cliff will fall. Without reinforcement from the dynasty, my troops alone can't last. That's why I need your help, young master. If you can control the chaos primal beasts, you'll be able to assist us and save the citizens. How many beasts do you think it'll take to hold Blackwood Cliff? Li Qie chuckled. Qian Qing didn't have a response for this. Even Buddha Supreme couldn't protect the cliff. Li Qie added. In the previous event, Buddha Supreme personally came to fight against the invading monsters to save Blackwood Cliff. The battle lasted for a long while, eventually seeming futile. Fortunately, Raicha Supreme showed up in the nick of time. The two worked together and pushed the horde back for a period of time. Alas, they seemed to be endless. Finally, 8 Stallion Dao Lord came and the trio successfully protected Blackwood Cliff. Chapter 3774. The stand of the trio shocked the world. Because of this battle, Buddha Supreme was renowned for his heroism and power. Future descendants would never forget his majestic style. Nonetheless, though the trio certainly showed their might, some thought that they were lucky. If the water didn't rise back, the trio might have not been able to defend Blackwood Cliff. This was mere speculation and also an indicator of the monster's power. In another repeat, it would be a disaster for the Holy Ground and the rest of the South because the Dao Lord was no longer around. Buddha Supreme has been missing as well. Who would be able to stop the monsters in their absence? That's why Wei Qianqing didn't know how to answer Li Qie. Her troops alone stood no chance, hence her attempt to ask Li Qie for help. However, these chaos primal beasts wouldn't be enough against a full invasion. I can only do my best. Even if I can't defend Blackwood, I'll buy enough time for the citizens to evacuate. She said softly. Yi, the chaos primal beasts can't save your Blackwood, but there is someone capable of this. Xueqi smiled and winked. Who might it be, miss? Qianqing was surprised. The first people that came to mind for her were Buddha Supreme or Righteous Supreme. However, they weren't people she could meet whenever she wanted. Buddha Supreme's whereabouts have been unknown. Right under your nose. Who else can it be but the young master? Xueqi smiled. Qianqing thought that Xueqi was playing around. She initially wanted the help of the chaos primal beasts but realized that this was futile. If the beasts couldn't do it, neither could Li Qie. She had heard of Li Qie's tales before but still thought that his cultivation was still too shallow. Going against those monsters required true strength. Nonetheless, Xueqi didn't look like she was joking. Please show me the right path, young master. She bowed towards Li Qie. She had no other option left and was desperate. She had reported this matter to Archaic Sun King, but the king disagreed along with the other influential officials. Protecting the citizens and your garrison? Not difficult at all. Li Qie responded. But if you wish to fight against black tides with your legion, that's an egregious overextension of your ability. Young master, you have a plan. Just protecting the garrison is more than enough. She became ecstatic. She naturally knew that protecting the entire cliff was impossible. It took Buddha Supreme, Righteous Supreme, and 8 Horde Dao Lord to barely do so back then. Just protecting the garrison was more than enough. Indeed. Li Qie said. The excited girl bowed at Li Qie again. Young master, please save the people, this will be a great contribution to humanity. Do you see what's up there? Li Qie chuckled and pointed at the palace above. I see it but I'm not quite following. Qianqing followed his direction and stared at the palace, feeling a bit lost. Of course. Okay, tell me, what's the origin of Blackwood Cliff? Li Qie smiled. It was built by the sages of the Holy Ground. She answered without needing to think. This was indeed the case. The historical cultivators erected Blackwood in order to defend against the invasion from black tides. Diana Dao Lord in particular, spent considerable time here in order to bless it with top Buddhist laws, increasing its defensive potential. There you go. Li Qie said. The cliff is filled with the power of the Holy Ground. You just need to bring the statue of Diana Dao Lord there. It'll help you activate the cliff's true power. This might not be enough to protect the entire region, but your garrison should be fine. Qianqing stared at the palace in a daze after hearing this. The palace had 4 statues brimming with divinity. Each represented 1 Dao Lord of the Holy Ground and authority. Members of the Holy Ground went on pilgrimage to pay respect to both the palace and the statues. Take 1 statue? How? No one can do so. She blurted out. In history, fewer than few could make it to the pinnacle and the palace, let alone taking 1 statue away. This should be impossible. In the present, perhaps only Buddha Supreme would be able to do so. The young master can do it. Xueqi winked at her. Li Qie smiled and didn't deny this. Qianqing's confusion grew. Could Li Qie really make it up there with his low cultivation? Taking the statue away was even harder. It would be sacrilege. She became worried. The statues represented the Dao Lords and authority. To take 1 away would be disrespectful to the ancestors and the Holy Ground. That's up to me to decide. Li Qie nonchalantly said, speaking as if he was the current master of Buddha Holy Ground. She suddenly had the illusion of seeing the master of this land. A second later, she thought that this was ridiculous. Li Qie was only a regular cultivator. Being the golden messenger of Vajra didn't mean that he could take charge of the Holy Ground. Sacred Mountain was still there. Nonetheless, this feeling was palpable. The question is, do you dare to do it or not? Li Qie added. Qianqing's thoughts ran amok. Would she do it if it was possible? After all, this could be construed as disrespect. Vajra dynasty wouldn't be able to protect her. In fact, it might be the first to execute her as an apology. She thought about it for a while before gritting her teeth. I'll do it if it's possible. This was the only possible option right now. The dynasty wouldn't send reinforcement due to a lack of trust. Her legion would die anyway during the invasion. Chapter 3775. Wei Qianqing's choice was risky. Just one wrong move might implicate her clan as well, but she had made up her mind. Let's get started then. Li Qie smiled, gently raising his pole and reeling. The string was quite long, so the loud reeling noise lasted a while. Once finished, he grabbed the bronze ring from the end of the string. It looked colorful and moist, brimming with life after it was empowered. Qianqing didn't expect this at all, thinking that it would be a hook. Why was this guy using a ring as the bait? What was he trying to do if not fishing? Meanwhile, Xueqi watched with great amusement and interest, especially in the bronze ring. She didn't say anything, but her eyes flashed with wisdom, clearly aware of the underlying reasons. Li Qie put the ring back on his finger. Buzz! It suddenly became bright because thousands of Buddha images suddenly appeared. A supreme world of Buddhism materialized, capable of saving all living beings and enlightening 3,000 worlds. Each Buddha had enough power to derive wondrous things with a snap of the fingers. People wanted to prostrate and had the urge to join Buddhism. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Once the light dispersed, everything returned to normal. The ring was just another ordinary ring, unadorned and seemingly worthless. Qianqing felt all the pressure during the visual phenomenon. Her legs trembled as she wanted to kneel before him. She took a deep breath, thinking about the terrifying item. She gandered again and didn't see anything special about the ring now. Even the smiling Xueqi became serious after seeing that phenomenon. Qianqing might not know the power contained within this ring, but Xueqi did. Moreover, the special girl also understood that everything was within Li Qie's grasp. He was the ruler and the ultimate existence of the holy ground, able to call for rains and clouds. Okay, little girl, follow me. I need a coolie. Li Qie got up and stretched. I am ready to obey and offer my service, young master. Xueqi stopped thinking about the implications and bowed respectfully. Qianqing disagreed with this but had to find the right words. She quietly said, I don't think this is proper. Why not? Li Qie nonchalantly replied. Because Miss Su is a disciple of righteous sect. Qianqing spoke her mind. This concern was warranted because taking a statue from the palace was sacrilegious enough. Now, to bring Xueqi along? It could absolutely be considered as traitorous, a crime punishable by clan extermination, hence her worries. Xueqi only shrugged, looking ready to follow Li Qie's orders. I'm afraid that no one will be able to help you if something were to happen, young master. Qianqing warned. I've decided it'll be fine. Li Qie didn't care at all and smiled. Qianqing was overwhelmed by his confidence and actually believed that he could take charge in this matter. This feeling caught her off guard. Meanwhile, no one paid attention to minor sacred mountain because they were fixated on righteous Sion. After defeating Hu Ben, he traveled uncontested across the Holy Land. He visited many holy locations and no one stopped him. Though he never did anything disrespectful, it seemed improper for him to visit these sites because of the competition. The intent seemed provocative in nature. Nonetheless, being annoyed was one thing, but challenging him? No one was strong enough. The Sion is at Buddha Emperor Plateau now. This news caused quite a stir. The plateau was the core of the holy ground with all the central powers. This challenge has escalated to the next level. Who will be the next to fight? All eyes were on this region. The 5 divisions of the plateau were immensely powerful. Most geniuses came from the various sects in this place as well. They had to do something in order to uphold the holy ground's reputation. Maybe Phantom's sacred child? One person murmured. Phantom came from Divine Ghost Division and was the strongest genius there. He was a top candidate to fight. I don't think so. He might be waiting to help Dugulan up in Minor Sacred Mountain. Someone else speculated. Yes, I heard he managed to borrow a supreme weapon from Myriad Blood Sect. He'll fight together with Dugulan. It's more advantageous to wait for the right moment. A big shot with a good information network explained. Right, show patience now and reap the result later. Many agreed with this. Since he has a top weapon, he needs to conserve his strength for the final battle. That's how to use it to its fullest potential. Sure enough, Phantom didn't show up as the Scion traveled across Divine Ghost Division. Nonetheless, the members of the holy ground still felt quite oppressed. Rumble. The Scion's chariot continued to soar through the air. His aura and Tao laws descended like waterfalls as he looked down on the world. He has made it to the border of Heavenly Dragon Temple, a place filled with monks. His oppressive aura didn't garner a response. The entire domain seemed rather quiet as the chariot moved slowly forward. On top of a particular peak was a Bodhi tree. Its branches swayed to the wind. Despite a lack of radiance, its ample Buddhist affinity made it seem ready to turn into a Buddha. A young monk was sitting beneath this tree. His kasaya was dirty and disorderly as he held a large piece of meat with both hands and chomped down. A monk like him didn't fit the sacred image of Heavenly Dragon Temple and the Bodhi tree. However, the Scion's chariot stopped at the base of this peak. Righteous Scion stopped? The keen spectators who have been paying attention to him wondered why, since they didn't notice the monk. Chapter 3776. The chariot stopped and Righteous Scion deboarded, slowly walking up the cliff. At the start, some were surprised to see him making a stop in this place. It didn't take long before a keen eye realized it and shouted loudly, "Look beneath that tree! Golden Cicada Buddhist child!" Others followed this call and sure enough, Golden Cicada was chomping down roasted meat beneath the tree. They just didn't notice him since their attention was on the Scion prior. "Looks like he wishes to challenge Righteous Scion," an older expert remarked. Many nodded in agreement. On the first day of the challenge, Dugulan accepted. Hu Ben and Phantom then showed their support. Only Golden Cicada didn't show his stance. Not even his shadow could be seen. This made most think that he wasn't going to participate in this challenge. After all, some monks didn't worry about external affairs. This particular encounter was far more low-key compared to the one back at Smokefire Fortress. Hu Ben's appearance had plenty of fanfare. On the other hand, Golden Cicada didn't say a word and only showed up along the path. He knew how to keep it low-key. Impressive. Worthy of being the monk of wisdom's disciple. People began praising him for rising up to the challenge. "The four geniuses are not letting us down," one genius said. The Scion was clearly unbeatable, yet Golden Cicada still chose to fight alone. This alone was worthy of the utmost admiration. Hu Ben relied on the fortress and a legion to fight him previously. This made the monk seem superior in terms of determination and courage. Wait, maybe Golden Cicada Buddhist child is far stronger than Hu Ben? One expert wondered. Among the four, Golden Cicada was the youngest and the last to make his Tao debut. Moreover, he saw what happened to Hu Ben earlier, yet he still wanted to fight one-on-one against the Scion? One must assume that he was stronger than Hu Ben. As the Scion climbed the cliff, each step was an entire world. The Tao of nature followed each of his movements as he became the lord of this region as well. On the other hand, Golden Cicada continued eating without being affected. Nothing in the world was more interesting than the piece of roasted meat in his hands right now. This was a bizarre scene. A supreme lord moving up the cliff while his opponent relaxed beneath a tree. Everyone watched with bated breath. Some became awfully tense and clenched their fists tightly. They were worried for the young monk. The monk didn't seem to notice the Scion and continued immersing in his meal. As for the Scion, he waited patiently without bothering his potential opponent. The scene went from bizarre to interesting. Time came to a halt. The whole scene became a painting. A meat-eating monk and the greatest genius of the South. There was something romantic about this meeting. The two have yet to fight, yet people already felt that this would go down in history. Golden Cicada finished his meal in a jiffy, leaving only the bones behind. Alas, he seemed unsatisfied and continued licking his 10 fingers clean. Some shook their head. Others had a wry smile. Those who didn't know him would consider this to be a disgrace for the monk of wisdom and Heavenly Dragon Temple. On the other hand, those who knew him beforehand thought that this was expected. They knew the type of person he was. "Sorry for the wait, benefactor." Golden Cicada placed his palms together and smiled. "It's fine to wait in this wonderful weather." The Scion seemed to be in good spirits. How mighty you are." Golden Cicada stared at the Scion with his pure eyes and concluded. "Your Buddhist art is peerless as well." The Scion complimented. The spectators exchanged glances after hearing the cordial conversation. They felt that a battle between these would be magnificent and flawless. The holy ground hasn't been entertaining you during your eastward journey. A monk normally abstains from these matters, but today, I have no choice but to bother you. Don't worry, One of my biggest wishes this time is to see world crossing. It is an honor to fight you, Buddhist child. The scion laughed heartily. I have only learned 10% or so at best. Golden Cicada smiled. This confirmed to the crowd that he had started learning it. World crossing was Diana Dao Lord's derivation of Buddhamization. Both Buddhamization and evil devourer were merit laws belonging to the Supreme Four Truths. Thus, this became a competition between two great merit laws of the famous scripture. I've barely scratched the surface as well, the scion earnestly said. Normally, he acted with pride and arrogance. This humble response was a striking contrast to his usual demeanor. Of course, he wasn't trying to be humble towards the monk. This was only to show respect to the Supreme Four Truths, a series of invincible arts in history. That's good, 10% versus barely scratching the surface, a perfect match. Nonetheless, I have favorable conditions today. Please excuse me for that. The holy ground is blessed with boundless Buddhist affinity. I will not miss the chance to see it in action. Let's get started. The scion chuckled. Today, he no longer dared to be careless against his foe. Rah! Having said that, a golden dragon materialized and coiled around him. Heaven Devourer Dragon Guard. People recognized this merit law right away. The scion has already put on a defensive line before the start of the battle. This truly surprised the spectators. He's taking this fight very seriously. One spectator said. Remember, it took the scion a long time before needing to activate it even against Smokefire Fortress and vigorous Tiger Legion. So Golden Cicada Buddhist child is far stronger than Hu Ben? One genius found this hard to believe. No way, Golden Cicada Buddhist child is the youngest and the last to cultivate. He could be stronger but definitely not by a large margin. Another expert felt the same astonishment. Remember, this is Buddhist holy ground. An ancestor explained, Heavenly Dragon Temple is the orthodox branch, that's why they have world crossing. Numerous powers and dynasties have taken charge of the holy ground in the past. Alas, none ever had access to this art. Sacred Mountain only gave it to Heavenly Dragon Temple. 1. By favorable conditions, he means he has the home court advantage. Home court just didn't fit in this line, but that's the essential meaning. Chapter 3777. The scion activated his draconic defense, ready to take on his enemy. Amitba. Golden Cicada placed his palms together and solemnly chanted, O merciful Buddha. After the chant, his kasaya became resplendent and a Buddhist aura enveloped him. He seemingly disappeared from sight before being replaced by a Buddha. In reality, he was still the same as before. However, his dignified expression and aura made him look like someone else, no longer being the same carefree and unrestrained monk. Moreover, his kasaya was famous for being dirty and greasy everywhere. Now, the light has washed it clean. Despite his young face, he still fitted the role of a sacred monk as if he was the reincarnation of Buddha. The Buddhist light seeped through his skin and into his body. He seemed to no longer be made from flesh and blood, having been turned into a golden statue with a holy aura. Not to mention the young cultivators, even ancestors were impressed with his current form. In fact, the weaker youths felt their knees buckling, wanting to prostrate and join Buddhism. The meat and wine transgressor was gone, replaced by a dignified monk. Nice! The scion laughed and crossed through space to appear before the monk. The latter retaliated right away with a finger strike. Buddhist affinity materialized beneath his feet. He seemed to be standing in an ocean of Buddhism now, and all of its power channeled through his finger, turning into a supreme grand Tao. Boom! He seemed to be pointing out the flaws and mistakes of all living beings. The gods and spirits would follow his lead. Creation point, one of the 6 paths. An ancestor shouted in astonishment. Boom! The finger struck the scion and sent him flying, breaking through numerous peaks before creating a pit on the ground. The crowd became slack-jawed from the first exchange. Some rubbed their eyes or pinched themselves to check that it wasn't a dream. Is this really happening? Even an older expert thought he was seeing things. How? He sent the scion flying with one finger strike. Another spectator couldn't believe it. Their disbelief was understandable due to the perceived power difference. The scion has left a deep impression after taking down Hu Ben's legion and the fortress. Both Golden Cicada and Hu Ben were part of the 4 geniuses. The former was also the youngest, so this result didn't make sense. Creation point is one of Buddha's 6 paths. A big shot from the last generation took a deep breath. The 6 paths were top merit laws created by the Holy Ground's progenitor, Buddha Tao Lord. This art belonged to Sacred Mountain, and Golden Cicada shocked everyone by using it. Even the Vajra dynasty, the current ruling power, didn't have these merit laws. On the other hand, Heavenly Dragon Temple taught the youth these great techniques. Heavenly Dragon Temple has always been trusted by Sacred Mountain. An ancestor from another sect became jealous. No other sects in the Holy Ground enjoyed this privilege. Alas, it was also understandable. The temple has been absolutely loyal to Sacred Mountain throughout the years, always supporting it regardless of the situation. This finger strike is insanely powerful. Another spectator found it hard to calm down. A traveler who had been to myriad beast mountains found this strange. The Buddhist child got stronger way too fast in such a short time. He saw the young monk in action back in the valley. However, the guy wasn't as powerful compared to his current self. His cultivation didn't increase that fast. A high elder explained, "This is the territory of Heavenly Dragon Temple. It's brimming with Buddhist affinity and power." Everyone agreed with this assessment. Just think about it, the Buddhist child grew up here and cultivated supreme Buddhist laws, being extremely familiar with the affinities present. Thus, just one wave of his hand could command considerable power from the land. No wonder why he said something about favorable conditions earlier. An expert realized. Having the home court advantage was quite beneficial. Bam! The scion got out of the rubble. This wasn't surprising. People thought that no one in this world could kill him with one finger. They also noticed that his draconic guard wasn't fully penetrated. Its light flickered for a bit before recovering. That defensive technique is exceedingly difficult to break. An ancestor commented. He might have lost the exchange earlier, but it didn't mean anything. Creation point is impressive indeed. The scion praised. How embarrassing. I borrowed the power of the land here to make up for my shallow cultivation yet still didn't accomplish anything. Golden Cicada calmly answered. It seemed that the monk wanted to break the draconic guard with the power of the land. Unfortunately, the actual power difference between the two was considerable. He only managed to send the scion flying without inflicting serious injuries. Because you're younger than me. Maybe you'll be even stronger than me when you reach my age. The scion admitted his opponent's potential. The listeners nodded in agreement. Golden Cicada Buddhist child's age was the thing holding him back the most. Chapter 3778. The monk has broken everyone's perception of him with the battle today. His image always centered around his gluttony. Though he was strong, he wasn't considered to be on the same level as the other 3 geniuses. Thus, the success thus far surprised all spectators. Righteous Scion laughed happily and said, "How interesting, a worthy foe. Looks like this trip to the Holy Ground will be worth it." The crowd exchanged glances. The Scion clearly thought more of Golden Cicada than Hu Ben. The fight back at the fortress was magnificent from a visual perspective, and Hu Ben did as well as he could. Definitely better than most. However, the Scion never treated him like a real opponent from start to finish. This wasn't the case right now. Boundless potential, he might become the best monk in the Holy Ground, enough to inherit Sacred Mountain's legacy. A high elder became emotional. This comment made the crowd shudder. Inherit the great legacy? I'm impossible. One youth disagreed. It's actually quite likely. An ancestor stared at Golden Cicada and said seriously, "He might have the most potential among the 4 geniuses of Vajra. He's already from a Buddhist sect and had access to top merit laws. It's plausible that he might be able to inherit the Supreme's legacy." No one doubted the fact that he might become a sacred sovereign in the future due to all of his innate advantages, whether it be his background or talents. Thus, no one else had a better chance of becoming the successor of Sacred Mountain. Therefore, some started thinking meticulously about their next course of action. It would be best to befriend him as soon as possible to benefit themselves and their sections. Meanwhile, Golden Cicada placed his palms together, not feeling complacent from the praise. "You're too kind, Scion. In terms of power, I am far inferior, merely being protected by the wise sages. Truly embarrassing." "That's no big deal." The Scion was in a great mood and said, "Let's see how many moves it'll take for you to force me to go all out." Clank. Having said that, he summoned White Tiger. This wasn't the first time the crowd saw this lance of his. Its aura rampaged as if a Tao Lord was here in person. Let's go. He leaped into the air and thrust his lance straight at his opponent. Boom! 10 suns instantly appeared and accompanied the thrust. This move again. A few spectators shouted since they had seen this tyrannical attack back at the fortress. Oh merciful Buddha! Golden Cicada chanted and channeled Buddhist laws to quell all unrest. Buddhist lotuses appeared beneath him and instantly blossomed, changing the landscape in a magnificent manner. The flower directly beneath his feet was the largest. He looked transcending and immaculate while standing on top of it, resembling the leader of Buddhism. He spread his palm the same way as a lotus would blossom, releasing boundless Buddhist light. Within the light were scripture runes that could create 3,000 worlds. He had all of this within his grasp. Another of the 6 paths, flower grasp smile. An ancestor took a deep breath after seeing this. Most were astonished because there was a good possibility of the monk knowing all 6 paths. This incited envy and jealousy among the crowd. Just knowing one path would be a lifetime of benefits. On the other hand, Golden Cicada seemed to have the best of luck and had access to all. Clank! After the lotus flowers disappeared, people saw him closing his palm and gripping the lance with the stability of a mountain. In this split second, he smiled like a merciful Buddha. With that, grand Tao power of the Buddhist affinity emerged in everyone's heart like a budding seed. Holy Buddha! The weaker cultivators were converted by the smile. Many got the urge to give in. This moment was fleeting. They eventually regained their wits and understood the horrifying event. At the same time, Golden Cicada attacked once more. His grip on the lance loosened and his hand slid across the lance, aiming straight at the scion's chest. All of this happened in a smooth and fluid motion. Buddhism preached mercy and compassion. However, this palm strike was anything but, carrying enough power to crush heaven and hell. Grand palm, a sure kill move. The spectating ancestor blurted out. This title was rather common. Many other moves shared these characters. However, it had a special significance in the holy ground and was usually accompanied by death. Some said that this merciless attack was improper for a Buddhist to use. Nonetheless, it was acceptable to use for the sake of subduing evil. Back then, Buddha Tao Lord used it to take down evil and bring light back to the realm. The scion reacted quickly and brought his lance back in front of his chest. Boom! This didn't do anything and he was sent to the ground like a falling meteor, creating a second pit with cracks emanating everywhere. The crowd stared at the pit, astounded. The scion lost the second exchange as well. So strong! One youth said with admiration. Grand palm is insane. A big shot murdered. The power of this attack exceeded expectations. Many ancestors thought that they would either die or be left crippled if struck. The 6 paths are truly strong. This sentiment could be heard everywhere since Golden Cicada had used 3 paths thus far. He has to be the number 1 among the 4 geniuses, right? An emotional spectator murmured. Chapter 3779. By this point, the astonished spectators had a different evaluation of Golden Cicada, assuming that he was far stronger than Hu Ben. Boom! The scion got out of the pit again and floated in the air. The ultimate move didn't actually injure him. However, there were cracks on the draconic guard. His robe and hair were slightly messy as well, no longer looking cool like before. The crowd took a deep breath after seeing this. An ancestor said, "And here I thought he would be wounded by the grand palm. He keeps on beating expectations. This is messed up." Another big shot shuddered. Grand palm was a famous killing move, usually a sure kill. Though the strike didn't directly hit his chest, the damage should have been grievous. Alas, this wasn't the case at all. I have heard of Grand Palm long ago, it lives up to its fame. The scion praised. Seems like I have learned nothing and can't even wound you. The monk expected this result. If your cultivation were the same as mine, then my ribcage would have shattered. Ever since I finished my Tao, you're the first among the young generation to do this to my draconic guard. The scion said. This haughty comment served as the highest praise for the monk. The cultivators from the holy ground exchanged glances, suddenly becoming excited. This draconic guard is a top technique from Heaven Devourer Tao Lord. Few in this world can break it. Golden Cicada's grand palm did an amazing job. One expert nodded approvingly. Both techniques were considered to be on the same level. That's why Golden Cicada instilled confidence in the crowd. Even the older experts and ancestors present didn't think that they could break the Draconic Guard with one move. He can uphold the temple's prestige with this fight. One genius added. They thought that even in the case of his defeat, he had done enough to show the power of his sect. The problem lay in the scion being too strong. Okay, warm-up is over. Let me see your true ability. The scion heartily laughed. That was only a warm-up? Most found this surprising because the two have resorted to top techniques already. They're using Tao Lord merit laws to warm up? Looks like we're not even qualified to perform a warm-up then. One proud genius smiled wryly. The young ones took pride in their top techniques. Alas, these techniques couldn't compare to the Tao Lord level ones. Thus, the scion's comment was hurtful, albeit truthful. Amitba, I've heard of your peerless prowess long ago and can't wait to see what you can do, scion. Golden Cicada had a solemn expression that didn't match his youthful face. Buzz. His kasaya lit up again and released Buddhist hymns and chants. The temple's inside heavenly dragon resonated and sent out Tao characters flying towards him. He looked like an ocean capable of taking in everything. What merit law is this? Someone whispered. He's borrowing the power of Heavenly Dragon Temple. A big shot quietly answered. The characters eventually turned into an external golden kasaya. One could hear countless chants empowering the regalia. Several images of various Buddhas appeared on the surface, seemingly wanting to protect Golden Cicada. Lankavatara Ward, a great scripture left behind by an enlightened monk. Other monks have chanted for it for generations now, empowering it. An ancestor elaborated. The spectators didn't need to know this scripture to be aware of its power. Golden Cicada's defense looked unbreakable as he resembled a golden statue. Incredible Buddhist affinity. The scion laughed, blessed by countless monks. Penetrating this won't be easy. You're being humble, scion. My attainment is limited, so I can't borrow all the blessings of the great monks. As for you, you have finished your Grand Tao and don't need to borrow external forces. Golden Cicada said. The big shots exchanged glances after hearing this. Righteous Scion's Tao is finished. One of them said. This is expected. He's an heir now and should have his own Grand Tao. Another replied. In order to become a Tao Lord, one needed to create their own Grand Tao. Otherwise, using someone else's merit laws, regardless of how powerful, would still render the practitioner inferior to those in the past. If I didn't have my own power today, I wouldn't be able to break this. The scion confidently said. Boom! He channeled his power and Tao laws descended like waterfalls. Chaos energy ravaged and tore the sky vault apart. Primordial power also manifested. All three affinities gathered around him. The crowd became startled since they felt their own Tao laws being affected by his eruption. They immediately became suppressed as if he was holding them by the throat. This is his Grand Tao. A big shot gasped. He has yet to use it. Just the activation alone suppressed virtually everyone in the audience. Amitba. Golden Cicada placed his palms together, then unleashed a dual palm strike. Boom! With this attack, 6 paths became one and the yin and yang joined forces, creating a cycle of death and rebirth. Space and time were refined as a result. Fleeing to another dimension or space-time was futile. Reincarnation seal. A different ancestor bellowed after seeing this. Chapter 3780. Boom! The seal suppression rendered escape an impossibility. The crowd felt their power being sapped away along with their soul into that endless cycle. Once sucked inside, the soul would be broken down to nothingness. Their traces in this world would forever be erased. This made them scream in horror. Treasures and merit laws still couldn't escape the cycle of life and death. The most powerful cultivators would become helpless. They finally got a taste of a mighty and dreadful Buddhist art. However, the scion remained undeterred. He chuckled and raised both hands, pulling the power of the celestials and myriad laws. Boom! The waterfall-like Grand Tao was pulled before him in order to receive the incoming seal. The scion looked determined to take this move directly instead of dodging. Surprisingly enough, there were no deafening explosions, only faint booms. The sweeping Tao waterfall slowly engulfed the seal, akin to a snake eating its prey. Boom! Finally, the entire seal disappeared after losing the contest. What the hell? Someone bellowed. The ultimate seal was actually devoured? Force Devourer. One ancestor knew its origin. That's Force Devourer? Others exchanged glances. In fact, some audience members have seen this move before since Lu Huaishe used it against Qi Xiaoye back on Minor Sacred Mountain. The powerful Xiaoye couldn't do a thing despite her praiseworthy power. Now, Force Devourer looked purer and more effective. It didn't only stop the enemy but devoured their attack as well. Boom! The Scion continued controlling the flow of the Tao and pushed it upward. Force Devourer then roared like a gigantic dragon showing off its claws. Boom! It then soared towards Golden Cicada, but it wasn't alone. Reincarnation Seal was with it as well, being used against its master. As this combination traveled closer to the monk, it also absorbed everything along the way, the myriad laws, time and space, and other affinities. Thus, it built up more and more power, causing the world to turn dark and the spectators to turn pale. Even the ancestors were horrified by the increasing force. Merciful Buddha! Golden Cicada chanted instead of running away. His golden light became dazzling and soared to the 9 firmaments. A golden avatar took over, spanning for thousands and thousands of meters. Clouds only reached its waist. Lankavatara Ward has been activated to its limit as the various Buddhas protected him like an insurmountable wall. Unfortunately, this wasn't enough. The Great Wall crumbled, unable to stop Force Devourer for a second. Boom! Golden Cicada and the gigantic avatar were blown flying. He broke through several peaks along the way. The cultivators from the holy ground screamed in horror, shocked by the sudden reversal. Though the monk won the first 2 exchanges, he lost this one far worse. Buddhist child. A few worried about his survival since he represented the glory of the holy ground. They didn't want to see him killed by the Scion. Whoosh! Golden Cicada finally leaped out of the rubble. He looked far more sorry compared to the Scion earlier, with bloody wounds all around. Even his kasaya was stained red. The Lankavatara guard has been penetrated. Blood dripped down his lips. These injuries were quite serious, just not fatal. Just give up now. One expert said quietly. Someone as young as him shouldn't shoulder this heavy burden. Despite all of his achievements, he was only 15 or so. Few in the entire holy ground dared to rise up to this occasion. The weight of the burden could break this youth's spine. Buddhist child, you have defended the holy ground's reputation well enough. We take pride in you, it's fine to rest now. Another expert said. Most pitied him and didn't want to watch any longer. Amitabha. Golden Cicada slowly floated up and still channeled his power again. The dirt and blood didn't affect his holy aura and his image as a great monk deserving of respect. This genius didn't want to broadcast his heroism to anyone, only silently meeting the Scion along the way. He also showed zero fear during the fight, going all out from the start. Such determination and spirit were quite rare. His peers paled in comparison. Your Force Devourer is at a masterful level. I am in awe, he said. Still lacking time and experience. The Scion disagreed and said, You're a whole realm beneath me yet still withstood an attack empowered by my Grand Tao. You're definitely among the top 3 of this generation. Others agreed with this high assessment, thinking that the monk deserved it. How embarrassing, I still have a long way to go. The monk shook his head. It's fine to concede now. The Scion posed with both hands behind his back, clearly confident in his victory. All eyes were on the monk now, thinking that he had done his job and earned honor despite losing. Chapter 3781. Golden Cicada's expression remained neutral. He closed his eyes with an image of a Buddha still heaving above him. His temperament was a stark contrast to his age. He seemed rather enlightened compared to many peers. I still have one more move that I wish to use against you. Let's try again if you don't mind. He placed his palms together. The crowd didn't expect him to make this request. Another move? The Scion's eyes flashed brightly, instantly realizing something. Stars seemed to be floating deep within. Very well, I have been a fan of World Crossing for a long time. It is an honor to see it today. He laughed and said, World Crossing. The crowd clamored. We'll really get to see World Crossing? An expert asked. I think so. An older cultivator said, Golden Cicada has cultivated it before, this move has to be it. Right, there's nothing else stronger than world crossing. Others speculated. One big shot became excited and added, this is a must-watch battle, Evil Devourer 7 chapters versus world crossing. Just a moment ago, people were okay with the monk conceding. Now they wanted to see his world crossing. World crossing and Buddha's 6 paths were both top techniques. The former was created by Dhyana Dao Lord while the other Buddha Dao Lord. The main difference was that world crossing was derived from the Buddhamization chapter of the Four Truths, a supreme heavenly scripture. Thus, in history, the majority believed that world crossing was superior to Buddha's 6 paths. After all, it came from one of the 9 scriptures and should be immensely profound. Some had the opposite opinion. Because Buddha Dao Lord was the founder of the holy ground, they thought that albeit brilliant, Dhyana Dao Lord's cultivation should still be weaker. Nonetheless, it was widely accepted that his Buddhist attainment surpassed his predecessor. Therefore, some thought that the 6 paths focused on attacking while world crossing focused on Buddhism. Later on, another school of thought believed that it was silly to determine the stronger one between the two. A merit law's effectiveness relied on the user. A mighty master could make any merit law look good. Thus, the crowd wasn't excited because they thought that world crossing was superior to Buddha's 6 paths. More importantly, this land belonged to Heavenly Dragon Temple. No other place in the world was more fitting to use a Buddhist art such as world crossing. We'll see the competition again in this generation. One ancestor became impatient. Both of the opposing merit laws were derivatives of a heavenly scripture. In a sense, this was akin to a competition between the 2 chapters. Righteous sect and Buddha holy ground always had conflicts in history. Alas, it was rare to see these 2 merit laws in battle due to the difficulty in learning them. Those from righteous thought that the 7 chapters were superior. Those from the holy ground naturally cheered for world crossing. Today was another great opportunity to test the 2 merit laws. Not to mention those from the holy ground, disciples from righteous or other sects became excited as well. World crossing will win, it's absolutely stronger. One member of the holy ground said. No, our 7 chapters are definitely stronger. Golden Cicada Buddhist child has the home court advantage right now. World crossing can be used to its limit. Someone from righteous was unhappy. Humph. Are you forgetting that the Scion's cultivation is higher than Golden Cicada Buddhist child's? That's why even if the Scion wins, it doesn't mean that the 7 chapters are stronger. Another from the holy ground chimed in. In just a short time, verbal battles with saliva flying everywhere started while the 2 actual combatants had yet to begin. They weren't affected by the conversations while standing face to face in the air. Due to my shallow cultivation, I can't even exert 10% of world crossing. Please don't laugh. Golden Cicada solemnly said. I haven't finished training the 7 chapters either. I'm sure I'm not any better than you, so I won't be laughing. The Scion responded. The crowd thought that these 2 were lucky to fight each other in battle. Finding the right opponent could be difficult at times. Let's begin. Golden Cicada placed his palms together, looking like a wise monk. Buzz. His Buddhist radiance intensified once more, but this time, it was different from the previous. The light seemed rather gentle with flickering flames. They were as pleasant as a gentle spring breeze. Clank, clank, clank. Buddhist bells suddenly sounded, sounding ancient yet natural. They came from the various temples in the region and had a soothing element. The spectators stared at the temples near the border. There were millions of them, yet they all emitted the bells in unison. The sounds harmonized into strong currents, eventually culminating in an ocean of bells engulfing the entire holy ground. The listener's mental state found an unprecedented peace. The bells were ringing on their own accord without needing monks to strike them. In this split second, Golden Cicada has used world crossing. The bells seemed to be sentient and answered his call. All existences stopped to listen to the peaceful bells. In fact, those in battle suddenly sheathed their swords. Their bloodthirst subsided, replaced by tranquility. They thought that there was no reason to fight. Some wanted to go back home. Others wanted to join Buddhism. The powerful ancestors became shaken and reacted. They knew that world crossing was starting to convert them. They hurriedly protected their mind in order to not be affected by the bells. The Scion narrowed his eyes, then nodded approvingly. He then focused on stopping the bells from attacking his mind. The top experts knew that world crossing was formless. The monk didn't need to directly attack with techniques to defeat his foes. The the weaker-minded enemies would actually surrender. Winning without fighting. This was the best strategy. World crossing meant wanting to convert all living beings. Chapter 3782. The ancient and peaceful bell tolls turned the world into a paradise. Alas, the more capable cultivators were scared out of their mind, not wanting to drown in this peace. This was the power of conversion. For the experts here, they would be without physical injuries even during a forceful conversion. Alas, it would have negative effects on their mind, going as far as weakening their Tao heart in the future. The bell tolls were only the beginning. As they permeated the land, Buddhist light spanned for 10 million miles. Various rays floated in the air like threads and bathed everyone with motherly warmth. This feeling was nothing short of pure happiness and true satisfaction. They slowly closed their eyes to enjoy this unprecedented moment. Numerous cultivators became immersed in the light, losing awareness of their current situation. As for the powerful ancestors and high elders, they maintained their wits but were still shaken. Time to leave. Many fled to a safe distance while taking their juniors with them. After leaving the radius of the light, they finally relaxed to watch the fight. That was close. One ancestor had cold sweat all over. Powerful beings like them had a hard time dealing with this affinity. Most importantly, world crossing hasn't fully activated yet. What's going on? The juniors taken away were confused by the change of scenery and looked around. World crossing is truly powerful. No wonder why Diana Tao Lord never needed to fight in the legends. All of his foes submitted wherever he went. An ancestor said. A junior like Golden Cicada using world crossing was so effective already. What about the Tao Lord himself? The legends might be true. With the influx of the light and bell tolls, diagrams appeared above the temples in the region. Heavenly Dragon Temple wasn't a single architecture, just another name for Heavenly Dragon Division. It consisted of around 88,000 temples or so, and all of them were activated with diagrams and runic characters. This was truly a magnificent and shocking spectacle. These images and characters turned the area into a Buddhist kingdom, no longer recognizable compared to before. The majestic Buddhist affinity could be felt in this great kingdom. The conversion force grew stronger. The weaker cultivators within the radius started prostrating in the direction of Golden Cicada. Amitabha. An image of a supreme Buddha appeared in the kingdom along with a chant. The stars seemed to be rotating around this being. The vast cosmos flowed next to him. He exceeded everything in size, capable of grasping the world in his palm. The chant released a higher concentration of light. Many cultivators were immediately turned into pious followers by this great Buddhist Lord. Merciful Buddha. They prostrated on the ground with tears streaming down their cheeks. The conversion affinity was solely focused on righteous Scion. Nonetheless, the remnant wave still affected those nearby. These waves had limited power, but they were still caught and converted. Those who managed to get away stared at the prostrating mass in astonishment. Golden Cicada could have converted all of them without any difficulty. So strong. A young cultivator turned pale. World crossing is from a heavenly scripture. Its power far exceeds a regular Tao Lord merit law. One ancestor solemnly said. Moreover, Golden Cicada Buddhist child is using it while in Heavenly Dragon Temple, the best possible location for it. This merit law had no offensive technique or movement. In fact, the foes would feel happiness and joy, a type of killing without spilling blood. Buzz. Buddhist light appeared around the Scion after the emergence of the Holy Kingdom. In any other situation, this could be construed as a positive experience, that the Scion was learning a top Buddhist art. This wasn't the case right now. It meant that the conversion was occurring within him. If he couldn't handle this force, he would lose and become the Buddhist child's loyal follower. Activate. He roared and channeled his grand Tao again. Tao laws started flowing along with endless chaos true energy inside his body in an attempt to crush the spreading Buddhist light. Pop, pop, pop. His grand Tao power seemed to be pushing the light back. Alas, each time he destroyed it, the light would appear again with greater intensity and brightness. It became obvious that his grand Tao was of no use. Damn, even the mighty Scion can't stop world crossing. A big shot from the last generation took a deep breath. Break. The Scion roared and his Tao foundation lit up before releasing a black maelstrom. Zzz. Buzzes could be heard wherever it went as it absorbed the Buddhist light like a whale. Both the light and the conversion affinity eventually disappeared from sight. Intent devourer of the 7 chapters. A spectator shouted after seeing this. Chapter 3783. Intent devourer was a magical merit law. At the highest level, it was believed to be able to devour intents. For example, battle intent, sword intent, murderous intent. The conversion power seen here from the Buddhist light could be considered a type of intent instead of an attack. Thus, the Scion chose intent devourer to deal with it instead of force devourer. The black maelstrom grew in size as it repeatedly absorbed the inextinguishable light. The latter kept on reappearing and surged towards the black maelstrom like a flood. Nonetheless, the light of the Buddhist kingdom gradually dimmed down. Nonetheless, it possessed plenty of Buddhist affinities. Though the maelstrom was incredible, it would still need more time to fully devour the Buddhist light. In this second, the Scion's Grand Tao released deafening blasts as he took it to the next level. He wanted to use Intent Devourer to its limit. Activate. His Grand Tao laws were derived to the highest profundity. All of its mysteries fully manifested. Boom! The black maelstrom assumed its largest form, as big as the sun itself. The spectators saw it crazily devouring the Buddhist affinity. Its true target was the kingdom. The image of the Buddhist Lord started flickering and became more ethereal than before, on the verge of collapsing. Wow! The spectators gasped at this sight. If this image were to be suppressed, it meant a defeat for world crossing to the 7 chapters. Our world crossing can't beat righteous sect's evil devourer? Some members became worried. This would be a great blow to their sect. Not yet, just wait. One ancestor patiently watched. Nonetheless, if this absorbing process continued, world crossing's defeat was inevitable. Convert. Golden Cicada Buddhist child didn't stand idly by and began forming mudra and chanting. The image of the Buddhist Lord also performed the same mudra. Its palms became blinding as if a new world was being created in there. A world protected by Buddhas. It was filled with Buddhist affinity and faith. The light then spread to the actual world. Buzz! Something unbelievable happened next. The black maelstrom suddenly became bright. This maelstrom resembled a black hole capable of devouring all lights. But now, bright rays were coming out, a sign of conversion. A moment later, the black maelstrom became a shimmering Buddhist maelstrom. Suppress! The Scion roared. More chaos true energy and Tao hymns materialized with great destruction. Alas, this Tao power couldn't revert the conversion because the maelstrom had taken in considerable Buddhist affinity prior. This overabundance worked against his grand Tao and cultivation power now. Zzz. His body started being invaded by the light once more. It seemed to be turning him into an avatar of Buddhism. His robe became golden, akin to a bronze statue. I can't believe it. The crowd was shocked to see this reversal. They all thought that Golden Cicada was on the verge of losing. But now, it seemed that the Scion would have a hard time stopping the conversion. Righteous Scion was too careless earlier with the absorption. That's actually helping him now. The absorbed affinity is converting him from within. One ancestor explained. This gave the Holy Grounds members hope, so they cheered loudly. World Crossing still had a chance of victory. As the light around the Scion intensified, his body seemed to be turning into a statue. The conversion looked to be inevitable at this point. Tao decapitation. In this crucial moment, the Scion shouted and released his 12 palaces and true fate. A supreme grand Tao floated around his true fate and released primordial energy. The true fate then burst with a force capable of creating an entirely new universe. After his shout, the supreme grand Tao left his true fate and crossed through space, instantly appearing before the image of the Buddhist Lord. This was a slash consisting of using the true fate as a sword, capable of severing the 9 firmaments, ending the reincarnation cycle, and forever changing history. Seal. Golden Cicada's expression soured as he retaliated with another mudra. The image duplicated his action and created a seal capable of separating heaven and earth in order to stop the slash. Alas, this was proven to be futile. Whoosh! The true fate slash started from the head and moved to the bottom, separating the image into 2 halves. In this split second, people felt that Golden Cicada's connection to the land was severed, akin to a sky-blotting tree losing all of its roots. He immediately lost the empowerment of the temples. Pop! The Buddhist image disintegrated and the particles scattered with the wind. With that, the Buddhist light and affinity receded like the tides. The conversion process on the scion also disappeared from sight. Ugh! Golden Cicada Buddhist child staggered backward, leaving deep footprints on the ground. He couldn't handle the chaotic flow of his vitality and energy, so he spat out a mouthful of blood. Nonetheless, he remained standing. I have lost. He sighed and placed his palms together. A hush fell over the crowd due to his surrender. Golden Cicada Buddhist child and World Crossing have lost. This blow was too much for the Holy Grounds members. They felt suffocated as a result. Chapter 3784. Various emotions filled the heart of the Holy Grounds members. Golden Cicada Buddhist child thoroughly showed his worth and abilities. Though he lost, he gained honor in the process instead of criticism. His power was as clear as day. Not to mention the young generation. Even some powerful ancestors felt inferior. Alas, he still lost in the end because the scion was insanely strong. I enjoyed the battle. World Crossing is unique indeed, truly worthy of admiration. The scion happily smiled in great spirits. This compliment showed ample respect to both Golden Cicada and World Crossing. He mentioned nothing about the 7 chapters being stronger. You're unbeatable. I merely took advantage of the land. Golden Cicada reflected. Don't be humble now. World Crossing is peerless. The problem is your cultivation. If we were in the same realm, I wouldn't have fared so well even if you didn't have the empowerment of the land. His frankness earned him some respect as well, even from those who didn't like him. He was both capable and straightforward. His attitude during the challenge to the Holy Ground was overbearing, but all in all, it matched his power. Amitba, I'll be leaving now. Golden Cicada chanted before smiling. Gonna go home and make some beef stew. He salivated just thinking about the dish and had to wipe it off his mouth. He waved his sleeve and left coolly. The audience exchanged glances after seeing his departure. Earlier, he became a star due to his holiness despite his age, looking just like an enlightened monk. Now, he returned to his original form, a happy-go-lucky monk with a love for food, not caring about worldly conventions. This was akin to a divine emperor falling off his throne, becoming a beggar later on. The stark contrast caught the crowd off guard again. Some realized that the monk has always been the same. He didn't change in the slightest. Only their perception of him had. The untethered freedom. One ancestor commented, that's the favorite disciple of the monk of wisdom, the successor of Heavenly Dragon Temple. His future will be glorious. The scion didn't linger around after the departure of his foe. He stared towards the direction of Minor Sacred Mountain and laughed. What an interesting trip so far. I hope the battle with Fairy Dugu will be just as outstanding. With that, he got back on his chariot and continued on his trip. He's going towards Minor Sacred Mountain now. Everyone knew his goal, the destination where Dugalan was waiting. This will be the final battle. No one else can stop him. One expert said. The group started thinking, and sure enough, they couldn't come up with another cultivator capable of stopping the scion. Who Ben and Golden Cicada have lost. The latter was rather impressive but still came up short. There was no other genius in the Holy Ground outside of Dugalan. What about Phantom Sacred Child? Someone thought about the pride of the Divine Ghost Division. Phantom is strong, but I don't think he's above Golden Cicada Buddhist child in his empowered state. That's not enough to stop Righteous Scion. An expert mused. I heard he tried to borrow an invincible weapon. I wonder if he got it or not. One youth wondered. He did, but it isn't enough. He should team up with Fairy Dugu instead. That's the only way to have any hope. Someone knowledgeable from the previous generation nodded. Will Fairy Dugu keep up with the scion? Another question to which no one had a response. Of course, they hoped that she would win or at least tie. However, judging by the circumstances, Righteous Scion was absolutely untouchable among the young generation. Dugalan was no exception. This was a particularly cruel truth for the young members of the Holy Ground. Their land had waves of talents and hidden experts. Unfortunately, none could stand up to the scion, something quite unbearable and embarrassing. I think Fairy Dugu can do it. A teacher told me that she has managed to learn a supreme sword Dao by herself. An alumnus from Duality revealed. It's an ancient sword Dao rumored to be connected to a peerless existence in history. A peerless existence? One cultivator remained skeptical. No matter how peerless this existence is, the merit laws and sword Tao stemming from this person can't compare to a heavenly scripture. Hard to say. Remember, the 7 chapters are only a derivation, not actual techniques from the scripture. The alumnus said, moreover, this peerless existence has no equal. The supreme sword Tao left behind might actually be able to suppress a heavenly scripture. Are you being serious right now? A cultivator nearby said, such a being would overshadow all Tao lords. How come I haven't heard of someone like this? The alumnus' mouth opened, wanting to speak. However, his expression suddenly changed after thinking about something and refrained. Regardless, this battle is inevitable. I just hope that Fairy Dugu can guard Minor Sacred Mountain. A genius concluded. I just hope it won't be an ugly defeat. Another youth murmured, if Fairy Dugu can last long enough, it won't be as bad. These comments were terrible for morale. Alas, they had to face reality. The Scion has repeatedly proved his might. The proud geniuses of the Holy Ground lost their arrogance and could only swallow their indignation. There was no chance of defeating the Scion. A good loss would be an honor, a true display of skill. This was their expectation and hope for Fairy Dugu, that her battle would be more brilliant than golden cicadas. They didn't have that much hope in her being able to defend Minor Sacred Mountain. By this point, it became abundantly clear that she was the last stand. Thus, no one stopped the Scion as he entered Metropolis Division. Chapter 3785. Righteous Scion's trip across Metropolis was rather peaceful. Both the young and old didn't say a word. No one dared to challenge him. The fight with Golden Cicada Buddhist Child solidified his unbeatable status. Challenging him now required immense courage and power. Metropolis was extremely close to the capital and Minor Sacred Mountain. However, he wasn't in a rush to see Dugulan that early. He took his time and leisurely visited the famous sceneries again. It didn't look like he was in enemy territory at all. Though he was constantly under watch, this didn't deter his saunter in the slightest. The spectators were annoyed once more, but once again, they had to endure this displeasure. They hoped for this challenge to end already so that he would leave. Otherwise, his presence at the Holy Ground would continue to torment them. Today, something changed, starting with a deafening boom. The entire Holy Ground suddenly quaked. What was that? Numerous experts became frightened. The quaking didn't last long but still made everyone nervous due to the current sensitive circumstances. They immediately thought about the Scion, thinking that he was sabotaging something. However, those closest stared at him and he certainly didn't do anything. He himself was surprised during the quakes. Buzz! During their astonishment, Buddhist rays all over the Holy Ground shot to the sky. However, they suddenly fell back down a while later. Everyone felt that the power of the Holy Ground was shrinking. Their own power was leaving too, along with the land's power. This sensation scared the hell out of cultivators. As members of the Holy Ground, their merit laws and Tao foundation were built upon the land. Thus, if the land's foundation suddenly collapsed, their cultivation would suffer immense setbacks. The worst-case scenario would be dropping in realms. Well, what? Is the Tao source weakening? Even the slumbering top masters woke up in horror. If the Holy Ground's Tao source was indeed deteriorating, it would affect numerous kingdoms and cultivators. Even the mortals would have a tough time. The frightened cultivators felt as if they had been disconnected from the Holy Ground. Of course, they weren't mighty enough to control the power of the land, but since they were born here, they could feel the grand Tao power in the soil. This power stemmed from the source of the Holy Ground. Alas, this aura and presence were no longer felt. The connection has been severed. Impossible! A top master who had just woken up from his slumber became startled. Buddha Holy Ground has been prosperous all this time. The foundation is still strong. What is going on? The present days couldn't compare to the Golden Age, but after millions and millions of years of accumulation, the Holy Ground still had plenty of resources. There was no sign of decline. Hence everyone's astonishment and fear. Boom! Another loud bang suddenly detonated and Buddhist rays soared to the sky once more in an endless manner. People immediately felt the Tao power of the land again stemming from underground. The Buddhist affinity is back. Cultivators became joyous right away. The fear earlier was just too much. How fortunate! Even the awakened big shots heaved a sigh of relief. They have experienced plenty of things and traveled across 8 desolaces. Nonetheless, the disappearance of the Holy Ground's Tao power still frightened them. Normally, a phenomenon like this would only occur during the destruction of the source and foundation. In this case, there were no external enemies invading, hence the confusion. Nonetheless, it was finally over. Did something happen to Sacred Mountain? This became the next question. Sacred Mountain served as the core of the Holy Ground. Thus, in order to destroy the Holy Ground, one must take down Sacred Mountain first. That's why everyone thought about Sacred Mountain right away. Maybe something big happened there. Alas, most had no idea where it was. Only a chosen few could climb up the mountain to verify. The former had no choice but to wait for an official announcement. In spite of the confusion, at least everything was fine now, or so they thought. Another loud boom occurred. This time, on top of Minor Sacred Mountain. This caught everyone off guard. When they looked up the peak, they saw one of the statues protecting the Holy Palace suddenly collapsed. What the hell? Those at the capital city who could witness it in person were bewildered. That's Diana Tao Lord statue. Why did it fall down? The big shots in Vajra were stricken with fear. These 4 statues had a special significance in the Holy Ground, representing authority. Now, one had fallen without warning. Most who heard this information couldn't believe it. No way, the 4 statues have been around for so long, it can't just fall down for no reason. Denial was the main theme even for those who saw it. Nonetheless, this was reality. The news of this event spread across the Holy Ground and caused a furor. We need to take a look now. Cultivators ran for Minor Sacred Mountains. Even the big shots. Minor Sacred Mountain has always been protected by the power of the Tao Lords. The pinnacle was extremely difficult to reach, so no one could have taken down the statue. Once they made it to the base, they saw something unbelievable. Chapter 3786. Numerous experts gathered beneath Minor Sacred Mountain. Their jaw nearly dropped to the ground. They saw something massive being carried down the steps. What else could it be but the statue of Diana Tao Lord? The 2 culprits? Li Qie and Xueqi. The statue still emitted the aura of a Tao Lord, but this didn't stop the 2 from carrying it down. It represented the highest authority and prestige in the Holy Ground. Hence everyone's astonishment and indignation. After a while, the crowd regained their wits. One person asked, How did they get up there? The difficulty in reaching the pinnacle was common knowledge. Numerous top masters have tried and couldn't break through the pressure instilled by the Tao Lord auras. On the other hand, Li Qie and Xueqi did even more than that. This simply didn't make sense. It might be earlier when our Holy Ground lost its power. The force protecting Minor Sacred Mountain probably disappeared as well, so they took advantage of it. A big shot pondered for a bit before answering. That sounds about right. Others agreed with this explanation. A while ago, everyone paid attention to the scion only instead of Li Qie. Thus, they thought that the duo took advantage of the blackout to climb up the peak. Why are they moving Diana Tao Lord statue? What's their goal? A youth took a deep breath. This statue was an object of worship. To be disrespectful was sacrilegious and becoming public enemy number 1. This was a crime worthy of full clan extermination. Moreover, Li Qie served as the current saber messenger of Vajra. This added betrayal to his list of offenses. Worst of all, he was working with a disciple from righteous sect, Xueqi. What else could this be but colluding with the enemy? This is too much, traitorous and blasphemous. There's no excuse for this. One youth shouted. Right, a crime worthy of clan extermination. Another chimed in. The youths of the Holy Ground have been vexed because of the scion's pressure. Now, they had a target to vent, Li Qie. They couldn't do a damn thing to the scion, but Li Qie was a different story. Furthermore, they were fully justified in doing so to rid the Holy Ground of a traitor. He deserves death, we can't let this go. Another youth bellowed. As for the big shots from the previous generation, they remained cautious. After all, Li Qie was still the saber messenger. They weren't the ones in charge, not qualified to brand him as a traitor or to punish him for his action. This was Vajra dynasty's responsibility. To make a mistake here could lead to serious consequences. Li Qie had immense status in Vajra. The only one among the crowd who had a different opinion was Wei Qianqing. She was astonished just like the rest, albeit for a different reason since she witnessed the entire thing. She knew that these two didn't utilize the downtime of the holy ground at all. In fact, they had already made it up before the sudden disappearance of the Buddhist affinity. They started carrying the statue down Minor Sacred Mountain before others got here. She was the only one privy to this detail, hence her bewilderment and speechlessness. Fewer than few could successfully make this arduous journey, yet Li Qie brought someone else with him. He pushed down the statue without any resistance as well. The duo brought the statue down to the base. Li Qie put it down and patted his palms. The spectators finally noticed how large the statue was. Everyone had to raise their head to get a good look. Li, what are you doing? How dare you take the statue away and disrespect the ancestors? One bold youth shouted at Li Qie. This is more than that. He's colluding with the enemy to steal the ancestral statue, a crime worthy of death. An expert who hated Li Qie added, Death. He needs to be flayed for days and have his clan exterminated. Others started chiming in. Chapter 3787. The cavalry instantly surrounded the area and created an impregnable iron wall. Their formation was impeccable. Their movement immaculate. The training necessary to have such great teamwork impressed the crowd. However, a murderous atmosphere took over. The soldiers' spears gleamed brightly in a chill-inducing fashion. The tips clearly have tasted blood numerous times in battles. This cavalry looked like the bringer of death. War camp. Everyone understood that this group was part of war camp. Just these elites could absolutely take down another army. The third prince. Someone else murmured after seeing the commander. The third prince rode in front and had full armor on, looking gallant and heroic just like an experienced general. Both his appearance and aura were impressive, always garnering a good first impression from others. On the other hand, the crown prince seemed lacking in comparison. This was the reason why he had numerous supporters in Vajra. They thought that a talent like him would have a bright future, able to lead Vajra to greatness. Li Qie, do you know what you have done? The group surrounded Li Qie and the prince shouted. The crowd thought that Vajra dynasty was finally taking action. Was the prince representing Vajra? You wish to play? Li Qie chuckled. Taking the ancestral statue and colluding with the enemy, one crime after another, all are unforgivable. Your clan shall be exterminated. The prince coldly uttered. Some found this surprising. One of them murmured. The third prince is in charge of Vajra now? Do the ancestors support him? In terms of status, Li Qie was above the third prince. The latter should never do something like this without the support from ancestral temple. Do you think you are qualified to carry out the punishment? Li Qie smiled. The prince turned red. A royal member like him has always been held in high regard. Moreover, his prestige was considerable since he had the court's support. Nonetheless, Li Qie was indeed above him right now. This was truly frustrating. He still doesn't have dominion yet. The spectating experts understood right away. It seemed that Li Qie was indeed a traitor. However, the prince lacked the authority to question and accuse Li Qie. Since you're Vajra's saber messenger, the dynasty needs to maintain order by punishing you. I shall take up this responsibility. The prince roared, wanting to find a perfect reason to eliminate Li Qie for the sake of his future. Li Qie had done something unforgivable and unsalvageable. Those who back him up would be dragged down too. Thus, the prince didn't want to miss this godsend opportunity. Okay, you alone or the entire cavalry? Li Qie tapped the saber hanging by his waist, looking very amused. The soldier's expression froze after seeing this. The third prince ordered them to come, but ultimately, they still needed to obey Vajra before any single person. Without ancestral temple's permission, they couldn't do anything to Li Qie regardless of his heinous conduct. This was the privilege of being the saber messenger. The third prince looked embarrassed. He alone had no confidence in capturing Li Qie, and knew that the cavalry might not listen to his order. Li, how do you still have the audacity to keep that saber? You have betrayed us all. The reputation of Vajra is tainted because of you. The prince bellowed. If you have any hint of dignity and self-respect left, relinquish your status as the saber messenger and take us on. His only option was to taunt Li Qie so that the guy would actively remove his status. That's the only thing holding him back. You make it sound as if I care about this position. Very well, no more. Li Qie smirked and casually tossed the saber onto the ground. His choice astounded the spectators. Being the saber messenger in Vajra was a big deal. Even the king needed to treat him with respect. Anyone would cherish this status, yet Li Qie gave it up without a second thought. They exchanged glances, thinking that the whole thing was confusing. This Li Qie was amazing, to be able to treat authority like trash. The prince himself became frozen since he had zero confidence in his psychological taunt earlier. Nonetheless, he still needed to try. It was obvious that only a fool would fall for his trick. Alas, Li Qie actually jumped right into the pit. He had no idea that it would be so easy. After a while, he regained his wits and became ecstatic. It would be too easy to deal with Li Qie now.
Li, you have thrown away the saber and are no longer the saber messin, the prince shouted.
Just a crappy blade to chop wood, not worth a single coin. Li Qie interrupted, causing the crowd to have a wry smile on their face.
No, absolutely not.
A newcomer suddenly arrived and hurriedly stopped their conversation.
Young master, you are the embodiment of nobility and prestige.
The person picked up the saber and hung it back on Li Qie's waist. Please don't be angry over this trivial matter.
You'll always be the saber messenger of Vajra no matter what.
National teacher? The crowd became startled again. The newcomer was none other than Yi Mingshi, serving as the imperial teacher. Just his appearance alone was surprising since he rarely showed himself without official business. National teacher. The prince didn't appreciate his nearly fulfilled plan being ruined. Nonetheless, he didn't dare to become angry. He chose to abandon this status on his own accord. Moreover, a disrespectful traitor like him doesn't deserve to be the messenger. Third prince.
Heed the decree of the king.
Yi Mingshi spoke loudly with a serious expression. Chapter 3788. Yi Mingshi had an imperial decree in his hand. It pulsed in a dazzling manner with the totems of Vajra dynasty. A regal aura manifested and suppressed the area. Everyone understood that this decree was real. This regal aura required the seal of the dynasty. Many got on their knees. Even the top experts and ancestors slightly bowed to show their respect. The majority of the kneelers came from Metropolis. After all, this division had the highest number of nobles and officials. Their clans might not have any current members in the court, but the dynasty still greatly affected them. The members of the other divisions didn't need to work for Vajra. Nonetheless, Vajra was still the current ruler of the holy ground with the permission of Sacred Mountain. Thus, some ancestors didn't need to give Vajra any face, but they chose to be respectful to Sacred Mountain.
As for the cavalry, they immediately prostrated and started shouting, "Long live the king!
Third Prince of Vajra, you have mobilized the army without permission. Withdraw right now. Your punishment will be house arrest for 3 years." Yi Mingshi loudly read the content. What? The decree shocked both the prince and the listeners. No one expected archaic Sun King to write this decree. This is insanity. The third prince is only trying to protect Vajra's reputation. One youth quietly whispered, vexed. The young ones didn't dare to voice their disagreement, but they felt that this decree was incorrect. Archaic Sun King must be senile. An older expert said quietly, Li Qie deserves death for his crimes so far while the prince is trying to restore order to Vajra. Why would he protect Li Qie and remove the prince? As the saber messenger, what Li Qie had done thus far could negatively impact Vajra's authority, or even cause a serious disaster. Numerous other powers coveted Vajra's position. This would be their chance to make a move. Any king would know the right path to take, punishing Li Qie to protect Vajra's sovereignty. In this case, archaic Sun King did the exact opposite. This didn't win him any love from the crowd, especially the young members of the noble clans. How idiotic! Who would want to work for such an incapable ruler? A big shot from the last generation criticized the king. Many felt the same way, that the king couldn't tell right from wrong. This would ruin Vajra's long-running foundation. His incompetence isn't a recent thing. One ancestor said, it's actually a miracle that Vajra hasn't declined or fallen under his leadership. The experts nearby agreed with this assessment. Ever since his coronation, most thought that he was incapable and only cared about everlasting life, neglecting his official duties. The critics had no idea how someone like him managed to become the king when Vajra had numerous talents. Strangely enough, the dynasty showed no sign of decline while being under this foolish king's rule. This could be considered a miracle. The third prince's expression became as ugly as can be after hearing the decree. Being under house arrest for 3 years meant the end of his future. 3 years weren't long for cultivators, but for his situation? Anything could happen in 3 years. For example, the death of archaic Sun King and the crown prince would take over. National teacher, there must be a mistake. The prince became agitated. Your Highness, an imperial edict is never mistaken. Yi Mingshi flatly responded. Though Yi Mingshi wasn't from Vajra, he still had immense influence in the court. This was due to his own power and the trust of the king. The prince had to resist. National teacher, Li Qie is a lawless villain and an obvious traitor. He failed to carry out the duty of a saber messenger and ruined the dynasty's reputation in the process. What I'm trying to do is to rid Vajra of this stain. From all angles, the one who should be punished is Li Qie, not me. I have nothing but loyalty for Vajra and have shown it on the battlefield, risking my life to contribute. He was quite heated towards the end because this could be the end of his imperial ambition. He had to do everything possible to prevent this. That's right. Other youths from noble clans chimed in to show their support. They have always wanted him to be the next king for Vajra's sake. His Highness has nothing but meritorious contributions on the battlefield. He shouldn't be treated this way. Treacherous conspirators must have whispered poison into His Majesty's ears. People like this deserve death. Another young expert shouted. Exactly. Get rid of the sycophants. The crowd got riled up again. Kill them and prove the prince's innocence. By this point, even the members from the other divisions spoke up for the third prince. He always had a good relationship with other influential cultivators. Thus, their support came due to personal benefits on top of an amicable relationship with the prince. The prince has the people's heart. An older expert nodded approvingly. In recent years, everyone was aware of the prince attempting to build a powerful faction. This was a successful endeavor and absolutely crucial if he wanted to defeat the crown prince. Overcoming the traditional successive rule was far from easy. In fact, the crown prince was also watching from far away with a frown. Your Highness, it looks like the third prince is out of favor. His Majesty has confined him for 3 years, clearly forbidding him from competing with you. The throne is definitely yours now. An old follower behind him said. As the crown prince's servant, he naturally became excited since his status would rise as well. That's not the case. The crown prince shook his head. This is younger brother being favored. How can that be? The servant didn't understand. After 3 years, you might be sitting on the throne already, Your Highness. Mind your words. His Majesty is a true dragon and will be able to live for thousands of years more without a problem. The crown prince responded. When a storm is present, it's best if one can stay outside, that's the best situation. His frown grew more intense after saying this. The servant vaguely got the point. The crown prince was worried because he thought that a period of 3 years was both short and long, depending on the circumstances. This house arrest might actually be a good thing. If the king was thinking for the third prince's sake with this choice, it meant that he wasn't as valued and that his position was awfully precarious. Alas, he didn't have many cards up his sleeve in the court. Li Qie was his only ace. The problem was, Li Qie was too unfathomable. He couldn't control this card. Once played, he had no idea what would happen. Thus, he had a different opinion compared to his little brother. The latter thought that his future would be ruined, so the guy was doing everything possible to prevent this. Meanwhile, the third prince found more confidence after seeing the support of the young cultivators present. Chapter 3789. The third prince stepped forward, still looking imposing. This was the temperament of someone who had experienced numerous battlefields. National teacher, if eliminating villains and traitors is a crime, then I am guilty. Someone like him deserves to be persecuted by all members of the holy ground. To have this shameless vermin in our dynasty is disgraceful, let alone leaving him to be our saber messenger. The prince said with righteousness and powerful rhetoric. I am a member of the royal clan, so I have the responsibility to protect justice and order for the dynasty. I don't care if I have to sacrifice my life in exchange for the lights to return to Vajra. The speech meant to arouse the crowd. Each word was spoken with conviction and oomph as if he was the guardian of Vajra, ready to sacrifice his life to maintain order and justice. The youths heard his devotion to righteousness and became emotional, having nothing but admiration for him. The third prince is an essential pillar of the dynasty. One youth said loudly, "The dynasty is lucky to have someone like him. Buddha holy ground requires this type of wise ruler. We must protect him and prosecute the actual criminal, Li Qie." Another young expert shouted, "Protect the prince for the sake of justice. Kill Li Qie to eliminate evil. Protect the prince for the sake of justice. Kill Li Qie to eliminate evil." A furor erupted in no time at all. This was indicative of the prince's popularity in the holy ground. Many sects and powers have chosen to support him. Ultimately, he wasn't the rightful heir to the throne in terms of seniority. Thus, if they could actually get him there, they would be remembered for their contribution. They would then become notable clans like the Li and Zhang. Moreover, he was a capable talent as well and should be able to lead Vajra towards prosperity. The third prince maintained a nonchalant expression but was actually celebrating inside. "Your Highness, conduct yourself with dignity. It is not too late to follow me back to the palace for your detention." Yi Mingshi was unmoved. Alas, the prince saw the passionate crowd and thought that this was his only chance. "National teacher, I will follow you back but not now. Wait until I kill Li Qie. I will bear all the responsibilities alone if father wants an answer. We cannot allow someone like him to exist in Vajra." The prince powerfully asserted. "The prince is innocent. Li Qie deserves death." His supporters cried out again. "Fine, you will bear the consequences of your action." Yi Mingshi glanced at him and said. He took several steps backward and commanded, "War camp withdraw." The prince wanted to go all the way against Li Qie, but this wasn't the case for the cavalry. This legion had absolute loyalty towards Vajia and the king. Some generals and even commanders in the legion supported the third prince along with the soldiers. However, above all else, they would still obey the king. War camp was a cornerstone of the dynasty while Archaic Sun was the current king. If they didn't follow the king's order, it would be quite detrimental to Vajra's authority. Therefore, the group that had fully surrounded Li Qie quietly retreated to the side. They wanted to support the third prince, but this would be going against the king, a crime worthy of clan extermination. Only the third prince was left, standing face to face against Li Qie. "Death cannot deter me from fighting for Vajra," the prince proclaimed in a heroic manner. He looked as if he was facing a great army all alone. Truly a romantic picture. A hero of Vajra. Many youths gave him a thumbs up after seeing this. "Idiot, you don't even realize that your old geezer tried to save you. I'll lend you a hand since you want to die." Li Qie chuckled after seeing this. "How dare you disrespect father? I will cut you to pieces." The prince shouted. The crowd exchanged glances and smiled wryly. Though Li Qie was the saber messenger of Vajra, calling the Archaic Sun King old geezer was too disrespectful to both the king and the dynasty. "Seems like you don't realize that it'll take zero effort for me to kill you," Li Qie said. The spectators watched in silence, already smelling a stench of blood in the air after the nonchalant comment. They disliked Li Qie for his arrogance but still admitted that he was capable. After all, he had killed Zhang Yunji and Li Shengquan before. The prince was versed in military strategy, and his cultivation was decent as well. However, it wasn't easy to gauge him against the 5 heroes of duality. Those who were close to him thought that he was on the same level or even stronger than the 5. However, the majority thought the opposite. After all, he spent his time worrying about politics and war, not cultivation. That's why they didn't have high hopes for him in this one-on-one fight and thought that it would be a heroic sacrifice. The third prince turned red after being shown such disdain by Li Qie. He bellowed, "Li, I will take you down for Vajra's sake even if it's the last thing I do. 1 or 2 moves, that's all it'll take." Li Qie smiled. The prince's complexion turned redder since he was humiliated by Li Qie's contempt. No one else refuted Li Qie because he had always kept his words. "And if I join?" A cold voice sounded, strong and penetrating. Everyone looked back and saw an armored youth strutting confidently closer. "Hu Ben of Vajra." Others were surprised to see him. Yes, Vajra needs him right now to uphold justice. One young expert raised his voice, clearly trying to mock the national teacher. Under these circumstances, the teacher rather sided with a traitor rather than the third prince. This was akin to aiding evil instead of justice. Now, Hu Ben came and finally did the right thing. Yi Mingshi ignored this comment and seemed to be deep in thought. Hu Ben is another pillar of Vajra. Discussions sprung up among the spectators. Right, he was the first one to fight righteous Sion to protect the holy ground's prestige. He's not afraid of authority today either and is willing to take the risk. How rare. One youth said with admiration. Li Qie is just a shameless scum in comparison. Humph. Another snorted. When the holy ground requires help, he doesn't stand up against the Sion. In fact, he's colluding with them to steal our resources. Chapter 3790. Hu Ben's support for the third prince earned him adulation and respect. They thought that he was a crucial pillar of the holy ground. This was understandable due to his fight against the Sion. He led the vanguard and took charge when no one else did. Though he lost, it was an honorable defeat and actually heightened his status. Today, his choice might offend archaic Sun King, something potentially detrimental to his own well-being. Nonetheless, he did so without any hesitation while thinking of the bigger picture. Conversely, Li Qie didn't do anything to oppose the Sion nor lend an inch of his strength for the holy ground. Worst of all, he conspired with Xueqi, a disciple from Righteous, to steal Diana Dao Lord's statue. The experts here reviled him for his conduct and didn't hide their distaste. Of course, Li Qie ignored their comments and showed zero emotion on his face. He glanced at Hu Ben and smiled. Come together. 2 or 3 moves if I'm feeling nice. Just 1 if otherwise. What 1 move? The crowd clamored in response. Li, you're too arrogant. Who do you think you are? The ultimate cultivator in history? Another couldn't help but shout. Too much bravado. Someone else said. Everyone knew that Li Qie's methods were out of this world, but needing just 1 move to defeat his 2 foes was still hard to believe. Just the third prince alone. Sure. Definitely possible. On the other hand, to do so against Hu Ben seemed rather implausible because they had seen Hu Ben in action back at Smokefire Fortress. Does he think he is righteous Sion? This is way over the top. One youth snorted. Even the Sion might not be able to beat Hu Ben with just 1 move. Everyone saw that previous battle, right? Another chimed in. Meanwhile, Hu Ben had an ugly expression. A usual occurrence for those tasting Li Qie's contempt. I see. He laughed from being too angry and said, Everyone says our holy ground is full of hidden masters. Well, I can't wait to see the true dragons and white tigers today. Which will be able to defeat me so fast? He had fought against the top dog of the young generation and gained insight into his own abilities. Thus, not to mention 1 move, Li Qie wouldn't be able to defeat him within 3. Hu Ben, teach this arrogant fool a lesson. Don't let a wretch like him live in the holy ground. A fan shouted. That's right. This scum deserves 1,000 deaths. Kill him and maintain order. Others started joining in. Some of these youths were furious and wanted to chop Li Qie into mincemeat. On the other hand, Xueqi stood aside with a calm expression. She shook her head, thinking that these speakers were idiots. Wei Qianqing felt worried for Li Qie. This happened because of her and now he was against the entire dynasty. She thought that this might end with Li Qie's death, and it would be a gruesome one. Looks like quite a few of you want me to die. Li Qie smiled amusingly and beckoned the aggressive crowd. Come now, show me your determination and ability. He had no issue with challenging the entire holy ground in a haughty and carefree manner. The crowd exchanged glances. No one really wanted to step up to face Li Qie. Of course, they had no problem running their mouth enthusiastically, but to actually step on the stage? Li Qie had insane schemes and methods. Moreover, the holy ground had other talents such as Hu Ben. It wasn't their turn to worry anyway. Pah! It is disgraceful for Vajra to have a degenerate like him as part of the court. One of them said with disdain. These cultivators knew perfectly what to say to match the situation. But to tell them to fight to the death over justice? That's impossible since their personal benefits haven't been negatively impacted. This was Vajra's personal issue. They didn't need to risk their lives. So this is what people mean when they say the holy ground is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. They forgot to add one last part. Turtles hiding in their shell. Li Qie laughed and said, No wonder why righteous Scion looks down on you bunch. Capable tongues yet shaky hands. The crowd glared angrily at Xueqi with fire in their eyes, wanting to incinerate him into ashes. Of course, the glares were fully ineffective. If you wish to challenge all the heroes in the holy ground, I will work together with Brother Hu Ben to see your wondrous techniques, yes? A cold voice uttered. This newcomer came with auspicious energy and a flashing figure. He looked to be an ethereal spirit without physical form. Phantom Sacred Child. Everyone recognized this youth. Now the other side looked quite impressive with the third prince, Hu Ben, and Phantom. Humph, even Phantom Sacred Child has lost his patience because of this Li's arrogance. He needs to be taught a lesson. One member of Divine Ghost Division scowled. Phantom Sacred Child is known for his friendly temperament and patience. He's only doing this because Xueqi is unbearable. A young genius remarked. Some experts started wondering. Phantom was nowhere to be found against the Scion, yet he showed up to fight Xueqi? Nonetheless, the older ones expected this. Xueqi's arrogance was one thing, but Phantom always had a good relationship with the third prince. The latter seemed to be the main reason for his appearance. So Divine Ghost Division has chosen third brother. The Crown Prince sighed while watching from a distance. He tried to befriend Phantom several times in order to build a relationship with Divine Ghost Division. However, Phantom remained cordial but unmoved. There have been rumors of them supporting the third prince, but they have never expressed their stance. In the key moment today where the third prince was branded as an offender, Phantom still came to support him. This made everything apparent. The three of us against you, how about it? Hu Ben spoke. Till death. The third prince added, not wanting Xueqi to leave this place alive. Chapter 3791. The addition of Phantom Sacred Child emboldened the third prince. His confidence virtually doubled. Putting Phantom aside, this meant that Divine Ghost Division also had his back. They would be one of the main forces for his royal competition later on. 2 geniuses out of the 4 were on his side now. He was confident that his group would be able to take down Xueqi. The guy is done for this time. A youth on the prince's side laughed boisterously. He can't escape death even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Others shouted with palpable excitement. Right, he can't act arrogant for long. The trio will definitely be able to kill him. More joined in. It's too early to draw a conclusion. Xueqi's methods are unfathomable, always exceeding expectations. A big shot pondered while looking at Xueqi's calm expression. This wasn't going to be so simple. So what? He can't be as strong as righteous Scion. Another old expert argued. Otherwise, other methods are just useless and can't match absolute force. Just wait. The show is about to begin. A more neutral member said. The young ones, especially the fans of the trio, started shouting. Sacred Child, show this brat the immensity of heaven and earth, rid our holy ground of a vermin. Scums like him deserve to be eliminated. One more bellowed. Others showed no hesitation in expressing their disdain. They had animosity towards Xueqi not because of any existing feud. It's just that his prior comment insulted their dignity and pride. Hence their hatred. Because of this, how could they not be excited to see the trio going up against Xueqi? Rumble. Suddenly, loud explosions came from the horizon and silenced the crowd, causing them to shudder. Everyone turned back and became startled. Righteous Scion. Righteous Scion is here. The young ones became overwhelmed with shock after seeing the chariot. Yes, another cultivator has arrived. Righteous Scion. The wheels of his chariot issued loud grinds and Tao explosions, seemingly crushing the myriad worlds and the heart of the listeners. His reputation preceded him. Even those who haven't seen him before turned pale. He stood on his chariot, still as dominating and impressive as ever. His domineering aura suffocated those nearby. The ones who witnessed the previous 2 battles were even more afraid. So soon. One old expert took a deep breath. Everyone knew that he had entered Metropolis. However, they didn't expect him to arrive at Minor Sacred Mountain so early, thinking that he would spend more time sightseeing at the capital. The 2 top geniuses, Hu Ben and Phantom Sacred Child, had a stoic expression. They knew just how strong he was. In just a short time, people down by the base receded like the tides to make room for him. The shouters earlier kept their mouths shut, not daring to utter a single word. Righteous Scion perused the area before stopping at Li Qie.
He smiled and bowed. Young master, your fame resounds like thunder piercing the ear.
It is an honor to see you today. Among the crowd were members of the previous generation such as ancestors, Hu Bens, and Phantom. However, he ignored all of them and respectfully greeted Li Qie instead. This was rather unexpected, so some speculated that these two knew each other beforehand. Li Qie glanced at him and commented, "Actually not bad. Righteous does have plenty of talents." "You're too kind, young master. All the talents in the world can't compare to you alone." The Scion laughed.
I am indeed fond of flattery.
Li Qie chuckled.
Righteous Scion then stared at the trio and declared, "Those three?
No need for you to waste your time, young master. Just give the command and I'll crush them for you." The trio and the rest of the crowd's expression immediately changed. The Scion's power was one thing, but these two seemed to have a special relationship. First, he should have no problem defeating the three. The problem was, Li Qie was the saber messenger of Vajra while the Scion was the successor of Righteous. The two seemed to be aiming at the holy ground right now. Humph. Clearly colluding with the enemy. One youth quietly said, "Traitors should be executed." This sentiment permeated the spectators. It looked like Li Qie had sold the holy ground to Righteous, hence the youth's indignation and resentment. However, most remained quiet due to the Scion's presence. Hu Ben's group was alarmed. They had no confidence in stopping the Scion. Right now, they needed Dugulan to shoulder the burden. Find a nice and cool place with shade and wait. Li Qie waved dismissively at the Scion. A little exercise is good. This attitude towards the Scion was unheard of. Not to mention the young generation. Not even older experts would dare to talk to the Scion in this manner. Li Qie waved his hand as if he was swatting a fly.
"I don't dare to disobey, young master."
The Scion cupped his fist and smiled, then retreated to the sideline. This naturally shocked the crowd further. Li Qie's arrogance was one thing since he has always been like this. It wasn't particularly strange for him to act this way towards Righteous Scion too. However, the Scion didn't become angry at all. The right word to describe his attitude would be subservient. Was this due to him being awfully magnanimous and not minding the trivial detail? This became the key question in everyone's mind. Both Hu Ben and Phantom Sacred Child stared at each other, feeling as confused as the rest while trying to guess the relationship between Li Qie and Righteous Scion. Chapter 3792. After the Scion backed off, Li Qie stretched and lazily told the trio, "Okay, all together or one at a time?" All eyes were on the trio. Everyone thought that the three would naturally work together. In a one-on-one scenario, the first to lose would be the third prince. This was rather unanimous among the crowd. The three thought about it for a bit. The third prince naturally wanted to fight together with Hu Ben and Phantom. That would give them the highest probability of winning. Going alone against Li Qie was akin to asking for defeat. "Since you're asking, you must be afraid of us teaming up." The third prince initiated a psychological taunt. He was worried that Phantom and Hu Ben would care too much about face and agree to a one-on-one battle. That's something he absolutely didn't want to see. Obviously.
Li Qie lazily responded. "As if the three of you together are a threat."
Phantom and Hu Ben initially wanted to say some polite and humble lines first to make everyone look good. Alas, Li Qie's comment infuriated them. Such contempt was truly insulting for famous geniuses like them. "We'll obey if that is your wish," Phantom coldly uttered. Hu Ben scowled and said, "Your mysterious means are known by all, so let's see them today. We'll see if you're as magical as the rumors." "That's no problem," Li Qie nonchalantly said. "I'm sure it hasn't been easy for you all to get this far, so I will allow a little bit of actual struggling. Otherwise, you'll die without being able to close your eyes and will become resentful ghosts." The trio turned red and breathed heavily with rage. They could no longer maintain their elegant appearance, only wanting to use violence against Li Qie and stomp his face into a pulp. So arrogant. The crowd clamored again, whether it be the young or old. Both thought that Li Qie was being outrageous. Of course, a few experts didn't find this surprising. They shook their head and murmured, "That's Li Qie. If he wasn't like this, he wouldn't be Li Qie." The majority thought that Li Qie would be able to kill the trio with just one move. That's impossible. The third prince took it better than the other two because of his internal lack of confidence. But Phantom and Hu Ben had a twisted expression due to the humiliation entailed. I see, I can't wait to see how amazing you are then. Hu Ben shouted sarcastically. Phantom had purple lightning in his eyes as he said menacingly, don't blame us for being merciless since you're courting death. Today will be your last. That's right, this will be a battle till death. Don't think about leaving this place alive. The third prince took this opportunity to assert this again, fully pulling his allies into the fray.
Bold words, but I'm afraid they'll be your last.
Li Qie nonchalantly said. Phantom and Hu Ben scowled thunderously and displayed their power to the horror of the crowd. The trio no longer wasted time and began to position themselves around Li Qie. As they gradually moved forward, the crowd watched with bated breath. Meanwhile, the scion watched with great interest. He had heard plenty of things about Li Qie and didn't dare to underestimate him. The problem was the cultivation gap. What shocking method would Li Qie use to take down these foes?
The scion then came up with thousands and thousands of ways in his head in a matter of seconds.
He put himself in Li Qie's shoes and knew that he wouldn't be able to win regardless of his wondrous techniques and invincible treasures. Even in the virtually impossible outcome of victory, it would be an arduous one with heavy prices. That's why he was very curious about Li Qie's claim. On the other hand, Xueqi had a natural expression and wasn't that invested in the battle as if the outcome was obvious. The trio formed a horn formation, ready to support each other while surrounding the enemy. Though they haven't fought together previously, they were still top geniuses who could act with excellent teamwork. Li Qie still had a relaxed expression, unlike the trio's solemn appearance. He smiled and said, okay, time to use your best treasures and techniques. It'll be your last chance. Eyes widened after listening to him. Rumor has it that Phantom's sacred child has managed to invite an invincible weapon from Myriad Blood Sect. The crowd certainly wanted to take a look. Good. The third prince was the first to react. He was the weakest, so there was no way he would hold back from the start. Otherwise, he could be slowing down his allies. Boom! His vitality erupted and soared to the sky like the Celestials, extending for a long distance. Myriad form sanctity. Just barely though. One step in. One big shot commented. The others nodded. The prince wasn't the best among the young generation, but he still stood out. Chapter 3793. The third prince truly didn't hold back since his life was on the line today. If he were to lose and somehow survive, he would have no place in Vajra anyway after disobeying an imperial decree. Thus, victory was the only option. His other cards could come into play afterward. Clank, clank, clank. Pieces of green jade began to come together to form a whip. Once it fully assembled, it looked like a green snake with its head raised and an oscillating tongue flick. The individual scale-like sections were sharp. It didn't need a direct hit, just a slight brush would result in serious damage. However, the most terrifying thing about this weapon was neither its cold glow nor its sharpness. A murderous energy was present, resembling a suffocating draconic aura. It seemed rather evil and potent. Any contact would result in a withering effect. As the third prince wielded it, the spectators felt as if a green-scaled poisonous dragon had possessed him. Jade Scale Poison Whip. An expert became startled after seeing the weapon. Others didn't know about this whip but agreed with the naming choice, at least from its appearance. This is the legendary heirloom of the Zhou, right? One expert found this astonishing. Why does the third prince have it? Another blurted out. The Zhou was an influential clan in Vajra and had generations of officials. Of course, their status was far inferior compared to the Li or Zhang. This whip was their heirloom, the strongest weapon left behind by an ancestor. It has been worshipped by the descendants and only used when absolutely necessary. That's why people were surprised to see the third prince with it. Nonetheless, the older experts with knowledge of the court reacted quickly and came up with a reason right away. The Zhou certainly had a special relationship with the third prince, clearly wanting to support him in his effort for the throne. In the case of success, they might become the next Li or Zhang. A prince needing to use someone else's heirloom. A youth murmured. He's not the crown prince and there are plenty of princes. An older expert responded. The young ones understood after hearing this. Though the third prince had plenty of notable contributions, he was still only a prince, not the successor. He naturally didn't have access to the strongest weapons or heirlooms of Vajra. If the royal clan were to give him these weapons, it would be improper due to the existence of the crown prince. They would be admitting wanting to replace him. That's where the Zhou came in, giving him exactly what he needed. Boom! Hu Ben also released a torrent of vitality that virtually flipped the sky over. It contained plenty of Grand Dao power, piercing through the world. Halos manifested and filled the area. Grand Dao's sacred physique. His cultivation realm became apparent to the crowd. The young will surpass us in no time. An older big shot became sentimental. Hu Ben was so young yet he was already at the sacred level. Though he might not become a Dao Lord in the future, he would still be a mighty heavenly sovereign. Buzz! His vitality and halos suddenly became infected by a golden shade. His body was engulfed in a golden layer with a hint of blue and bronze. His battle intent surged, causing him to resemble a war god. His eyes flashed brightly, seemingly able to open a new world. Archaic Sun Battle Art. A supreme technique from the founder of Vajra, even before Vajra Dao Lord. One ancestor became startled. The founding king of Vajra was an incredible heavenly sovereign who left behind this famous art. For a long period of time, it served as the strongest merit law of Vajra and the ultimate treasure of Martial Hall. Later on, Vajra managed to build a relationship with Vajra Dao Lord through ample efforts. The Dao Lord then bestowed them various merit laws. From then on, Archaic Sun Battle Art was no longer their best merit law. Nonetheless, this didn't mean that it was weak. Numerous disciples and royal members wished they could learn it. For example, the third prince didn't have access to it while Hu Ben did. This was quite surprising. No wonder why people say that Hu Ben might become the next guardian of Vajra. An important character said softly. Or that he's the current guardian's disciple. There is no smoke without fire. So Hu Ben was holding back. Others exchanged glances. Everyone assumed that Hu Ben had gone all out against the scion. This didn't seem to be the case. He clearly had thoughts about escaping then. In that case, how would he answer to the soldiers from Vigorous Tiger Legion who died in battle? Was the fight just for show? Thus, the crowd didn't wish to dwell on this topic due to how sensitive it was. Buzz! Phantom's eruption of power wasn't as flashy as the previous two. It consisted of a strand of blood shooting upward. However, it disappeared right away, replaced by a violet aura. This aura permeated the air and Phantom disappeared. Where is he? A youth wondered. Over there. A keen-eyed spectator noticed a faint shadow but it disappeared once more. No there. Another one shouted. The shadow continuously appeared and disappeared within the aura. Two scenarios seemed plausible here. Either that he was moving continuously or that he was omnipresent without changing position. Phantom Sky Shift. Someone recognized this technique. Chapter 3794. Phantom Sky Shift was another famed technique, originating from Myriad Blood Sect. For millions of years, some claimed that this technique was second to none, including Dao Lord and Imperial merit laws. Phantom's sacred child had his title because he trained in this school and achieved near perfection. Though he wasn't the strongest genius, he was definitely the most elusive due to this technique. It made him impossible to spot, a perfect characteristic for assassination. If he wished to pursue this wish, he would definitely be among the best ones. However, due to his noble upbringing, he looked down on this type of conduct. Despite being able to go into stealth and kill his foe, he always fought in a direct manner, never ambushing anyone without warning. This choice actually earned him some admiration from others. As the three surrounded their opponent, Phantom pulsed in and out of existence, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. Hu Ben looked possessed by a war god with his archaic sun battle art. Just one move seemed enough to pulverize Li Qie. As for the third prince, the jade scale whip coiled around him like a venomous serpent, inching its head outward to scout. Its target was Li Qie's throat. They made ample preparation and would go all out at the start of the fight. The crowd held their breath. Some even had both hands on their head from being too nervous. Everyone knew that once started, it would be a ferocious fight. Who would survive the first move? Fellow Daoist Li, we are ready. You can summon your weapon now. Phantom spoke while still pulsing chaotically. His speed seemed to be too fast for people's eyes to keep up as he kept on switching locations. Take out your weapon. We will not fight an unarmed man. Hu Ben shouted. The third prince only scowled and didn't say anything. He naturally would prefer to fight a weaponless Li Qie. Alas, this obviously couldn't be said out loud. All eyes were on Li Qie, curious about his choice of weapon. Previously, he wore the armor from Wish Ward and made history by destroying 2 factions. This armor has been returned to the ward, but everyone knew that he had earned the Hug Mouse's grace. He certainly had other treasures in his possession. Of course, some focused on the ancestral saber as well, since he had used it to kill Li Shangquan and Zhang Yunji. A weapon. Li Qie smiled and reached into his pocket to dig around. Let me see, is there any suitable one? This searching process kept both the crowd and his opponents on edge. The latter worried that he might take out a world-renowned weapon or treasure. That would be a terrible development. However, he took a while and couldn't find anything, shaking his head and giving up next. He begrudgingly said, "Sigh, nothing suitable. It's tough being poor, can't even come up with anything good." Since he took so long, everyone assumed that he would take out something incredible. Their expectation was betrayed. "Humph, you want to fight us without a weapon?" Hu Ben scowled. This would be extremely advantageous for them, but from another perspective, extremely humiliating as well. Something unacceptable for someone as prideful as Hu Ben. Only the third prince desired this condition. Of course not. Li Qie smiled. That would make it seem as if I'm looking down on you 3, so I still need to find a weapon. What should I use? He started looking around. The crowd became confused because he had a perfect weapon already. The saber hanging by his waist. What was he trying to do? This isn't bad. He walked up next to a tree and broke a branch off. He brushed the leaves off and returned to say, "Good, this will do." The trio's expression soured while the crowd was astonished. He really wanted to use a branch against them? This was more insulting than if he were to use his bare hands. Is this a joke? He must be trying to insult them. Someone said. It's too disrespectful towards the opponents. One youth who was a fan of Phantom became indignant. As for the big shots, they had no idea what Li Qie wanted to do. He had no reason to insult the trio any further. This seemed like a waste of time and effort. You really wish to fight us to the death using that branch? Phantom coldly asked. Why not? Li Qie smiled. The third prince felt that he was purposely aggravating and insulting them. But nonetheless, this wasn't an actual big deal at all, and he preferred it this way. So be it, we'll accept. The prince immediately said to prevent Li Qie from changing his mind. Li Qie ignored the guy's plan. He scratched his head, seemingly pondering. After a while he said, As I was carrying the statue earlier, I saw some runes and found them quite interesting. I guess this is the perfect time to test their power. Having said that, he glanced briefly at Wei Qianqing. Since she knew his goal in taking away the statue, she understood the implication right away. Albeit shaken, she focused up and came closer to the statue, wanting to focus all of her thoughts on listening. Runes on top of the mountain? Maybe they're left behind by a Dao Lord? Someone from the previous generation was moved to hear this. After all, few managed to reach the pinnacle. The runes up there must be left behind by one of the 4 Dao Lords. During the crowd's contemplation, Li Qie pinned the branch onto the soil. It looked like a young plant afterward. Yen Ba Meme. He started chanting Buddhist scripture next while forming a mudra with both hands, looking as if he was holding a bottle. As the chant went on, liquid-like holy light manifested from thin air in the area between his palms where the bottle was supposed to be. This little holy light wasn't much in the holy ground. After all, every inch of the land contained this affinity and majestic power. Even new cultivators could start summoning this light. However, once the holy light touched the branch pinned to the ground, leaves immediately grew from the initially stripped branch. They weren't ordinary leaves since they had a Buddhist glow, looking like the leaves of a Bodhi tree. The branch itself also grew at a rapid speed, eventually becoming a tree taller than a man. The crowd watched with astonishment, not aware of Li Qie's intent. Changing a branch to a tree wasn't that special. Powerful cultivators could absolutely do so. Chapter 3795. The gentle Buddhist light allowed the tree to grow fast, from a branch to a regular tree with incredible leaves. They looked like Bodhi leaves, but this wasn't a Bodhi tree. The leaves emitted the same Buddhist affinity downward and bathed the roots. In just a short time, it seems that millions of years have passed for the roots and the main branch, becoming an integral part of the world. The tiny tree continued to grow in front of the awed spectators. Each leaf and branch pulsed brightly. With an increase in light, Tao runes also emerged. The tree seemed to be hiding an ancient Buddhist scripture containing peerless profundities. It lacked oppressive pressure and chance. Nonetheless, once the tree was formed, many became shaken with an urge to kneel. They eventually regained their wits and looked around, not aware of the tree's purpose. Flowers blossomed within the light and around the trees in a magnificent manner, looking like fireworks deep in space. The light flowers illuminated the area and mesmerized the spectators. Each flower was one world. This was everyone's thought. Sure enough, this was indeed the case. New words were being created with numerous living beings inside. As their faith grew, Buddhas were being born as well. It was astonishing to see this unforgettable process happening on Minor Sacred Mountain. Numerous spectators from a distance got on their knees, thinking that they were seeing the mythical paradise while being enlightened by a Buddhist lord. Is this an illusion? One ancestor became startled. They had no idea if the tree was actually blossoming or just an illusion created by Xueqi. Though these ancestors were extremely powerful, they still couldn't see through the phenomenon. If this wasn't an illusion, then it would be even more shocking. Many have tried for a lifetime and never had the privilege to see the blossoming of a Buddhist tree. They didn't have time to think before the start of the next stage. The flowers disappeared, replaced by fruits on the branches. The fruits varied in form. One looked like a holy Buddha. Another looked like a child. One had the form of a pagoda. The holy light emanating from them contained some sort of truths. The spectators became bewildered, wanting to take a bite or just swallow them whole. What is this? The experts were certainly amazed by this spectacle. However, this didn't seem to have anything to do with the fight. Why did Xueqi create this tree? It must have some special effects. Incredible. Even righteous Sion stroked his chin and mused. Is this world crossing? Not quite. Those nearby felt their heart beating faster and stared at the Scion. He didn't look very certain. It shouldn't have anything to do with world crossing. One youth said, not daring to go against the Scion who was famous for both power and knowledge. None among the young generation was qualified to talk with him about the Tao. An ancestor ruminated, agreeing that this wasn't Diana Tao Lord's world crossing. It's not the same, but there are similarities regarding the mysteries of Buddhism. A high elder from a powerful clan responded. Many have seen world crossing during the battle between righteous Scion and golden cicada Buddhist child. Everyone vividly remembered the visual phenomena seen during golden cicada's performance. Now, Xueqi's technique looked completely different. The Buddhamization chapter. Xueqi standing in the corner sighed and murmured. Unfortunately, no one heard her. Of course, no one would think of Buddhamization. First, few left alive in the entire world had the privilege of seeing the actual scripture in action. World crossing derived by Diana Tao Lord from the Supreme Four Truths was far more popular. In reality, world crossing was a derivation or interpretation of Buddhamization. Many have learned world crossing in history. But as for Buddhamization? Who knows who actually got to see it besides Diana Tao Lord? These masters weren't known to the world. Thus, the fact that Xueqi could recognize the source of Xueqi's technique was indicative of her abilities. At the very least, it showed that she had made contact with a heavenly scripture. The question was, how? Her sect had access to the Evil Devourer chapter of the Four Truths, not Buddhamization. Okay, this is good enough. Xueqi clapped and relaxed his hands, no longer making them a draw. This is your weapon? Phantom's eyes narrowed while looking at the Buddhist tree. At the start, they thought that Xueqi would use the branch as a sword. They didn't expect him to grow a tree with it. That's one way to put it. As one wishes. Xueqi smiled. Others paid no mind to his comment with the exception of Wei Qianqing. She was close to the statue of Diana Tao Lord and closed her eyes, entering a state of meditation. As one wishes. Keep on acting mysterious all you want. The third prince said, Fellow brothers, let's capture him now, he's trying to buy time. Hu Ben and Phantom exchanged glances before nodding. They didn't quite agree with the prince, but it certainly looked like Li Qie was buying time. No rush, no rush. I said that I would give you three a chance. What opponent do you want? Li Qie smirked. He then gently knocked on a fruit and said, This person, Diana Dao Lord, or Buddha Dao Lord, or Evil Seal Pagoda? The spectators followed Li Qie's lead through all the fruits and found that they looked very familiar. Because the holy ground worshipped these sages, they had portraits of the Dao Lords. For example, Diana Dao Lord. That fruit that Li Qie touched first truly looked like him. Diana Dao Lord, Buddha Dao Lord. Even the ancestors took a deep breath. Li Qie's casual tap on the fruit was nothing short of a hammer striking his opponent's mind. These Dao Lords were the ultimate existences in the heart of the Holy Ground's members. If one day, they would suddenly need to face these Dao Lords? None dared to imagine this scenario. Chapter 3796. The trio staggered backward after hearing this. Fighting against the Dao Lords would result in unbearable pressure. In fact, other cultivators saw the shape of the fruits and became fearful as well. No cultivators would ever want to fight beings they deem as gods. What the hell are those fruits? One expert took a deep breath. Just an imitation, they can't have the same abilities as the great Dao Lords. I'm sure this is just an illusion. Another calmed down and said. As for the ancestors, they still had a hard time fathoming the fruits. They exchanged glances and didn't believe that the fruits had the power of the Dao Lords either. Humph, your trickery can't frighten us. Hu Ben roared. Let's go, this illusion definitely can't be that powerful. The third prince shouted and took the initiative. The longer this dragged on, the worse it would be for him. Thus, he wanted to end this as soon as possible. Clank. His jade scale whip immediately coiled upward and turned into a poisonous dragon. The green dragon had one scale on top of its head, exuding a terrible murderous intent. The crowd shuddered after seeing how potentially deadly it was. Anything touched by the murderous intent immediately withered. Be careful now. The startled spectators hurriedly retreated in order to avoid a needless death. Die! The third prince furiously roared and raised his hand, commanding the dragon to attack. It opened its mouth and shot out a beam of murderous intent, piercing through space itself. A withering force spread along the path, going as far as corroding the spatial fabrics to the horror of the crowd. It instantly appeared right before Li Qie's chest. Its speed and power were incredible. Once struck, Li Qie would die instantly without a chance to resist. Go! In this split second, Li Qie picked one fruit off the tree and casually tossed it forward. Boom! The fruit actually managed to stop the murderous beam from hitting his chest. This was the fruit in the form of a golden pagoda. It immediately became larger. Its Buddhist light halted the murderous beam. What? The spectators couldn't believe it. Don't celebrate just yet. Hu Ben was the next to seize the momentum and leaped upward. The archaic sun battle art was utilized to its limit and covered him in a fiery golden armor. He had a halberd capable of splitting the sky. The flames from the armor were extremely sharp with lacerating pulses. Hu Ben became tall enough to force everyone to look up to see him. The celestials circled around his head as if he was the only true god in the world. His power under the boost of the battle art started to ravage the area. Die! He swung his halberd downward and severed laws along the way. Due to his massive size, this strike seemed capable of splitting minor sacred mountain itself, not just Li Qie. More spectators started running away, not expecting the scale of destruction. However, Li Qie casually picked another fruit and tossed it again. Boom! Something far more overwhelming manifested, capable of breaking everything like dried branches. The horrified crowd saw a supreme existence coming into being. His Vajra easily stopped Hu Ben's halberd. Vajra Dao Lord. They became dumbstruck right away. Some felt their legs giving in and dropped to the ground. Ancestor. Yes, this figure turned out to be Vajra Dao Lord. Of course, not the real person. The fruit Li Qie picked earlier had the form of Vajra Dao Lord. It immediately turned into this avatar afterward. Among the 4 Dao Lords of Buddha Holy Ground, Vajra Dao Lord was known to be the one most versed in battle. His Vajra could sweep through the myriad worlds, slaying gods and devils in the process. Numerous members of the Holy Ground began to prostrate to his image. Pop! Meanwhile, the light from the tree flickered and sent someone flying. Phantom Sacred Child. Everyone saw the failed attack. So it turned out that Phantom stealthily appeared behind Xueqi for a fatal blow. Unfortunately, the Buddhist light automatically struck him. Phantom instantly flashed and disappeared once more.
Trying to run?
Xueqi smiled and picked the third fruit.
Amitabha.
A chant echoed across the realms. A boundless radiance engulfed the area with the intensity of 1,000,000 suns. Everyone was bathed in this magnificent light. Buddha Tao Lord. One expert managed to see through the dazzling light. He saw Buddha Tao Lord sitting in the meditative pose, looking unrestrained and supreme. Progenitor. More and more prostrated on the ground. Even the most powerful ancestors became slack-jawed since this exceeded their imagination. Xueqi simply tossed out 2 fruits to summon Vajra and Buddha Tao Lord. Though they were only avatars, this was already terrifying enough. The ancestors kept on trying to figure out whether they were mere illusions, but this didn't seem to be the case. A natural grand Tao. The scion himself was shaken to see this. Chapter 3797. 3 Tao Fruits. One turned into a treasure pagoda, another into Vajra Tao Lord, and the final one, Buddha Tao Lord. The most capable members of the crowd used their heavenly gaze to peruse the scene to no avail. They found that this was no illusion. What kind of technique is this? An ancestor asked in awe. Though these were only avatars, they had the presence of the actual Tao Lords, or at least their marks and powers. This was similar to a Tao Lord's intent or clone, but neither was the correct assessment. Xueqi's Buddhist ability was the thing creating them, not that they came from something left behind by the Tao Lords. Ordinary experts had no idea what was going on. Even the ancestors only saw the bare surface, unable to make any solid conjecture. This might be far superior to Buddhization. Xueqi said with uncertainty. She hasn't cultivated this chapter before, only Evil Devourer 7 chapters. However, since these had the same sources, she had access to the mysteries of this particular heavenly scripture. This allowed her to see further than others. The appearance of Vajra and Buddha Tao Lord horrified the trio. They still knew that these avatars weren't the real Tao Lords. Nonetheless, the aura emanating from them was still too much. These were supreme existences. In the deepest crevices of the mind, virtually all cultivators feared them. It's my turn now. Xueqi smiled and casually raised his hand. Boom! The pagoda stopping the murderous beam grew dramatically in size and started flying towards the poisonous dragon. The dragon's beam instantly disintegrated. Everything turned dark for the dragon because the pagoda hovered on top of it, ready to come crashing down. Activate! The prince roared and channeled his vitality. He became resplendent as he added more power to the whip. The dragon flew upward with its claws ready. Its single horn had lightning currents materializing at the tip. Boom! The lightning bolts could tear out the sky vault, intending to penetrate the pagoda. Meanwhile, Vajra Tao Lord pushed Hu Ben's halberd away to deliver a direct slash. This Vajra of his was considered to be one of the strongest Tao Lord weapons. Some even listed among the top 10. It played a large role in him being able to assault a forbidden zone. Though this wasn't the real Vajra, the resulting power was still cataclysmic. The ancestors turned pale from astonishment. They knew that this move could heavily injure or even cripple them. Hu Ben's expression darkened. He resorted to his battle art again, activating its full potential. After loud clunks, his golden armor gained several more layers of Tao barriers. Boom! This Tao power swept horizontally for 300,000 miles to build a wall. It then grew vertically for 1,000,000 miles. The wall consisted of Tao laws intertwining together and was extremely thick, looking like a world wall. This was indeed an impressive line of defense. So this turned out to be Hu Ben's real power while he only used 80% or so against the scion. Amateurish. The scion smiled and shook his head after seeing this. At this time, more and more started thinking that Hu Ben was wrong for not going all out. His legion was killed by the scion while he chose to hide his true ability. Of course, the scion didn't think so. Even if Hu Ben had tried his best, that legion still would have died. On another front, Buddha Tao Lord stretched one hand forward after receiving Xueqi's command. It lacked palpable divinity and destruction. Nonetheless, it instantly covered the entire sky. Phantom was caught underneath. He moved with incredible speed. Each flash took him 10,000 miles away, wanting to escape the palm. It didn't take long before he was 10 million miles away, extremely close to the border of the holy ground. So damn fast, that's Phantom sky shift for you. The ancestors could keep up while the young spectators lost sight of him long ago. The former felt that they wouldn't be able to keep up with this speed. The heavenly sovereigns in the crowd were obviously stronger than Phantom, just not when it came to speed. Unfortunately, his impressive agility wasn't enough to escape the palm hovering above. Fleeing seemed rather futile. Not even going to the edge of the world was enough. He eventually realized this and suddenly stopped, then turned around. Phantom's sacred child wants to take the palm strike directly? The capable spectators became startled. In the next moment, his body vibrated at an alarming rate. Even heavenly gazes couldn't keep count of this speed. Once reaching the limit, the space around him suddenly melted. What is he doing? Many experts became confused. This is speed developed to the limit. One ancestor said, it's not crossing through the current space alone but rather various dimensions. Others took a deep breath after hearing this. They couldn't quite reach this level yet. Pop. Phantom took one step forward and disappeared from sight, seemingly no longer existing in this realm. Chapter 3798. 3 moves occurred with one lift of the hand. The pagoda suppression, Vajra Dao Lord's incredible offense, and the Buddhist palm chasing for millions of miles virtually occurred at the same time, too fast compared to the speed of pen and ink. Boom! The poisonous dragon let out a miserable shriek. Though it tried its best, it still couldn't stop the suppressive pagoda. It crushed the horn first, then the rest of the dragon, reducing it to ashes. Finally, it pushed the third prince against the ground and continued grinding down, breaking bones and spilling blood. Ah! The prince screamed in pain. People had no idea whether he would survive or not while hearing his agonizing screams. At the same time, Vajra Dao Lord's weapon cut through Hu Ben's halberd and didn't slow down in the slightest, smashing onto the great wall. Dao pieces crumbled first, then the rest of the wall. Crack! Though the brunt of the attack had been absorbed by the wall, the remaining force was still terrifying. It sent Hu Ben flying while vomiting blood. His body pierced through numerous peaks as his blood painted the sky in an astonishing manner. Meanwhile, Phantom was in another dimension and everyone thought that he had managed to escape this disaster. Unfortunately, that was merely wishful thinking. Buddha Dao Lord's palm also traveled through space and reached into a deeper dimension. It then pulled out something looking like a crystal sphere with Phantom inside. Crack! He closed his fingers and crushed the spatial sphere. Though there was no physical contact yet, Phantom couldn't endure the crushing force. Nonetheless, he mustered everything he had during the split second of the sphere destruction. He leaped up, wanting to escape the palm. He utilized his movement technique beyond the extreme. His astonishing speed became unimaginable. Alas, Buddha Dao Lord flipped his palm backward and smashed the ground, leaving a gigantic palm prints. It destroyed all of Phantom's defenses, so he free fell down and created a gigantic pit. The dirt nearby was covered in blood. Who knows if he was alive or not down there? Silence took over while people stopped breathing for a moment. This happened too quickly, from Li Qia's hand gesture to the defeat of the trio. They shuddered in astonishment. The young ones, in particular, trembled with fear. Prior to this, the consensus was that the 4 great geniuses were the top dogs of the young generation. Hu Ben proved this after fighting against the Scion. Everyone thought that he deserved his reputation. Now, both he and Phantom couldn't withstand one attack. Li Qia simply tossed 3 Buddhist fruits and gave a command. He never actually participated in the fight. People turned their focus back to the Buddhist tree. There were still more fruits on the tree. Would he be able to fight the entire world by using them? How many could actually withstand the onslaught? This is how it ends? One genius stammered while looking at the broken battlefield. The crowd exchanged glances of bewilderment, including the powerful ancestors. They confirmed that it wasn't an illusion because that wouldn't be enough to injure the trio. How the hell did he do it? The tree and its fruits instilled fear upon the spectators. Unfortunately, no one could answer this question regardless of their power and knowledge. They could use their best calculation method and it would be of no use. It would have been simpler if Li Qie had used a top merit law or weapon to defeat the trio with one move. But now, Li Qie simply pinned one branch on the ground and created a Buddhist tree. The fruits from it had incredible effects. This particular technique was beyond their comprehension limit. A lifetime wasn't enough to learn something like it. Alas, Li Qie didn't look like he was interested in revealing his process. What a supreme ability! Righteous Scion became emotional after seeing it. Perhaps this is an unknown Buddhist law left behind by Diana Dao Lord? One ancestor thought about Li Qie's comment prior. Li Qie had said that he noticed a Buddhist art while moving the statue down the peak. This could have been left behind by Diana Dao Lord. Diana Dao Lord created another top technique outside of world crossing? One that's comparable to it? Another high elder agreed with this speculation. That's definitely possible. Others felt the same way and nodded. This was the only plausible explanation for what had transpired. This wasn't Li Qie's actual power. He borrowed the power of the holy ground similar to what Golden Cicada did with World Crossing. An ancient big shot built on this premise. People started thinking. Golden Cicada nearly won against the Scion by borrowing the Buddhist power of the holy ground. They thought that Li Qie might have done something similar. No wonder why the Scion made a remark about World Crossing at the start. How did Li Qie obtain the supreme Buddhist art? The big shots became envious afterward. Chapter 3799. By this point, the majority believed that Li Qie had learned a technique created by Diana Dao Lord that's on the same level as World Crossing. Li Qie always had such good luck, as if he was blessed by heaven. Everyone naturally became jealous of him. Bam! Debris scattered everywhere as two figures flew upward, looking quite embarrassed. They were none other than Hu Ben and Phantom. Numerous youths cheered after seeing this, feeling way better. Good, they're still alive. One expert heaved a sigh of relief. These two renowned geniuses could compete against some cultivators of the last generation and win. If they were to be killed by one hand raise from Li Qie, the rest of the holy ground would feel immense pressure. How could they ever look straight at Li Qie again? He would completely overshadow everyone else. Though the two survived, they didn't look great at all. Both were bloodied, especially Hu Ben. His body was twisted with numerous broken bones. Anyone else would be bedridden right now, becoming a cripple. This was indicative of their power, capable of standing straight despite the grievous injuries. They began using a great number of ointments and medicines to stabilize their wounds. Ah! The third prince was still screaming while being under the pagoda. Struggling was useless unless he had some assistance. Brother Hu Ben, save me. He had no choice but to ask his allies for help. Due to their friendship, Hu Ben immediately wanted to rush over. However, Phantom appeared in front of him and raised his arm to stop. What are you doing? Hu Ben frowned. No rush, Brother Hu Ben. We can do it after we defeat Li Qie. Phantom said seriously. Hu Ben wasn't an idiot and understood right away. The third prince was the weakest among them. He was of no use in battle and would actually drag them down. They could save him once, but a second time? They had no time to divert their attention during this crucial battle. It was better to leave the guy suppressed because his life wasn't in any danger. In the end, Hu Ben gave up and agreed with Phantom's assessment. Brother! The prince shuddered and shouted again. This time, Hu Ben didn't say anything. The prince realized that these two wouldn't come to save him. The spectators watched in silence. Some understood the duo's choice. The prince was mangled beneath that pagoda. He would only be a hindrance in battle. Li Qie seemed amused as he stretched and said, "One more chance, do your best now because there won't be another." His nonchalant tone made it sound as if he wasn't on a battlefield. However, everyone became frozen, including his foes. They really believed that he could easily take down these geniuses at this point. The tree still had plenty of fruits left. He could take down a few more and instantly kill Hu Ben and Phantom. The duo contemplated. They still had some ace cards left, but if these were to fail, that would spell the end for them. Nonetheless, it was indeed their last chance. They needed to kill Li Qie in order to stay alive. Taking a risk was absolutely essential now. As for the powerful spectators, they didn't think highly of the two's chances any longer. Nothing they do should be able to stop those Buddhist fruits. Idiot! An authoritative voice suddenly came from somewhere in the capital. It was dignified and oppressive, akin to the voice of a god. His power is from the resources of the holy ground. The voice continued to guide Hu Ben. Your treasure can change everything. Sever the foundation. An answer dawned on Hu Ben.
He clapped his hands and said, I see, thank you, royal uncle.
He bowed towards that direction before discussing with Phantom. The crowd was shaken to hear this voice.
Is that the guardian of Vajra?
One speculated.
One of the 4 grandmasters? A youth was startled to hear this due to the power of the 4.
Very few have met the guardian of Vajra. This person's identity has been a mystery. Rumor has it that Hu Ben was a disciple of the guardian.
No, that's not the guardian.
An ancestor revealed. That's the Supreme Brother. Supreme Brother? A youth has never heard of this title before. As for the older cultivators, most have heard of this title. One said, Supreme Brother Jianhao, one of the top students from duality back then from the same class as 5-colored sacred sovereign, right? Yes, the same class as archaic Sun King too, but the king left way earlier compared to them. One ancestor said. Chapter 3800. Supreme Brother was an unfamiliar title to the young generation. However, the older experts were moved after hearing it, especially the alumni from Duality Academy. Supreme Brother? Is this an official title or role? One youth murmured. He's the younger blood brother of archaic Sun King. A senior nearby answered. Wouldn't that just make him a prince then? What's the difference? The junior quietly responded. Supreme as in he's on the same level as the king. The senior elaborated. Vajra's royal family is thriving and the king has plenty of brothers. He's the only one who has this as an official title. Ah, so his status is higher than the other princes. The junior understood and murmured. Another title of his is Sword Hero of Vajra. A different expert chimed in. I see, the junior replied. Even a fool could tell the grandeur of this second title. Sword Hero was so high-spirited and domineering back then. An alumnus who was now a big shot became sentimental. One ancestor from that generation said, Do you remember how people used to say that his talents are above the sacred sovereign? What, if he's so amazing, then why did archaic Sun King win? A youth became curious. The older characters exchanged glances without answering. Few in the holy ground could answer. This could be considered a current mystery of Vajra. No need to dwell on archaic Sun King's incompetence. To put it frankly, some would call him an incapable and unworthy ruler. Nonetheless, Vajra showed no sign of decline under him. This could be attributed to its strong foundation and a robust number of new talents. Alas, ultimately, it was archaic Sun King who seized the throne, not Sword Hero. In the past, Sword Hero was ambitious and certainly wanted to become the next king of Vajra in order to lead it to a golden age. He formed alliances just like the third prince, earning the support of the nobles. He somehow still lost to archaic Sun King and faded into obscurity. After the formal coronation, archaic Sun King bestowed him with an official title of Supreme Brother. Why did he lose? No one could really answer this question. Back then, at least 3 divisions at the plateau supported him. There were several speculations. First, archaic Sun King was the crown prince. The ancestors at the temple didn't want to change the hereditary tradition, so they ignored his inability. This belief was widely accepted because the temple had this power. Another one stated that Sword Hero was listed as the best candidate for the throne to Sacred Mountain. However, Sacred Mountain disapproved, so archaic Sun King was chosen instead. This rumor was popular as well. Those who believed in this one had the notion that Sacred Mountain wanted to change the leading power in the holy ground. Letting someone like Sword Hero take charge would only strengthen Vajra, making it harder for Sacred Mountain to change this spot. Thus, archaic Sun King was the perfect candidate. Because of this second speculation, numerous powers in the holy ground started losing patience. If Sacred Mountain truly wanted to change the leader, others would have an opportunity to take Vajra's spot. The third stated that in spite of archaic Sun King's deficiencies, he had trustworthy brothers such as the guardian of Vajra, national teacher Yi Mingshi, and attendant Hong. These 3 gave him ample power and guaranteed his position on the throne. Even Sword Hero couldn't do a thing to change this. This one had plenty of supporters as well. After all, the guardian was a grandmaster, while some thought that Yi Mingshi and attendant Hong weren't far off. This rendered it virtually impossible for Sword Hero to keep up. One could say that archaic Sun King's camp had the fighting power of at least 2 grandmasters. So can this sword hero be the current guardian of Vajra? A young man lacking information wondered. This was immediately refuted by a big shot who used to study at duality. No chance, they're 2 different people. His tone contained absolute certainty. Though no one had a clue who the guardian was, this being was still classified as a grandmaster. Why? One explanation told the tale of the guardian challenging the other 3 masters in secrecy. In the end, the battles were relatively even, so the guardian won the recognition of the trio, earning a spot at the top. The other pertained to a belief that the 4 grandmasters were appointed by Buddha Supreme himself. This alone made the guardian qualified to be in this group. I haven't heard anything about Sword Hero in a long time. We're so old now. An old expert became sentimental. In the past they were mere juniors. After archaic Sun King took over, Sword Hero rarely showed up in public. Now, all of them were at the ancestor classification. After receiving additional advice from Sword Hero, Hu Ben and Phantom came up with a new strategy. Li Qie. Only one of us will leave this place today. Hu Ben took a deep breath and shouted.
Yes, I'll be leaving this place just fine.
Li Qie smirked. It's too early to gloat now. Save it for when the battle is over. Phantom coldly uttered. Both of them were actually afraid of Li Qie but didn't want to show it and lose morale. Yes, show me what you can do instead of telling me. Li Qie lazily stretched. The 2 nodded at each other before Hu Ben roared. Activate. A treasure flew out of his bright fate palaces. It looked to be a set of 3 iron gates. They immediately rotated around him. This was still their dormant state, yet they gave him a perfect defense. Nothing could ever get through. They had ancient runes carved on the surface along with mystical star formations. When the 3 came together, they could seal heaven and earth. Their aged appearance didn't diminish their majestic and overwhelming aura, seemingly blessed by a peerless king. Archaic Sun Temporal Diagram. One expert from the last generation shouted. The strongest weapon left behind by Vajra's temporal ancient king, a peak heavenly sovereign. One ancestor found this astonishing. 1. A continuation from the previous note. This is why Imperial Brother is inferior to Supreme Brother. Imperial Brother makes it too clear. Chapter 3801. The circling temporal diagram emitted a peerless regal aura, providing a defense consisting of the past, present, and future. Those who knew of this treasure were astounded. From what I've heard, Hu Ben came to the ancestral temple to ask for help after losing to righteous Sion. This seems right, they actually gave him the temporal diagram. How surprising. A court official quietly revealed. Hu Ben found confidence with this treasure and the advice from Sword Hero. Buzz. Phantom also summoned his own treasure. People felt space trembling as a result. This treasure seemed to be coming from another deep dimension. After the vibration, they saw him wielding a great spear with the aura of a grand emperor. Its radiance bathed and made him look holy, instantly curing the rest of his wounds. Within the holy radiance were lightning crackles, capable of piercing through space and all foes. This turned Phantom into an emperor of lightning. Just one thrust would be enough to inflict a massacre on both heaven and hell. The imperial aura was especially majestic and suppressive. It seemed to be from an emperor of an ancient age. What is this weapon? The majority of the spectators had no idea, only that it was from an emperor due to its aura. Lightning Fiend. An ancestor's expression changed after seeing it. Myriad Blood Sect only has a few, it's so strong. Oh. The crowd became startled after hearing this. Myriad Blood Sect consisted primarily of blood fiends and ghost members. Rumor has it that during its early days, several ancestors came from an imperial lineage of the ghosts. This lineage was among the top 2 of this race but eventually succumbed to the Great Calamity. Nonetheless, it still passed down some of its legacies and treasures. Myriad Blood Sect became the new owner. This sect hasn't produced a Tao Lord yet but absolutely didn't lack resources. Some thought that it was even greater than Vajra in this regard. Thus, some expected to see an imperial weapon after hearing about Phantom asking for a treasure to deal with righteous Sion. However, seeing Lightning Fiend still caught them by surprise. People didn't know how to feel when this was going to be used against a member of the Holy Ground instead of righteous Sion. Let's do this, Li Qie.
Hu Ben's furious roar echoed across the area. His newfound confidence wasn't only because of his treasure nor the advice from Sword Hero. Most importantly, Sword Hero has shown his support. Li Qie could be powerful, but there was no way he could match Sword Hero. Thus, Hu Ben believed that even in the case of defeat, Sword Hero would still save them. Stop shouting, just go. Li Qie glanced dismissively at him. Perish. Hu Ben turned red and swung both hands forward, activating the diagram. However, the 3 gates flew downward instead, pinning into the ground not far from Li Qie. It formed a formation to block his path. What is he doing? The spectators assumed that Hu Ben would be trying to seal Li Qie. This seemed like a low-level mistake. Temporal Heavenly Seal. Hu Ben roared and channeled his vitality into the 3 gates. Buzz, the 3 gates immediately lit up. The star formations were activated. Stars appeared beneath Li Qie and shot up beams, illuminating the surroundings. The arrays severed the ground and the power beneath. I see, a containment. One ancestor realized Hu Ben's intention. The temporal diagram's sealing power is peerless. It's trying to block Li Qie from connecting with the holy ground. Another big shot elaborated. Sword Hero told him that Li Qie's power originated from the holy ground, culminating in the Buddhist tree. It wasn't his own power. Therefore, once Hu Ben cut off this source, Li Qie would no longer be able to borrow external power. Boom! 3 massive planets eventually emerged from the formations carved on the gates. Now they finally aimed for Li Qie, not leaving any room for him to escape while intending on reducing him to a bloody mist. As they drew closer and exerted their pressure on him, they became blindingly bright. The crowd couldn't keep their eyes open. Die! Phantom immediately joined the fray. Loud crackles could be heard as his lightning fiend released numerous terrifying bolts. Rumble! The tsunami of lightning seemed disastrous for the area. He then threw the spear towards Li Qie along with its lightning affinity. The bolts gathered together to form a single beam with enough destructive potential to kill a god. The young spectators gasped while the older ones took a deep breath for composure. With one loud blast, the formations and the spear struck Li Qie at the same time. Starry lights and the lightning beam detonated. No one could see the result clearly due to the blinding explosion. Chapter 3802. Nothing else should result from this attack outside of certain demise. The ground cracked and exploded from the impact. Li Qie's spot was replaced by a crater with debris showering to all sides. Once vision returned, they saw the crater being filled with rocks and dirt. Li Qie and the tree were nowhere to be found. He might be buried beneath the mess or was blown into bloody mist scattering to the wind. The spectators remained dazed while looking at the crater and thinking about the sure kill move earlier. The top ancestors thought that they would have died to it as well. What an attack! It's definitely fatal. One high elder became emotional. Right, it blocked the Grand Dao so the opponent became helpless. Another big shot added. The seal created by Hu Ben's treasure was nothing short of impressive. The ancestors didn't have a solution for it. Anyone would become helpless and die to Phantom's spear afterward. He gotta be dead, right? A youth murmured. Others exchanged glances, thinking that this should be the case. They saw how Li Qie's power was primarily from the holy ground. Thus, once this source was severed, he had no chance of surviving the fatal attack. Yes. One ancestor agreed with a touch of reluctance. The lack of confidence was due to Li Qie, who had performed numerous miracles before. There was a chance that he could be completely unscathed. Why? Because he was Li Qie. Phantom and Hu Ben remained nervous. They obviously wanted Li Qie to be dead. But what if the guy managed to survive? They didn't dare to think about this possibility. A mighty move indeed. The scion nodded approvingly. To earn his praise showed the might of the combination attack earlier. However, he thought that Li Qie was still alive. As for Xueqi, she chuckled and wasn't too interested. The result was obvious to her. In her eyes, these two unwisely overestimated themselves and were suicidal. The two sides weren't on the same level in the slightest. The strongest weapons and merit laws couldn't make up this gap. Even for someone as powerful as her, she thought that she wouldn't be able to block half a technique if he truly wanted to slay her. We got him. After a long wait, Hu Ben and Phantom heaved a sigh of relief. The other spectators thought the same since there was no commotion around the crater. The youths who were fans of Phantom and Hu Ben became excited. One shouted, "The temporal diagram and lightning fiend are invincible weapons. No one in this world can stop them." Damn right. Phantom Sacred Child and Hu Ben of Vajra's combination attack is unstoppable. Li Qie stood no chance in the first place. Another fan chimed in. "I can stop it." A domineering voice interjected. It was none other than Righteous Scion. The youths turned red and didn't dare to respond. He had earned the right to be haughty. Nonetheless, they felt as if he had just slapped them. A truly frustrating feeling. Suddenly, a loud blast sent the debris flying and interrupted the tense atmosphere. Buddhist light pulsed once more, resulting in earthquakes. Next, a figure soared to the sky. Li Qie. Everyone recognized him right away. He floated in the air with the Buddhist tree next to him. Beneath the tree was an undamaged landmass. He then landed on the landmass, looking calm and indifferent. The Buddhist light emanating from the tree remained comforting. Most importantly, he was undoubtedly uninjured. Impossible. Both Hu Ben and Phantom staggered backward in astonishment. Killing Li Qie might be pushing it, but they were still confident in inflicting some damage. This didn't seem to be the case at all. What the hell? I thought the diagram severed Li Qie's connection with the holy ground. One spectator was perplexed. Due to the severing, Li Qie shouldn't have been able to withstand the attack. Now, not even one strand of hair looked to be missing. Having fun? Li Qie patted the dirt off his shoulders with a smile before the speechless crowd. Buzz. The tree's roots then connected with the land again, just like tentacles. This scene was quite bizarre. Rumble. The dirt and rocks outside suddenly returned to the crater as if time was reversing. Li Qie was no longer in the air. He stood in the same spot as before with the tree next to him. People looked down at the ground and couldn't find a single crack. They felt as if this was nothing more than a dream. The suppression and fatal blow along with the crater might as well didn't happen, or that they were just part of a dream. But now, everyone has woken up. How did he do it? One youth felt his legs trembling. A high monk placed his palms together and chanted, Amitba, Amitba. This is the reconstruction power of Buddhism. Benefactor, you have obtained the Samadhi. I am in the presence of a wise monk. He became quite confused because Li Qie wasn't a Buddhist. How could he turn himself into a venerable user of Buddhism in no time at all? The whole thing didn't make sense. Chapter 3803. People had no words to describe the scene ahead. The High Monk of Heavenly Dragon Temple was the only commenter. However, it was hard to look at Li Qie and think that he was an enlightened monk. Nonetheless, all evidence pointed at him being able to use Buddhist arts originating from the holy ground. This made them think that he had obtained an art left behind by Diana Tao Lord. Is Buddhism this easy to learn? One can switch halfway and still have this result? One cultivator wondered. Some thought about potential shortcuts existing for Buddhism. Could it be easier to learn versus cultivating the Grand Tao? I don't think so. One big shot disagreed with Li Qie changing into a great monk versed in the Samadhi in such a short time. He mused for a bit before continuing. This still has to be the power of holy ground. I think the severing process earlier was incomplete, so Li Qie managed to borrow some power. Many agreed with his assessment. They also saw how the roots of the tree drilled into the ground like tentacles. This resembled a connecting process. Ultimately, it should be impossible for Li Qie to learn Buddhism in such a short time. Many monks spent their whole life trying to understand their religion, yet this might not be enough to reach Li Qie's height. That wasn't a bad attempt. Unfortunately, it is insignificant before me. Doesn't even tickle. Li Qie smiled. The domineering statement made people smile wryly. That move earlier was nothing short of terrifying, yet Li Qie thought nothing of it. Alas, the crowd knew to keep their mouth shut at this point lest they want further embarrassment. As for Hu Ben and Phantom, they had an ugly expression due to a total failure of their prize techniques. His lack of injury dealt a heavy blow to their confidence. It's a shame that you're not as strong as the rumors. Li Qie continued. There are no more chances, the next move will end you. Some became frozen after hearing this. An invisible hand seemed to be grasping their throat and causing everything to go black. This casual declaration was a death sentence for both Hu Ben and Phantom. They thought that the moment Li Qie uttered these words, the two became dead men walking. This oppressive pressure caused them to shudder in fear. I'm about to start. Get ready to accept your fate. Li Qie smiled and continued. The two frightened opponents retreated several steps backward, intimidated. In this blink of an eye, they felt the god of death approaching closer and closer. They now stood before the gate of hell while Li Qie was raising his scythe with a twisted grimace. They have experienced plenty of battles in their life. Some brought them close to death. Alas, this was an unprecedented dread, their first time fearing death since it was so close. Activate! Hu Ben shouted and used his temporal diagram again. The three gates returned to him and inserted themselves into the ground, creating a starry formation. Rumble! They created a fortress the size of a mountain, looking like a pyramid reaching the clouds. It seemed to be cast from precious metal with immense toughness. Under the empowerment of the formation, runes and halos materialized to create the perfect blockade. Eternity Bulwark. An ancestor took a deep breath and explained. A famous defense of Vajra dynasty. A forefather there relied on it to protect his citizens for 3 months from a relentless assault. The enemies eventually gave up. Hu Ben was inside the fortress with 3,800 halos rotating outside. This should be enough to stop the most terrifying attack. He refused to accept death, thus he channeled his vitality to use this ultimate defensive technique. As for Phantom, he could get extremely far away with his Phantom Sky Shift. However, he didn't think he would be able to get away from Li Qie. Plus, he would rather fight to the death instead of running away. He channeled his vitality as well. Boom! A violet aura manifested around him with loud crackles. The sky turned dark and an oceanic maelstrom appeared above. Countless lightning bolts swam with the currents. They looked like gigantic dragons assaulting the sky. The spectators shuddered in fear. These bolts raised their claws, seemingly launching an offense. However, they swam towards Lighting Fiend instead of Li Qie. Rumble! With that, Phantom lit up and became connected to the lightning maelstrom. Lightning currents flowed around him. The remnant bolts and beams destroyed everything nearby as he transformed into a true god of lighting. Lightning God Possession. One spectator shouted. The invincible move from an ancient emperor. When one isn't in the proper cultivation realm, forcefully using it will result in being crippled. This technique was left behind by a great emperor of Myriad Blood sect and required Lighting Fiend to set up. However, the consequences were grave for weaker cultivators. Alas, Phantom had no other choice. He would rather try and take Li Qie down along with him. A bit interesting, but it won't end in mutual destruction. Li Qie was amused by their effort. He continued, "Get ready to witness the original Buddhist art of the holy ground." Having said that, he formed a mudra and started chanting. This caused him to be engulfed in a bright radiance, achieving the Tao and becoming a holy Buddha. Chapter 3804. A plethora of Buddhist runes appeared on the ground to resonate with Li Qie's radiance. They then floated around him, bathing him in a world of runes. A grand Tao became activated next, turning Li Qie's location into the ruler of a Buddhist kingdom that was created solely for his sake. The runes flowed continuously. Each individual rune seemingly contained a supreme scripture of Buddhism, ready to manifest into reality at any moment. Everyone heard echoing chants as if there were 30 million Buddhas blessing Li Qie. From the chants came a surging Buddhist power instantly drowning everyone. Numerous felt an innate urge to worship, so they got on their knees. He's really an enlightened monk? Both the young and old found this astonishing. The ordinary Li Qie was nowhere to be found. He looked like a great monk wearing a treasure kasaya and holding a holy bowl. A Buddhist lord above the 9 firmaments. They began to believe the comment from the monk earlier, that Li Qie had mastered the samadhi. This should be impossible because Li Qie wasn't a monk in the first place with no knowledge of Buddhism. He possessed a mortal shell without an inborn religious connection. Thus, the metamorphosis from a mortal to a Buddhist lord shook the crowd to the core. Buddhist Tao, heed my call. Li Qie chanted, causing the affinity to intensify. Ra! A dragon roar shook the area. Boom! The ground cracked open and a golden dragon flew out and showed the world its majestic claws and unstoppable aura. Numerous cultivators were sent flying. Some ancestors turned pale from fear and screamed, What is this dragon? An ancient character focused his gaze and noticed something peculiar about this dragon. This is an 8 tribulation Buddha dragon, born with the Buddha of the Western Paradise and capable of sending down 8 mythical tribulations. The high monk from Heavenly Dragon Temple became startled. Only the old ancestors have heard of this type. One took a deep breath and said, I heard Buddha Tao Lord underwent 8 tribulations too during his Tao search. He nearly died in this process. Yes, this isn't the real thing, but it does have the power of Buddhist calamities. It's not something we can handle. The monk responded. Thus, those not in the know became frightened all the same, aware of this dragon's power. It possessed the power of the calamities that nearly killed Buddha Tao Lord in the past. Rah! The dragon lunged downward with both claws at the ready. Clouds and winds disappeared along with space. The 2 claws instantly appeared before Hu Ben and Phantom. There was no technique and merit law at work here. Merely an ultimate suppression stemming from the power of a calamity. Go! Phantom roared and became one with his spear. He leaped upward while being surrounded by an incredible lighting current, wanting to take the dragon head-on. The ancestors were amazed to see this. Phantom's attack far exceeded his cultivation and limit. Meanwhile, Hu Ben poured the rest of his energy and vitality into the temporal diagram. The halos circled around him like 3,000 planets. The spectators felt as if he could withstand any attack under this condition. They should be fine taking one move. One said. Rumble. The heavens seemed to be falling due to the emergence of a terrible storm. It sent most of the spectators flying. Boom! The eternity bulwark's halos shattered beneath the dragon's claws. Next came the entire fortress. Hu Ben was forced to the ground. His bones shattered and blood splashed everywhere. As for Phantom, his spear couldn't penetrate the claws. The weapon was pushed away and the ocean of lighting exploded in this blink of an eye. Alas, the explosion couldn't reach Li Qia. Phantom dropped to the ground, suffering the same fate as Hu Ben. The battle ended with just one move from Li Qia, thoroughly defeating the duo. As he had said from the start, they didn't manage to withstand one attack from him. The spectators trembled in fear. These were top geniuses possessing peerless weapons. This should have been enough to fight against anyone from the young generation. Who is stronger, Li Qia or Righteous Scion? Someone eventually calmed down and became curious about this topic. Li Qia was on a different level compared to Hu Ben and Phantom. Thus, Righteous Scion became the next point of reference. They all saw Li Qia's might just now but didn't dare to underestimate the Scion. Should be enough for a good battle. One ancestor didn't have a clear answer. Li Qia absolutely got this when the battlefield is here. The power he can borrow has a higher concentration on top of being purer compared to Golden Cicada Buddhist Child. The Scion is strong but he can't compete against the entire holy ground. As for fighting outside? That's hard to say. An older ancestor revealed his analysis. Li Qia's cultivation was clearly inferior. Nonetheless, he should have some devilish methods outside of the holy ground. The answer for this scenario wasn't clear either. Time to go now, Li Qia said flatly. The crowd became frozen, realizing that some generational geniuses were about to die. Nonetheless, the winner takes all, so they didn't say anything. Li Qia wouldn't have been shown any mercy. Royal uncle, save me. Hu Ben dropped his pride and bellowed for help in this key moment. Chapter 3805. All eyes turned towards the direction of the Imperial Palace after hearing Hu Ben's cry for help. Supreme Brother or Sword Hero? Many instantly thought of him. Others speculated about another person from the court getting involved. Hu Ben was a prized genius of martial hall and a general of war camp. He was both an important seed and an efficient pillar for the dynasty. It wasn't easy to groom another. Moreover, the third prince was a member of the royal clan. No matter how one looked at it, they wouldn't let Li Qia kill these two. There was a chance that the Guardian, one of the 4 grandmasters, would show up as well. It would truly be a shocking battle. Some turned their attention towards national teacher Yi Mingshi. Logically, he shouldn't sit idly by and watch this development. Strangely enough, that's precisely his choice. He showed no emotional fluctuation while watching this. Humph. A scowl swept through the area. Sword Hero. People knew who it was right away and had a hard time standing straight. Just this scowl alone showed his incredible power. Clank. A sword intent soared towards the firmaments and illuminated the entire capital. The individual rays were unbearable and seemed like real swords, more than enough to cut down the stars. The swords nearby started hymning as well. Their masters became afraid and hurriedly gripped the hilt in order to stop them from flying out of the sheath. This was a harmonization of swords. The weaker ones would be summoned to the strongest sword intent. Buzz! The pressure exerted by the intent caused everyone to feel pain from top to bottom as if they were being pierced by thousands of swords. So strong! Most immediately escaped the radius of the sword intent. Invincible with the sword. People thought of this phrase. Though Sword Hero has yet to show up, his sword intent alone intimidated the spectators. Next, the sword rays above gathered together to form a path connecting the palace and minor sacred mountain. It looked like a rainbow, only one pulsing with sword flashes instead of the 7 colors. Loud footsteps could be heard, akin to the approach of a great giant. Accompanying sword energies emerged in a torrential manner. Someone began walking from the royal palace towards minor sacred mountain using the Tao path. Sword Hero. Most were surprised to see this great master for the first time. Sword Hero was a spirited youth with an oppressive pressure. His eyes seemingly contained countless swords. Sharp glints emanated from his fluttering robe. He looked just like a divine sword, still sheathed for now. Once it left its sheath, it would shock the world. He didn't have a sword on him but still looked primed to fight and take down his enemies whenever. People were surprised because he looked way too young. Sword Hero was from several generations ago. Today, both archaic Sun King and 5-colored Sacred Sovereign had gray hair, looking like a mortal elder. Yi Mingshi was from the same generation and looked like a middle-aged man now. On the other hand, Sword Hero looked as if he was in the same generation as righteous Sion. Of course, powerful cultivators could change back to their youthful appearance. Nonetheless, some signs of aging would still be there. This was absent for Sword Hero since he looked vigorous and brimming with energy. So that's Sword Hero. Everyone found this title to be suitable for him. We're old while he's still young. An expert from the same generation became sentimental. Vajra dynasty isn't your playground, arrogant one. Sword Hero shouted and raised one finger, shooting out numerous sword rays. Just this sword technique alone was superior to Hu Ben and Phantom's ultimate attack. Many thought that this would be enough to stop the Calamity Dragon and save the duo. Boom! However, it was stopped before making contact with the dragon. The spectators were astounded by this development. The national teacher. The big shots gasped as well. Why is the national teacher stopping Sword Hero? One person regained his wits and asked. No one could come up with an answer. It was one thing for Yi Mingshi to ignore the event, but to actually interfere? Political struggles are hard to understand. One important ancestor calmly stated. Yi Mingshi. Sword Hero's eyes turned fierce. Long time no see, Sword Hero, still enjoying your spring I see. Yi Mingshi responded. You must stand in my way? I suppose our fight back then didn't have a conclusion. Sword Hero's sword intent intensified. Terrible sword energies manifested and made the crowd shudder. The top masters realized that he was very close to being as strong as a grandmaster. If you wish to fight, you can pick a time and place, just not today. Yi Mingshi remained unmoved by the pressure. Many exchanged glances, thinking that Yi Mingshi was quite fierce as well, not relenting in the slightest. Of course, both of them were students of duality in the same class. The stronger of the two remained unknown. Moreover, they also had similar status in Vajra dynasty. Chapter 3806. The spectators would certainly love a battle between Yi Mingshi and Sword Hero. It would absolutely be brilliant, a top-ranked match in the holy ground. After all, both of them were extremely close to being at the level of a grandmaster. Yi Mingshi showed no reaction to Sword Hero's aggressiveness. They used to be top students at duality. This wouldn't be their first fight. And if I picked today? Sword Hero remained arrogant like before, always ready to fight after a slight argument. He resembled a tempestuous youth rather than someone who has lived for thousands of years. This created a stark contrast between him and the calm Yi Mingshi. Can't be today. Pick another date and place. Sword Hero. Yi Mingshi refused again. What if I insist on it being today? Sword Hero's murderous aura intensified.
His Majesty has issued a decree. Yi Mingshi said stoically, taking out and raising a badge into the air. Sword Hero, His Majesty commands you to see him first after leaving your isolated cultivation. Go now. This badge had a golden dragon carved on top, pulsing with a regal aura. It brimmed with power and authority, causing others to want to prostrate. Vajra Draka badge. The officials in the court got on their knees. The other experts in Vajra who weren't officials lowered their head to show respect. This was a badge representing the highest authority in the dynasty. Yi Mingshi wasn't faking the king's intent if he had access to this. What a king! Sword Hero's expression darkened as he sneered. Sword Hero, leave now. The matter here has nothing to do with you. Yi Mingshi repeated. Yi Mingshi, must you oppose me? Sword Hero glared at his opponent. If you have a problem with this, please go talk to His Majesty instead of wasting breath on me. Yi Mingshi shook his head. Sword Hero scowled in response. The crowd exchanged glances and felt animosity between Sword Hero and Archaic Sun King. These two brothers didn't seem to get along, to say the least. Of course, this was rather expected. The two were competitors for the throne in the past. The conflict could have reached a life or death level. The strangest part was that Archaic Sun King seemed to have Li Qi's back regardless of the issue. Now, the question became whether Sword Hero would obey or otherwise. Fine. I'll deal with you another day. Sword Hero uttered coldly but didn't garner a response from Yi Mingshi, who simply put the badge away. In the end, Sword Hero acquiesced and obeyed an official order. Ultimately, he was still a member of the royal clan regardless of his power. He had to obey the rules of Vajra and the badge of authority. To do otherwise meant challenging Vajra's sovereignty itself. At that point, not to mention the king, even the ancestors would pursue his insolence. He then turned towards Li Qi and threatened. Brat, I don't care who you are, but only Vajra can deal with our descendants. If you dare to harm them, Li Qi added more power before Sword Hero could finish. One claw came down and turned Hu Ben into a bloody pulp. No! The third prince also felt death coming for him and bellowed. It was too late. Li Qi waved his hand and the pagoda annihilated him. Did you say something? I missed it. He then picked his ear with his pinky and nonchalantly asked. The crowd gasped after seeing this. Li Qi still killed the duo despite Sword Hero's warning. This was akin to slapping him twice in public, treating him as nothing more than trash. Remember, Sword Hero was awfully close to being as strong as a grandmaster. Prideful geniuses from the young generation needed to show respect and kept their mouths shut. Li Qi didn't follow this tradition. Is he courting death? A youth was astounded, the same with his peers. True to his fierce style, one expert murmured with an awkward smile. Li Qi's haughtiness never decreased despite the increasing stake each time. They then stole glances at Sword Hero. The guy must be livid right now after the blatant humiliation. Characters like him were always prideful. Sure enough, terrible sword rays emanated from his eyes. Each was capable of killing Li Qi 1,000 times over. The crowd already trembled before he made a move. Sword Hero, leave. Yi Mingshi said indifferently one more time. We'll see how long you can keep this up. Sword Hero glared at Li Qi before returning to the royal palace. He came without warning and left just as quickly. The biggest question for the crowd now became Archaic Sun King's intent. Why did he keep on protecting Li Qi? I'm afraid no one will step up for you. Li Qi spoke to his last enemy, Phantom. The winner takes all, I don't care. Phantom had an ashen complexion and knew that he wouldn't be able to escape. He kept a strong showing to not disgrace Myriad Blood Sect instead of begging. How unyielding. As you wish. Li Qi smiled. Why not keep him alive? Let him help with the external enum dash, one spectator shouted. Ah! Alas, the claw came down and sent Phantom on his way before the guy could finish speaking. The result of this battle wasn't easy for the crowd to digest. Putting the third prince aside, Hu Ben and Phantom were two of the four great geniuses. This was a serious loss for the holy ground. Chapter 3807. Various emotions surfaced in the spectator's mind. Numerous geniuses were fans of Phantom and Hu Ben while looking down on Li Qi, thinking that the guy relied on a non-traditional path. Now, their stars and pride have been killed by Li Qi.
Those who hated Li Qie before felt their hatred extinguished like a candle in the wind out of necessity. Hell, two top geniuses stood no chance against Li Qie, let alone them. It was better to swallow their indignation and grievances instead of courting death. Of course, some also celebrated. For example, the Crown Prince. Who benefited the most from this battle outcome? The Crown Prince, not Li Qie. His strongest rival, the third prince, was now dead, the same for his supporters. It couldn't have gone any better for the Crown Prince. One could say that it was only a matter of time before his coronation at this point. An old servant behind him became excited since they could ride his coattails as well. "Congratulations, Your Highness." The servant celebrated. "Watch yourself," the prince shouted. Even though this was a joyous matter, expressing joy was improper. "My mistake, Your Highness." The servant realized it and slapped himself twice. The prince watched quietly, not expecting this day to actually come. The third prince has been truly successful, so he felt great pressure. Now, Li Qie alone changed the entire direction of Vajra dynasty. The crown prince was glad that he had made the right choice. Just one misstep could have resulted in unimaginable consequences. Meanwhile, the crowd had no criticism regarding the trio's death. Li Qie beat them fair and square. Anyone else wants to rid Vajra of evil or stand on the side of justice? Li Qie laughed heartily and asked the crowd. No one responded since they preferred to keep on living. Most only wanted to watch since this was the court's internal affair. There was no need for outsiders to worry themselves, not to mention the risk in doing so. In fact, some of the larger sects actually wanted an escalation so that Vajra would weaken as a result. They have been coveting Vajra's position for so long now. If no one wants to play, I'll get going then. Li Qie smiled. With that, he handed the statue of Diana Dao Lord over to Wei Qianqing. The crowd didn't expect this because he thought that Li Qie and Su Cuimei were accomplices, wanting to betray the holy ground. Now, he gave the statue to Wei Qianqing, one of the 5 geniuses of duality, but most importantly, the commander of Blackwood Cliff. They didn't know why, but it looked better for Li Qie now. "Thank you, young master." Qianqing bowed deeply to show her gratitude before leaving with the statue. Li Qie was no longer interested in staying at Minor Sacred Mountain and planned to leave. "Young master, why not spa with righteous Scion?" Someone in the audience suddenly suggested. Everyone else became interested and agreed right away. All eyes were on Li Qie. Yes, spar against righteous Scion and show him the might of the holy ground. Another said. Prior to this, most thought that he wasn't qualified to fight the Scion due to his non-traditional path. Now, it became abundantly clear that he might be the only one among the young generation that has a chance of winning. Thus, the disdain and prejudice of the past disappeared into smoke. They hoped that he would be able to beat the Scion and regain some face for the holy ground. Otherwise, it would be too vexing for the younger generation. "You'll win for sure, young master." In fact, some shameless souls began to flatter Li Qie despite having made fun of him not long ago. He suddenly became useful to them, so a change of attitude was necessary. Unfortunately, Li Qie didn't bite. He looked back and flatly responded, "Not interested," before going on his way. Some were annoyed at his departure but didn't dare to say anything to him. After he was long gone, one youth finally spoke. "Humph, he has to be conspiring with righteous. Shut up." A senior immediately reprimanded. The older ones could see that something was going on. Li Qie had killed 3 important youths and yet, Sword Hero was still called back. Thus, this matter wasn't simple. It must have something to do with a broader picture, perhaps political conflict within Vajra dynasty. This might spread to all the 5 divisions soon since Phantom was from Divine Ghost Division. If that's the case, they needed to stay away from this quagmire, waiting for the right moment to take advantage of the chaos. Buddha Holy Ground is indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Righteous Scion finally spoke, not holding back his rampant aura at all. Everyone felt the pressure once more. He looked at them and said, "Unfortunately, no dragons and tigers here, only a bunch of fools." They angrily glared at him but were powerless to retaliate. The truth was that some of the ancestors present might not be able to beat him. What a shame, no pointers from the young master. The Scion murmured to himself before walking towards the stone steps. The experts of the holy ground could only watch him do whatever he wanted. Whatever battle comes next can't compare to the previous. A worthless sequel to a masterpiece. Nonetheless, all beginnings must have an end, so time to finish this. The scion spoke while walking up the steps. His haughtiness didn't change despite being on sacred ground. Anyone else wishes to fight? After getting up high, he turned back to look at the crowd. His momentum and aura didn't diminish despite facing the mass. He had no intention of relenting. To challenge the holy ground while standing on top of minor sacred mountains seemed like a blatant insult. This was truly humiliating for the young generation. Alas, no one stepped up to face him. Chapter 3808. The atmosphere became suffocating after the challenge. The holy ground's reputation was at stake.
If no one dared to take on the scion here, the young generation of the holy ground would never be able to keep their head up high when seeing a member of righteous sect.
I have already accepted your challenge and will not miss it for anything. A pleasant voice replied. The youths from the holy ground became excited right away after hearing this voice.
Fairy Dugu.
Some couldn't help shouting. Dugulan walked over while embracing her sword, looking like an ethereal fairy. In reality, she was indeed a fairy in the youth's eyes now, coming to save them from this mess. The tense atmosphere was alleviated and people could breathe again. At the very least and regardless of the outcome, at least there was someone willing to fight the scion at Minor Sacred Mountain. The entire world wouldn't laugh at them for being cowards now. Dugulan captivated all the male spectators due to her beauty and unique temperament. She walked up the steps and faced the scion.
He looked respectfully at her and remarked, "You are worthy of the character, fairy, a woman yet inferior to no man. There are only one or two people who can compare to you in the entire holy ground."
Some felt proud to hear such a high evaluation from the scion, especially the students from duality. After all, she was the prized gem of their academy. Nonetheless, others became embarrassed with a hint of bitterness within. The holy ground had plenty of male geniuses, yet ultimately, they had to let a girl face the scion alone.
They felt ashamed to let her bear the responsibility all alone.
Was there no one else who could fight the scion? They thought of another, Li Qia. This was the only male in the young generation who could take on the scion. However, there were mixed views on him.
Some admired his unfathomable mysteriousness.
Others looked down on him for being non-traditional. More had no favorable impression or even hated him due to his lack of background, unlike other geniuses. Moreover, he chose against helping the holy ground. This was the biggest reason for their distaste. Dugulan showed no sign of complacency despite the praise.
She nodded and said, "You're too kind, scion.
Your eastward journey has been unstoppable. We have plenty of talents, yet none are your opponents. Your power is unbeatable." Unbeatable?
That's an overestimation.
The scion laughed and said, "I'm nothing more than a famous brat. The holy ground has numerous capable cultivators.
The existence of the young master alone shows how inadequate I am."
The scion clearly accepted his inferiority compared to Li Qia. This made people exchange glances. On one hand, they should be happy to hear this, but most remained silent. So what if he's strong? It's useless because he refuses to stand up for the holy ground. One youth quietly complained. If that guy is so capable, he should be helping Fairy Dugu instead of letting her fight all alone. What a disgrace. Another genius mumbled. Some started cursing and chastising Li Qia due to his refusal to fight the scion. They thought that he chose disgrace instead of glory with his choice. The young master is a true dragon flying on the horizon. We can't reach him. Dugulan smiled. People were surprised to see her saying nice things about Li Qia after he abandoned her. Fairy Dugu, you're the real pillar of the holy ground, powerful and benevolent. Others can't compare to you. One youth said, putting down Li Qia in the process.
However, the scion and Dugulan ignored them.
There was a clear difference in level at work here. This will be the final day of my trip. The scion said, being able to fight you will make it worthwhile. So please, let's start our duel. I'm sure I'm not a match because you have learned 4 chapters out of the 7. My merit laws can't compete. She calmly said. Her surrendering before the start of the battle took the crowd off guard and frustrated them. Alas, this was understandable and they needed to accept reality. The scion was simply too strong. Nonetheless, Fairy Dugu spoke in a direct manner without finding it humiliating. It's all thanks to the wise sages. The scion shook his head, It doesn't mean that I'm powerful. If you had access to similar merit laws, you wouldn't be weaker than me. Thanks. Though I know that I'm not a match, I will wish to see your peerless merit laws. Plus, a student of duality still needs to fight before yielding. She smiled. Good. I have heard great things regarding your sword Dao. I believe it is a peerless art passed down by an immortal emperor from the ancient era. I would love to see it. The scion happily responded. I'm afraid to say that my comprehension of this peerless sword Dao is at an elementary level, not enough to show its true might. Plus, the great immortal emperor said that there is no strongest merit law, only strongest cultivators. Wonderfully put. That's an immortal emperor for you. The scion agreed. Dugulan admitted that she had learned a legendary sword art during this conversation. The scion was powerful and his 7 chapters were magnificent. However, he still called her sword Dao peerless. What kind of sword art is it? The experts nearby became curious. Can it be stronger than the 7 chapters? Another wondered. Chapter 3809. All eyes were on Dugulan and Raicha's scion. Let's begin. Please give me pointers. Dugulan wielded her sword and spoke with composure. The scion's eyes became resplendent. The rays from there swept forward like divine swords, causing people to shudder uncontrollably. He was powerful enough to intimidate members of the previous generation. My grand Dao is the way of the spear. I hope it won't let you down. The scion said. I have heard of it before. Make your move. Dugulan nodded. Good. Well then, ready your sword, fairy. The scion didn't waste time and channeled his power. However, Dugulan still embraced her sword in her bosom without activating her vitality and energy. Truly a gorgeous spectacle. Others couldn't help but become swooned by her wondrous appearance and courageous style, unable to forget for the rest of their life. My sword is ready, she said despite still holding the sword in the same defenseless manner. The spectators were confused. The stronger cultivators regained their wits first and realized something while noticing her aura. The weaker ones weren't at the right level and couldn't see anything, akin to a monk trying to find some hair on top of his head. In their eyes, she seemed to be giving up already. As for the big shots, they considered her to be the sword right now, so the actual stance didn't matter. As a sword, she was without a scabbard. That's why there was no need to unsheath. She stood there as part of the sword Dao. As long as she was around, so would the way of the sword. Thus, she has already made her move despite being passive and stationary. The weaker cultivators thought that she was trying to be mysterious since they didn't understand this Dao phenomenon. This was not her intention. Her goal was to defeat his technique by using none. The problem for them was, how would she attack without a basic technique? There was no murderous intent nor battle spirit. Strangely enough, her attack was invisible and has started inside the scion. A sword seemed to be growing inside his heart right now, a feeling impossible to describe adequately. The scion retaliated right away. There seemed to be numerous suns exploding in his eyes. A terrible power immediately assaulted the actual world, sending numerous spectators flying. The rest took a deep breath and hurriedly retreated, aware that this fight would be destructive. So strong. Those who felt his rampaging power again still felt the same dread. Clank, clank, clank. The lights from his eyes transformed to Dao laws in the shape of golden spears. These materializations of energy contained immense murderous potential, capable of piercing through anything. Their glint instilled fear into the spectators. His eyes turned into an eternal and endless source of golden spears, culminating into an ocean of weapons. Thousands and thousands of spears were ready to fly forward at any moment. Though the spears weren't aimed at them, numerous spectators screamed since they felt as if they were being stabbed all over their body. These spears seemed eager for crucifixion. This was only the activation of his power. Once he released it, the destructive potential would be far worse. Thus, the crowd smartly retreated another time. The spears began to rotate in an intimidating manner. Nonetheless, Dugulan stood still in a calm manner. As his power grew stronger, she seemed to become more and more distant from the actual battlefield. She wasn't the only one flowing through time. The area around her seemed to be affected as well. Not all could sense the temporal changes taking place. Even the older experts had a hard time noticing. Dugulan and her sword have traveled 1,000,000 years away, changing the momentum of heaven and earth. Meanwhile, righteous Scion's golden spears tore apart time itself, aiming to make up this gap. The fight has already started, unbeknown to the weaker spectators. They still thought that the Scion was building up his move and power for an ultimate release. As for the fairy, she was brave enough to give him time. As for the powerful ancestors, they watched this temporal contest with a solemn expression. One side was pursuing while the other side chose to evade. They thought that once the Scion caught up, Dugulan wouldn't be able to stop the Golden Ocean. Suddenly, the golden spears dissipated along with the rays coming out of his eyes. His power was nowhere to be found. The spectators exchanged glances, bewildered at the lack of action. "I've lost." Righteous Scion shook his head, seemingly disappointed. "What?" A clamor erupted among the crowd. "Is this happening? First sister won?" Even students from Duality found this astonishing. Chapter 38:10. No one expected the Scion to suddenly surrender. Most thought that they still hadn't fought. Furthermore, the Scion was winning in terms of aura and momentum, hence the illogical development. Of course, they would want nothing more than a win for Dugulan. It just didn't seem right for him to give up under these circumstances. "We won." A spectator remained skeptical. Only the older experts were able to see the details of the exchange earlier. "That depends on your definition of victory," one powerful ancestor remarked while still thinking about the fight. He didn't directly state a clear winner. "You're being humble." Dugulan disagreed as well. "If this is considered a win, then I'll be embarrassed. I can't catch up to your sword Dao when it's millions of years away. In that case, how can I even think about winning?" The Scion laughed. The ancestors then realized that the Scion didn't have a way to reach her with his spear. Thus, his power became useless on the temporal scale, hence his swift admission of defeat. So it is a win. Most only had a vague concept of what had transpired, but this was still a victory confirmation. That's why First Sister is #1 in our academy. The students from Duality started celebrating. Other young experts raised their fist and shouted, "No, she's the #1 genius in all of the Holy Ground." Her victory earned crucial points for the Holy Ground. Hence the celebration. "I wouldn't call it winning, just using a trick for the upper hand." Dugulan said, "If this is a win, it will be an honorless one. I would rather have a direct fight to see your cultivation." "Your mindset is commendable, Fairy Dugu." The Scion was in good spirits as he replied, "If you wish to continue, then I'll be more than happy to entertain you. It'll give me a chance to see the rest of the sword art from the ancient emperor." The cheers abruptly stopped as the crowd exchanged glances. Since Dugulan herself said that it wasn't a clean victory, it would be silly for them to continue cheering. They felt rather awkward as a result. Of course, Dugulan didn't care about this trivial matter. She continued, "I need to rely on the wise ones of the past in order to make up for my current inadequacies. I can say the same because my cultivation is thanks to the help of the sages and ancestors." The Scion solemnly responded. "Either way, let us continue to see the actual victor." Dugulan smiled. "So be it." The Scion's eyes became fierce and bright again. He summoned his weapon, a resplendent spear. The individual rays could pierce through eyes like needles. It had 7 engraved orbs, looking like 7 planets. The orbs then started floating around the spear, releasing a domineering aura just like a primal beast. This terrible aura came from the spear itself. The Scion has yet to empower it with his own energy. "I named this spear Heaven Seas." The Scion elaborated. "It is made from the Tao bone of a resplendent god crow infused with gold star metal ingots. If I ever get to prove my Tao in the future, I shall make it my patrimony weapon." The Tao bone of a resplendent god crow? A few ancestors were surprised to hear this. "This Tao bone is that amazing?" One youth became curious. "It's a high-level heaven Tao bone of a king beast, extremely precious and valuable." One ancestor nodded. The listeners took a deep breath after hearing this. This material grade was often only used by Tao lords. No wonder why the Scion said that he would keep it as his signature weapon. Moreover, the gold star metal ingots were precious as well. Thus, the result was nothing short of extraordinary. "It's a fine weapon," Dugulan praised before releasing her vitality and fate palaces. Rumble. One palace emerged after another. They poured down eternal Tao laws. 212 fate palaces. Everyone was stunned, including the students from duality. She really has 12 palaces. Some needed to do a recount.
Prior to this, they were sure that she was at the very peak of the Grand Tao sacred level with 11 palaces.
Now, with 12 palaces, it meant that she was an heir, ready for the next step. Will she pick the path of the Tao Lord or Sovereign? This became the next question. First sister is the best. The students from duality became excited again. Since Raicha's scion was an heir, people assumed that she was at a disadvantage. This was an immense gap that couldn't be made up. Now, hopelessness was replaced by excitement. It didn't matter which path she would pick. At the very least, the two was on a level playing field now. Chapter 38:11. Dugu Lan's current power pleasantly surprised the members of the Holy Ground. They thought that she had no chance of winning in the past. Just putting up a good fight would have been more than enough. Now, she could actually beat him in a direct battle after revealing her 12 palaces. You can do it, first sister. Students from duality cheered loudly while being overwhelmed with excitement. Some even jumped up and down, wanting to tell the world about their amazing first sister. 12 palaces. How impressive. We'll always be surpassed eventually. One ancestor became sentimental. She might not be equal to the scion right now, but her potential is bright. Another big shot commented. She already had 12 palaces at her age. Once her Grand Tao is fortified, her height would be incredible. There was a chance for her to compete for the Tao Lord position.
When I got here, I thought that you were at the peak of the sacred physique realm at best. It seems like I have underestimated you.
The scion said. You're too kind. I've only broken through recently. My Grand Tao is still unstable while you have been an heir for a long time now. Dugu Lan replied, not finding pride in her achievement. Nonetheless, the crowd still thought that it was very impressive. She was definitely among the top of her generation now. Only the scion can match up with her. Another genius said with admiration. This is perfect, I can finally go all out. The scion glowed with vigor and excitement, especially his pulsing eyes. His battle spirit surged after finding a capable foe. Rumble! He released his vitality and 12 palaces as well. His true fate was in the center, looking as imposing as can be. Chaos energy engulfed the area. He resembled an unbeatable king in charge of all things. All others must heed his commands. It became apparent that he was above Dugu Lan in terms of raw power and cultivation. Thus, her claim made perfect sense.
One was an heir for a long time while the other had only broken through in the last several days.
Dugu Lan had a serious expression, not daring to underestimate her opponent. Clank! She slowly unsheathed her sword. As the blade ground against the scabbard, everyone felt as if time was slowing down. It lacked a blinding radiance and a sharp murderous intent. People saw the material of the sword. It looked like wood, stone, and metal, yet was neither of these three. The unknown material consisted of two colors. One side was black and the other white. The degree of intensity also changed from the bottom to the top for both colors. The spectators felt as if she had the yin and yang firmly under her grasp. Raicha's scion was obviously stronger, but the moment this sword came out, the tide seemed to be turned. She became the ruler of the cosmos instead, the ultimate existence. This feeling was due to the sword alone. The rather conspicuous sword startled the crowd. The only unique characteristic was its duochromatic appearance, yet it felt invincible. A paragon of swords. The scion had a serious expression.
As the successor of Raichas, he has seen plenty of weapons before.
His sect also had 3 Tao Lords, so he certainly saw Tao Lord weapons as well. Nonetheless, he still praised this sword. This was an indication of its unequaled nature. Its name is Trinity. Dugu Lan revealed. Trinity? Some found this astonishing because in terms of auras, it was even above the scion's spear. However, the spear's name was grand. Heaven sees. This made Trinity seem normal in comparison. For the smaller sects, the elementary weapons of new disciples usually had these names. Taiji Sword, Trinity Sword, Four-Form Saber. It is to be used with Trinity Sword art. Please give me pointers. Dugu Lan added. Heaven, earth and man I see. The scion solemnly replied. He didn't have this expression when dealing with Golden Cicada Buddhist Child's World Crossing. Trinity Sword Art. The one from the legends? An old ancestor with one foot in the grave suddenly recalled something. So it's a famous art? A junior immediately asked. Rumor has it that it is from the secret realm. The ancestor replied. Secret realm. The junior had no idea about this realm or the sword art. Others shared the same confusion. The ancestor ignored them and asked Dugalan. Fairy, is this sword art from the secret realm? Yes. When our progenitor created the academy, a messenger from Void Zone personally came with gifts. Dugalan had no intention of hiding. The young ones didn't think much of it, but those from the previous generation became frightened. It's really from Void Zone. One big shot gasped. Chapter 38:12. People shuddered once this so-called Void Zone was brought up. Even the veteran ancestor's mind trembled after hearing the name. Void Zone was an unreachable area for all cultivators. Even Tao Lords looked up towards this place. Most tried for their whole life just to earn one visit there. Unfortunately, fewer than few were qualified. In fact, not even Tao Lords could earn an invitation. For example, the brilliant Blessed Tao Lord both admired and feared Void Zone. According to the rumors, this Tao Lord never got an invitation to go there. Outside of a few special ancient emperors, Pure Sun Tao Lord and the Duck Egg Buyer have entered there before. Too many legends existed for this profound and mysterious place. Some even considered it to be an immortal realm. Alas, the fortunate visitors remained taciturn on what they've seen. Because of this, 8 Desolaces had a pitiful level of knowledge regarding this area. This gave birth to some ridiculous speculations and rumors. The only absolute consensus was that it was not a place to be trifled with. Even the top existences seemed fearful and always trod carefully regarding this topic. Duality Master has quite a reputation. One ancestor remarked. Even true immortal sect didn't enjoy the privilege of being visited by someone from Void Zone. There were plenty of emperors in the ancient era and Tao Lords. However, when these beings got to the top and proved their Tao, they might not receive a congratulatory visit from an official messenger of the secret realm. Perhaps Void Zone paid no mind to them, only viewing them as nothing more than a strong cultivator. On the other hand, Duality Master was unique. Void Zone brought weapons and manuals to the founding of his academy. Is Void Zone really strong? One junior knew nothing outside of the name. He was curious to see the solemn expression of the ancestors and high elders. More than that, it's a taboo existence. An ancestor replied. Taboo existence? What do you mean? The junior continued to ask. The ancestor stopped, not wanting to dwell on this topic. An expert nearby answered instead. Taboo as in, just one command can result in total destruction for countless section. The young ones were astounded to hear this ridiculous answer. Really? How can it be so strong? The junior remained skeptical. Alas, the seniors no longer wanted to talk about it. It was best not to talk about this entity due to the potential disaster entailed. The young ones were calves, still unafraid of a tiger. But as for them, they knew just how frightening Void Zone was. Their meager power was nothing in comparison. Meanwhile, the scion stared carefully at the unsheathed trinity. Normally, he always had a proud and lively expression. Some would call this arrogance and contempt for others. This was no longer the case. My spear is not a match for your sword. He eventually sighed and concluded. The user matters more than the merit law and weapon. I might not be able to beat you even while using Trinity. Dugulan replied. She paused for a bit and humbly added. I was fortunate enough to earn the grace of the seniors and have the opportunity to learn Trinity sword art and wield this sword. The experts exchanged glances. They realized that by doing so, the academy was clearly grooming her to be a pivotal pillar there. Today is my lucky day, to be able to witness Trinity sword art. Please give me pointers, Fairy. The scion happily said. The same to you. Dugulan replied in a straightforward manner. She then slowly raised the sword. During this process, everyone felt as if their fate was in her hand despite a lack of flashiness and fanfare, that the blade was next to their neck and primed for decapitation. This sense of helplessness was overwhelming, even though all she did was raise the sword. Go! The scion was as serious as can be while holding his spears with both hands. He immediately summoned a Dao path beneath and thrust his spear forward, severing the reincarnation cycle along with the yin and yang. Boom! The apocalyptic attack horrified the spectators. It was absolutely capable of instantly flattening a kingdom. They knew that they had no chance of surviving this attack. On the other hand, Dugulan didn't panic and observed the incoming thrust. Clank! Trinity's white side unleashed a supreme and merciless slash. A blossoming lotus flower only appeared for a split second before being replaced by a sword thrust. Merciless heaven. The thrust looked like the onslaught of heaven itself. The scion switched his stance to a defensive one. His spear sealed and severed everything. Even the gods couldn't get through. Alas, the severing couldn't stop the sword thrust. Trinity made it through the defense while the scion reacted quickly by leaping backward. The entire thing happened too fast for the spectators to see. Blood splashed along with a hushed groan from the scion. People then saw him stopping with a wound on his shoulder, staining his robe. Albeit, this was only a flesh wound. Nonetheless, people were still shaken. It was exceedingly difficult to injure someone at his power since his body was as tough as steel. 1. I changed Void Realm to Void Zone since this matches the older translation. Chapter 38:13. Once the spectators calmed down, applause immediately erupted. Golden Cicada Buddhist Child managed to send the scion flying during their fight. However, that was more of a warm-up and no real injuries occurred. Furthermore, the scion seemed rather serious this time. He might not be going all out but was still using 80% of his power. Thus, Dugulan's success was special. Incredible! Some shouted with uncontainable excitement. First Sister's sword art is unbeatable. The students from Duality turned red with elation. Right, that move can't be stopped by the young generation. One genius had nothing but admiration. That's Trinity sword art. An ancestor emotionally murmured. Void Zone lives up to its reputation. The powerful ancestors shuddered and shared the same thought, that their experience and power wouldn't be enough to escape unscathed. I couldn't block this move. The sword art is truly unbeatable. The scion's expression changed. He didn't bother to look at the wound on his shoulder and was still in high spirits despite losing this exchange. First Sister, defeat him. Duality students yelled again. Other youths chimed in and showed their support. Fairy Dugu. Do it for the holy ground. Fairy Dugu. Cheers could be heard from all members of the holy ground in the audience. Dugulan was actually in a state of zen, not affected by external sounds. You're still not going all out, scion. This isn't over. Dugulan said. I've rarely been injured in a direct fight ever since the completion of my Dao. I suppose I have to try harder since it would be a shame to not see all of Trinity's sword art. The scion smiled. Having said that, his mighty aura swept through the area like a tsunami. This seemed to be an awakened state. He finally revealed his true power to the astonishment of the crowd. Many spectators were blown 1,000 miles away. The older ancestors wouldn't claim to be stronger than him either. Boom! As he continued to gather strength, his energy manifested into a terrible maelstrom. His battle spirit seemingly tore the sky vault apart. Each of his movements brimmed with unstoppable destruction. Good. Dugulan knew that letting him power up like this was unwise, so she immediately unleashed her second technique. The dark side of the sword was on top as she roared. Lifeblood Earth. The sky turned dark first before the rest of the world. The end comes from heaven while the earth gives life. This was the second technique of Trinity sword art. A taifa tree emerged from the darkness. This was an evil tree only existing in the legends. Experts activated their heavenly gaze but still saw only darkness. My eyes. Numerous became frightened right away after losing their sight. Normally, even in total darkness, a cultivator's heavenly gaze would let them see. Lights no longer mattered as much. But now, even the ancestors couldn't see a thing. Some thought that they were blind. Why doesn't the heavenly gaze work? Some started shouting. Calm down, your eyes are fine. This is a Tao of concealment. A mighty ancestor loudly declared and managed to calm the crowd. They stopped panicking and focused up. From this, they sensed a dreadful darkness permeating the realm. This darkness seemed to be a life force and created more living beings. This was akin to mud and soil giving life to vegetation.
Something's emerging.
Many shuddered right away. As time passed, numerous new existences could be detected within the darkness. In the next second, they fused and became one. Boom! A terrible power erupted, akin to the birth of the god of darkness. The spectators dropped to the ground after sensing this terrible being. So this is Lifeblood Earth. It creates life from darkness. A powerful ancestor had heard of a legend pertaining to this technique. Another ancestor wanted to use their weapon to light up the area. Unfortunately, lights were crushed by this absolute darkness. No rays would come out. Damn! The ancestor murmured. The crowd had no choice but to yield and accept this dark power. There was no other choice. That's Trinity sword art for you, another high elder remarked. The move was only aimed towards the scion, but everyone else was affected as well. Boom! Suddenly, the light returned after a deafening explosion. The spectators could see again, the scion floating in the air while raising his glowing heaven seas. The 7 orbs exuded endless flames, wanting to forcefully push the darkness away. Chapter 38:14. The golden light tore apart the darkness and blinded the spectators. Righteous Scion. People couldn't help blurting out his title. In fact, some found him to be quite cute right now despite prior distaste or even animosity towards him. After all, when they were lost in the darkness, his light returned their vision. This gave them a better impression of him, at least momentarily. Meanwhile, the darkness didn't give up. An invisible hand seemed to be gathering everything beneath heaven. A massive tree could finally be seen after being illuminated by the golden light. The area around it was darker than black, and the tree itself was even darker. Thus, due to its extreme hue, its faint outline could be seen. If there was a god of darkness, this tree would be it. It immediately devoured the power of darkness to gather more energy. However, people thought that this might not be the right interpretation since it seemed like the source of darkness. It was only recalling what belonged to it in the first place. Boom! It stretched one of its branches and a dreadful dark power came crashing down, enough to smash everything into pieces. This devastating power pushed the scion several steps backward. The golden light from his spear dimmed immensely. So strong! Someone commented because the scion was still at a disadvantage despite his oceanic level of vitality stemming from his 12 palaces. His body would be crushed if this continued. The crowd's amazement of the sword art grew more and more. The scion's power was no joke. He had proven his supremacy time and time again. Now, he was using his supreme Grand Tao and channeled all of his power, yet Dugulan's sword art still had the upper hand. Because her cultivation was inferior, the sword art was doing the majority of the work. A technique from Void Zone isn't only for show, an imperial ancestor remarked. By this point, most got a good taste of how frightening the legendary Void Zone was. So what is this tree? A youth stared at the dark tree and trembled with fear. It looked just like the source of darkness. Many knowledgeable ancestors couldn't answer. An ancient being from the dynasty finally broke the silence. It's a devil taifa from the legends. This is just a derivation though, not a real one. The few that have heard of the tree before knew that this thing could kill gods. Activate! The scion actually became more excited to see this powerful attack. He formed a mudra to derive his Grand Tao further. Celestial brilliance emanated from his 7 orbs, forming a separate domain to withstand the dark onslaught. Boom! His fate palaces empowered his spear and a god fiend emerged from this domain. His Grand Tao instantly engulfed this new entity, making a path for his true fate. In the next second, he became one with the god fiend. A resplendent crow god. A sacred ancestor from a prestigious clan shouted. Whoosh! The great god immediately unleashed 2 slashes. The slashes created 2 gorges along the way, capable of breaking through all defenses. There was no technique nor variation. Only pure murder. Bam! The tree was cut and fell to the ground. The resulting sparks swept the darkness away. People then saw Dugulan staggering backward. Everything turned back to normal with the exception of the massive crow god. We can see again. People heaved a sigh of relief and found the sun rays to be wonderful. Righteous Scion didn't let Dugulan have time to rest and immediately attacked again. He and the spear were nowhere to be found. The only thing left was the supreme god. 7 celestial decapitation. His roar echoed across the realms. The figure suddenly split into 7 duplicates, one for each resplendent orb.
Just one was already mighty enough, let alone 7. Clank, clank, clank.
The crow gods used 7 different saber techniques. Nonetheless, they worked together flawlessly and aimed for a different fatal spot. One looked like a hurricane, another looked like the sun. The only thing similar was their destructive nature. This combination move could decapitate all living beings, as easy as a farmer harvesting crops. Heads and bodies would pile up like mountains. Blood would flow like rivers.
Watch it!
One big shot shouted to warn de Galan. No one from the young generation should be able to stop this. All they could do was watch while screaming. Dugulan herself simply raised Trinity forward. It instantly split into 3 swords. To the left was a black sword, the right was white, and the middle was a fusion of both. Chapter 38:15. The division of the sword felt like a division of the world. This magical feeling permeated the land. The white sword represented God, the black represented devil, and their fusion represented the overarching momentum of all things. The middle sword contained majestic life force and other living beings. Some eventually proved their Tao and became gods. Others chose the path of the devils. This momentum of life continued in an endless manner. This flow had nothing to do with judgment nor murderous intention. The flow would always continue regardless of one's wishes. Living beings had zero control over this flow across the river of time. As more eras passed, they became a part of the greater momentum. Meanwhile, there were plenty of elite and talented cultivators being born. Each era had its own supreme. Each race gave birth to wondrous existences. Myriad Men was the name of the 3rd technique in Trinity. The 3 swords derived incredible existences, invincible Tao lords and emperors of the ancient eras, the great primordial beasts. Ultimately, this form contained the momentum and power of an epoch, the essences of the living beings and the culmination of their enlightenment before death. Thus, the sword was the embodiment of perfection. Even god-fiends were part of this continuous flow. Thus, the 7 crow gods were nothing more than several drops of water in a boundless ocean. Their slashes made contact with the momentum and were immediately drowned out. This was akin to 7 swimmers being caught by a tsunami. They could only wave their hands helplessly several times before losing. Everyone gasped as they watched the slashes being nullified by Dugulan's momentum. The combination attack was immaculate. The ancestors here thought that they wouldn't be able to stop it. That's why the crowd worried for Dugulan. No one expected the 3rd technique of Trinity sword art to be so effective. Meanwhile, the momentum continued to flow without a specific goal. It was nothing more than a non-sentient current, always existing within heaven and earth. Epochs started changing. Worlds were destroyed. This didn't hinder the flow of this momentum. It eventually engulfed righteous Sion in his god form as well. All living beings seemed insignificant before this unstoppable phenomenon. They lived within the momentum and wouldn't be harmed by it. Nonetheless, certain things would happen during this process. For example, sickness, destitution, violent death. No one noticed the flow, and even if they did, changes would occur anyway. Thus, the inevitable nature of this technique horrified the spectators. Can righteous Sion handle this? One expert murmured. I don't know if he can't beat this, he'll be reduced to specks of dust. An ancestor responded. Well, all of us will become specks of dust eventually. A mighty sacred ancestor became emotional. That's why we need to prove our Tao and become a Tao Lord. Otherwise, back to the earth. The previous ancestor answered. Trinity sword art is insane. One genius calmed down and commented. The Scion had the advantage in terms of cultivation, yet Trinity sword art still dominated him. The fact that he could last to the 3rd technique was impressive enough. Others would have been dead after the first exchange. This is a supreme sword art left behind by the most dreadful emperor. It has to be this strong. An elderly ancestor said solemnly.
Which immortal emperor?
One expert thought that since this emperor was able to create such a powerful technique, some record should be left behind. I can't say. It's a forbidden subject. The ancestor really wanted to speak on this interesting topic but ultimately refrained. The listeners exchanged glances after hearing this. Boom! A loud explosion caused violent quakes and interrupted their conversation. A light suddenly flashed within the great momentum, akin to the explosion of 3,000 worlds. The rays tried to stop the flow, but this was futile. Next, 12 palaces flew out and created a path for the Scion's true fate to leap upward. With this, he was able to escape the physical restraints of world borders and the 5 elements. So risky. Many ancestors gasped after seeing this. In order to leave the momentum, the Scion utilized and separated his true fate from the body. This was dangerous because, in the case of failure, he would lose both. This gamble was worth it because once he got out of the momentum, he summoned Heaven Seas. His grand Tao manifested again and empowered him. Boom! The true fate exuded the brightest radiance, allowing the spear to use its strongest attack. The Scion gave everything he had for this ultimate blow. The myriad Tao along the trajectory crumbled with haste. Unfortunately for the spectators, the sheer shockwaves made them vomit blood. Dugulan faced the brunt of the attack with her 3 swords. All 3 were sent flying, so the momentum suddenly dispersed. The world regained its initial form. Bam! She slammed into the ground and struggled to get up. Once she made it up, she vomited a mouthful of blood. Fairy Dugu! The crowd was shocked. Those who admired her screamed loudly while being stricken with anxiety. Meanwhile, Righteous Scion's true fate returned to his body. He floated in the air while wielding Heaven Seas. A hush fell over the battlefield. The spectators couldn't regain their composure. Chapter 38:16. The result was obvious. Though they had expected this from the very beginning, they still had a hard time accepting it. I've lost. Your cultivation is above my reach. I wholeheartedly recognize this defeat. Dugulan sighed but maintained a calm expression. The members of the Holy Ground felt awful, especially the young ones. Some of them lowered their head. Her defeat was akin to the entire young generation of the Holy Ground conceding to Righteous Scion. The Holy Ground was vast with plenty of cultivators and talents. In the south, only Righteous Sect could compete with it. Today, the Scion came with a challenge but no one could defeat him. This was a tough pill for the youths to swallow. If they were allies, then this would have been more bearable. The battles would be considered exhibition matches to build camaraderie. Unfortunately, this wasn't the case. Righteous Sect and Buddha Holy Ground always had animosity towards each other even during periods of peace. Most recently, Buddha Supreme and Righteous Supreme started an alliance between the 2 powers. Nonetheless, the rivalry was bone deep for the members. The young generation represented the future. Thus, it meant that the Holy Ground would be inferior for years to come. Alas, what else could they do? Their great geniuses have lost, including Dugulan. The latter has proven herself to be the #1 genius of the Holy Ground. Alas, she still couldn't take on the Scion. His supremacy over the young generation was now confirmed to the chagrin of the Holy Ground. Nonetheless, no one could criticize Dugulan for losing. They thought that she had done a great job and gained glory in the process. Her power was obviously above anyone else in the Holy Ground, especially the famous sword art. Even those from the last generation were frightened. Righteous Scion himself didn't gloat. He smiled and said, "You're too kind, Fairy Dugu. The Trinity sword art alone is beyond my reach. The only issue is your cultivation, or I would have lost. I owe it all to the distinguished predecessors. Though I've lost, I have no grievances or regrets." She replied, "Your peerless sword Tao makes my trip to the Holy Ground worth it. Seeing Trinity in person is also a dream come true." The Scion said. That was something everyone agreed upon, the might of the marvelous Trinity sword art. How does Trinity compare to the 9 paths of finality? Someone boldly asked. The crowd started speculating right away. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that finality sword art was the pinnacle of this Tao. How far off was Trinity in comparison? Of course, no one could answer this. In the present South, only a selected few were lucky enough to witness finality on top of surviving to the present. I hope the rest of your trip will be delightful. Dugulan cupped her fist towards the Scion. He returned the gesture and said, "Thank you, Fairy. I think it'll end soon." Dugulan didn't say anything else and left while embracing her sword, leaving the Scion behind. Anyone else wishes to fight? The Scion turned his attention towards the crowd. Though his tone wasn't provocative and arrogant, everyone became frozen.
Some looked down in order to avoid his gaze. The majority of the geniuses in the holy ground were present, but it would be foolish to try and fight him. In fact, just having the courage to give it a shot would be quite commendable. His power level became abundantly clear at this point. Most ancestors would lose to him since he was quite close to being at the Grandmaster level. There's only one person left. Someone said what was on everyone's mind. Lichia. All the ancestors thought so too. He's the only one who can defeat Righteous Scion. Despite Lichia's meager cultivation, he has never tasted defeat since his Dao debut. Unfortunately, he wasn't interested in this matter. All of his abilities are for nothing. One youth snorted. He won't contribute to the holy ground and even murdered capable geniuses. He's nothing more than the black horse of the herd. The young members naturally disliked Lichia for killing Phantom and Hu Ben, then refusing to fight the Scion. I see, I won't force the issue. What a shame. The holy ground has plenty of dragons and tigers. Unfortunately, so few actually want to fight. The Scion looked around and didn't see anyone. The crowd grew increasingly annoyed even though he wasn't mocking the holy ground. Junior, that's enough out of you. A thunderous roar detonated in the air. Clank. Grand Dao of the sword type emerged in the form of a rainbow, allowing one person to walk across the sky. Sword hero again. Everyone knew who he was since he was sent away earlier. It looked like the meeting with the king was finally concluded. He seemed to be in a bad mood. Sword hero of Vajra. I have heard of your sword Dao before. Though I wish to contend against the young generation of the holy ground, I don't mind if you wish to teach me a lesson. The Scion wasn't afraid in the slightest. Chapter 38:17. Righteous Scion's answer piqued the crowd's interest. He was certainly mighty, but Sword Hero was no slouch either. Moreover, the latter has been in isolated cultivation for so long. Rumor has it that he was comparable to the Grandmasters now. What would be the outcome of a battle between these two? Righteous Scion wants to fight Sword Hero? One member of the Holy Ground said. Does he have any chance of winning? Others would have been laughed out the door for talking about fighting Sword Hero. It was nothing short of suicidal for overestimating oneself. Of course, this wasn't the case for Righteous Scion. Nonetheless, people still found it unsuitable. Well, I believe there are accounts of Righteous Sect Master losing to him. I think the Scion is actually confident in winning. An insightful big shot stated. This comment evoked rumination. Yes, this rumor was a thing. However, who here actually saw it in person? Therefore, skepticisms and doubts remained of this story. Some believed that the sect master only spread this rumor in order to pave the way for the Scion's future since he was the next successor anyway. Prince, you're unbeatable. Teach him a lesson. One aggressive youth shouted. Show him the holy ground's power so that others can't look down on us. Some youths have been frustrated ever since the Scion set foot on the holy ground. He overshadowed everyone else by being untouchable. Thus, they hoped that Sword Hero would be able to take him down a notch, allowing them to vent. Meanwhile, the ancestors didn't say anything. They found it improper for Sword Hero to fight against a junior. In fact, the Holy Ground actually had a fair number of older cultivators capable of beating the Scion. These ancient ancestors simply found fighting him distasteful. No glory in the victory either. Sword Hero was a supreme genius of the last generation. Even if their age was relatively close, the lack of propriety remained. Nonetheless, the youths were just too vexed to care about these issues. Sword Hero furrowed his brows after hearing the challenge. His eyes narrowed as he spoke. Fine, let's see the top genius of Righteous Sect then. Having said that, he raised his hand and summoned countless energy swords in the air, forming an ocean of blades. The swords blotted out the sun. As he waved his hand, they formed a maelstrom with rays leaking out, ravaging the area. The crowd's robes and sleeves were being cut by loose energy waves, so they immediately retreated. Take this, Junior. Sword Hero roared in an intimidating fashion, akin to hearing thunder out of nowhere during spring. Clank. The maelstrom transformed into a heavenly sword of unimaginable size. It could definitely split the stars. The slash devastated the fabrics of space. The world turned dark right away as the crowd gasped in horror. The Scion laughed after seeing this earth-splitting slash while being eager to fight. His heaven seas became resplendent again as he thrust it upward.
It looked like a golden dragon using its claws to meet the slash directly. Boom! The scion's feet dug into the ground as he sank deeper. The power of the slash was too much, so the ground around him collapsed right away. The spectators were impressed with both combatants. The slash had incredible destructive potential, but the scion still managed to stop a direct attack from someone perhaps comparable to the 4 grandmasters.
The best of the young generation.
One ancestor gave him a thumbs up. The young ones didn't say anything. It was too hard to find negative words regarding the scion.
Not bad.
Sword Hero swung his hand downward and activated his sword intent. The heavenly sword became brighter, ready to kill the scion.
Bring it!
The scion was undeterred and had no intention of dodging.
Clank!
However, someone else successfully parried the energy sword before it could make its way to the scion. No one expected this development. They saw a woman standing next to the scion now. Xueqi. They knew who she was since she was the messenger for the scion's challenge.
We're leaving.
Xueqi immediately pulled his arm and ran, once again surprising the spectators. The great scion was actually running away?
I can still fight.
The unhappy scion told Xueqi during their escape.
You might not be strong enough to take him on,
Xueqi said while running towards Duality Academy with lightning speed.
We don't know that yet. I'm not afraid either.
He remained unconvinced. Forget about him. Someone else from the holy ground will punish him.
An ancestor fighting a junior is improper,
she replied. The scion was still dissatisfied but still chose to follow Xueqi. What just happened? This wasn't the result the crowd expected out of this fight. Chapter 38:18. A while ago, Righteous Scion appeared domineering and looked disdainfully at everyone out of the corner of his eye. Now, he actually fled from a battle. Due to his previous display of might, he might not actually lose to Sword Hero. The two have only exchanged one move and he wasn't at a great disadvantage. This choice didn't match his personality in the slightest. He wasn't one to run away from a battle in fear. If he was a coward, he wouldn't have chosen to challenge the holy ground by himself. Thus, this development could only be described as astonishing and illogical.
What the hell? The fight has only just started.
One spectator blurted. Is it a different scheme? Even the big shots had no clue why Xueqi pulled him away.
Fleeing?
I'll still teach you a lesson even if you make it back to Righteous. Sword Hero laughed boisterously. His aura was quite fierce right now, like an unsheathed sword, ready to inflict damages. He followed the scion in a leisure manner, akin to a relaxed fisherman. Wait, they're heading for Duality Academy. Eventually, people noticed the duo's destination. Why would he pick Duality Academy instead of Righteous Sect? Maybe they panicked and got lost? A confused soul guessed. Don't tell me they're seeking protection from 5-colored sacred sovereign? One youth speculated. This was rather plausible because a grandmaster should be able to stop Sword Hero. Why would the sovereign help them? A student from Duality questioned. I heard that the sovereign traveled the world and spent some time at Righteous Sect. He had a good relationship with the prodigies there. I'm sure these friendships still remain. A big shot said. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go watch. A spectator grew impatient and suggested. Right, let's see how this ends. Everyone else agreed. Thus, the crowd rushed from the capital to Duality Academy. A while later, the students at the academy were so confused to see the experts entering their turf. Xueqi and the scion chose Myriad Cauldron Peak as their hiding place. Others caught wind of this and went there as well. As for Sword Hero, he didn't worry about his preys escaping, so he took his time. The scion could go to the edge of the world and still wouldn't be able to get away. Normally, Myriad Cauldron Peak would be filled with students trying to craft treasures and weapons. This wasn't the case today because the majority of the student body came to watch the fight between Dugulan and the scion. Furthermore, there was something off about the peak. All the cauldrons were extinguished. Wait, what happened to the flames? Some became startled after noticing this.
Clank, clank, clank.
They then heard metallic clunks from the pinnacle. The pinnacle never had flames because the cauldron there has been dormant for a long time. That's why the clanging surprised the listeners. Once they regained their wits, they started the climb. The peak was different from before, looking a lot shorter. It resembled the mouth of a volcano now. One could hear splashing and flowing noises akin to that of surging lava. Of course, this liquid consisted of various molten metals. The center had a cauldron with a powerful flame. The reason why these metals were melting. This was the true appearance of the peak. In the past, numerous masters came to create unreasonably mighty weapons and artifacts here. Because of this, the flame experienced wear and tear. Moreover, each creation left behind a large amount of smelted dregs. As they cooled, they became layers of rocks. The stacking process continued for eras and cut off the flame in the center. The students in that generation had no choice but to dig out new holes for new cauldrons by the cliffsides. One solution was to revert the process by removing the waste layers. However, remember that these metals were still top materials gathered by Dao lords and sovereigns. Therefore, these layers were extremely tough. Future descendants found removing them impossible, at least until today. Under Li Qi's order, the old servant mustered everything he got to break the top layers. This allowed Li Qi to activate the flame again to melt the rest of the dregs. They started to flow back into the cauldron's mouth, hence the current situation. Some teachers didn't bother going to watch the fight between Dugulan and the Scion. They preferred to stay and watch Li Qi's blacksmithing skill. Seeing the melted metals again left them speechless. The primary cauldron finally sees the sunlight again. An older one became sentimental. He had personally witnessed the amazing creations in the past and now, he got to see the famous cauldron once more. Why is he refining the liquid dregs? Another found this strange. Li Qi kept on pulling out the larger pieces that haven't fully melted and tempered them with the legendary forging hammer. He then threw them back into the cauldron again. Chapter 38:19. Clank, clank, clank. Li Qi kept on hitting the larger remnant pieces. With each smash, more liquids flowed out and the pieces gradually became smaller. Moreover, the teacher saw lightning arcs and fiery sparks after each smack. This was when the hammer was activated. Its runes flashed brightly before dimming subsequently. Is there a point to using the waste materials? One teacher started a conversation. This cauldron is meant for creating supreme weapons. This extraordinary event was of utmost importance for the upper echelon. Not to mention the students, the teachers naturally wanted to refine weapons here as well. But now, it seemed that Li Qi was being wasteful by using this flame to refine the remnant pieces. Of course, these teachers didn't dare to say anything to him. In their eyes, the melted metals weren't valuable and useful any longer. Their essences have been removed. Most importantly, they also knew that Li Qi wasn't a poor student and didn't need to refine the waste materials into something usable. If he needed materials, he just needed to say one word and all of them would be more than happy to help him. Maybe they're not useful to us, but the miracle creator can change the ordinary to extraordinary. A different teacher replied. That's one possibility. There's no way he's doing this without a solid reason. Another agreed. Ever since Li Qi's arrival in the south, no group paid more attention to Li Qi than the teachers of duality. They kept a close eye on his movements and actions. Only the Dao lords and supreme sovereigns managed to lift the divine hammer back then. The older teacher said, I hope we'll be able to see its wondrous potential again now that the flame is back. What's special about it? A relatively new teacher became curious. It can summon worldly lightning and fire. The old teacher explained. Extremely powerful. Not many can handle a fully activated attack. His eyes brimmed with anticipation after saying this. He once saw a Dao Lord activating the hammer in the past. Truly a magnificent spectacle. However, since no one could use it in recent eras, people have forgotten about its magical power. It became nothing more than an ordinary hammer. As the teachers were busy with their observation, Xueqi and righteous Scion arrived on the scene. Young master, please save us. Xueqi implored. Li Qi didn't stop swinging the hammer and merely glanced at her. How many people here can actually kill you? Well, you can't put it that way. This is your territory and someone has just committed a grave offense in bullying us. Shouldn't you uphold justice? Justice isn't worth many coins. Li Qi chuckled. In my mind, your opinion and justice are priceless. She revealed a coquettish smile, wanting to be doted on. As for the Scion, he was brimming with curiosity while not caring about the pursuer in the slightest. He wasn't worried for his life and only paid attention to the molten waste in the cauldron. As I said, righteous sect is lucky to have you. Lichia smiled at Xueqi. All of my good points can't amount to one finger of yours. She tried her best to win his favor, looking quite cute in the process. He only smiled. Smart people didn't need to say too many words. Young master, what weapon are you refining? The scion asked. These materials are a little strange. Don't try to flaunt your meager knowledge before the young master. You're only making a fool out of yourself. His actions are beyond your imagination. Xueqi gently slapped the back of his head and scolded. Who was righteous scion? A top genius with a domineering temperament. No senior would dare to do this to him, let alone someone from the same generation. Nonetheless, he only smiled wryly and said, I'm just curious about what's going on, not trying to flaunt. If spectators were to see this, they would find it shocking. How could a regular disciple dare to act in this manner towards the prestigious scion? Moreover, the scion didn't become angry at her? A while later, some finally made it to the pinnacle. The flame is back again after millions of years. One expert was astonished. This is amazing. The students became excited since they could benefit from this as well. Perhaps they would have a chance of crafting their weapon here later. It's Lichia. Everyone noticed Lichia and found it strange. The scion is here to ask Lichia for protection? One junior became confused. No way. Why would the powerful genius need help from Lichia? An expert disagreed. Right, Lichia wouldn't help someone from righteous sect. Another added. Today has been filled with strange events for them. First, the proud scion suddenly fled instead of fighting. Now, he chose to run to Duality Academy to find Lichia instead of returning to righteous sect or another safe location. Whenever there's a mystery, Lichia is always at the center. One cultivator who has been paying attention to Lichia said. All in all, confusion permeated the crowd. They didn't know what the scion was trying to do in this place. Chapter 38:20. Not running away anymore? A cold voice sounded and interrupted the pondering crowd. Its murderous intent made others shudder in fear. They saw Sword Hero appearing on the horizon. Beneath his feet were floating swords spanning from Minor Sacred Mountain all the way to Duality Academy, allowing him to walk unhindered in the air. The sword path released continuous sharp energy waves. Meanwhile, other swords in the vicinity resonated as well. Cultivators all over the holy ground looked up and saw the sword path. The remnant sword intent resembled chaotic gales, truly discomforting the crowd. He strolled across the path akin to a supreme sword god capable of severing the firmaments and levels of hell. He didn't hold back on both his murderous intent and oppressive momentum. The crowd had a hard time being in his presence. So strong. No one could refute this right now. They thought that he was comparable to the 4 grandmasters. Though he wasn't in a rush, he still appeared on top of Myriad Cauldron Peak in no time at all. He scanned the area and instilled pain to those he gazed upon. It seemed that in his eyes, everyone else was mere ants. It doesn't matter where you go, I'll still teach you a lesson. Sword Hero glared at righteous scion. The scion furrowed his brows before laughing, wanting to retort. However, Xueqi stopped him. I can sympathize with you wanting to stand up for the young generation of Buddha holy ground, but we won't play along. She smiled and said. Sharp tongue. Little lady. Who are you? Sword Hero replied. I am only a common disciple from righteous sect. However, don't waste your time on me. You should worry about whether the young master will allow you to mess with us. She showed no fear even when speaking to such a powerful existence. Others held their breath as their knees trembled due to his aura. On the other hand, Xueqi was as calm as can be. This naturally surprised the spectators. Some big shots thought that there was more than meets the eye about her. Who is she, really? A big shot wondered. She couldn't possibly be an ordinary disciple from righteous. I haven't heard of anyone like her in the actual sect. An ancestor who was a guest there more than once pondered. A top genius would be groomed by the ancestors and become renowned. This wasn't the case for Xueqi. No one has heard of her before. Not even the big shots who were familiar with righteous sect. Sword Hero's murderous intent surged as his gaze shifted towards Lichia. Since when does a member of the holy ground protect the enemies? His voice echoed in everyone's ears.
The older characters started thinking. As members of the previous generation, they knew that although Sword Hero was relatively close in age with the Scion, he was still part of the previous generation. An ancestor-level character similar to the four Grandmasters. Moreover, he was from the royal family as well. It wasn't suitable for him to try and teach the Scion a lesson regardless of the latter's arrogance. Furthermore, the Scion didn't actually insult the holy ground during the journey. He maintained a certain level of propriety and merely challenged the young generation. All in all, it was strange for Sword Hero to be hellbent on this matter. He must be annoyed. It has to be from the trip to the palace earlier. An important character who knew Sword Hero quietly said. His peers nodded in agreement. Not long ago, Sword Hero wanted to deal with Li Qie, but Yi Mingshi stopped him with an imperial summon. It seemed like Archaic Sun King must have frustrated him during the meeting. From an outside perspective, Archaic Sun King was inferior. Nonetheless, he had authority as the king and could control Sword Hero. Some assumed that this was due to jealousy. It wasn't easy having such an excellent little brother. Because of this, the vexed Sword Hero came out of the palace just in time to see the Scion acting haughty. Thus, he wanted to show the youth the might of the holy ground. Meanwhile, the youths didn't think about this at all. They have been suppressed by the Scion and actually supported Sword Hero. Plus, they viewed Li Qie as a traitor who conspired with righteous sect. This guy has never done anything for the holy ground. Oh wait, he murdered our geniuses and helped the enemies. What a scum. One genius snorted with disdain. All traitors should be put to death. Kill him. A youth who hated Li Qie shouted. Your Highness, this dog bites the hand that feeds him. He deserves death. Many started chiming in. Your Highness, please personally rid the holy ground of this vermin. They wanted to see Sword Hero slay Li Qie. Of course, some youths actually wanted to support Li Qie. Alas, they didn't want to go against the mass. To speak up for Li Qie now could be risky since others might accuse them of supporting a traitor. So unreasonable, can't beat them so they want to use a borrowed knife. A genius whispered. Everyone could tell that the Scion was virtually unbeatable, standing at the top of the young generation. Li Qie's devilishness was well documented too. Everyone was afraid of him in Vajra. He became the thorn in the eyes of the geniuses as well. Thus, it became apparent that these furious geniuses also wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to get rid of some powerful foes. With Li Qie and the Scion gone, there was more room for them to grow and become famous. Looks like you have a bad reputation. Sword Hero frowned while speaking at Li Qie. Chapter 38-21. By this point, certain justifications existed for killing Li Qie. It was tough to defend him when he worked with Xueqi in taking down the statue. Normally, he was untouchable by virtue of being the saber messenger of Vajra. Nonetheless, Sword Hero had both status and power. If he actually wanted to kill Li Qie, the latter being the saber messenger didn't matter as much. None of your goddamn business. Li Qie glanced at him and said dismissively. The vulgarity surprised the crowd. No one would speak in this manner when talking to such an important character like Sword Hero. Sword Hero naturally didn't accept the disrespect from Li Qie. His murderous intent was as thick as can be, not bothering to hide it in the slightest. Brat, do you think your status can save you? You can't do as you please just because you have him as a backer. The rays in Sword Hero's eyes could pierce the heart. People were curious to know who him was. As an outsider, Li Qie clearly had a backer in order to become the saber messenger. It had to be an ancestor from the temple, at the very least. This was rather important since it could decide how other powers would treat Li Qie in the future. Idiot. You're blinder than a junior. I don't need any backer to do as I please. Li Qie shook his head. How audacious. Well, let's see if you can back up your confidence. I will teach you a lesson and let you know that a member of Vajra can't. I'm not a member of Vajra, don't flatter yourselves. Li Qie interrupted him and said, Plus, how are you going to teach anyone a lesson when you have no skill to speak of? Where is your confidence coming from? The crowd took a deep breath after hearing this. Some smiled wryly in response. Li Qie was this arrogant when dealing with Phantom and Hu Ben. Now, he was even more aggressive when speaking to Sword Hero, someone far above those two juniors. Some who have been watching him got so used to it that they didn't think twice. Ignorant brat.
This isn't the same as before. Sword Hero is a grandmaster. One youth scowled.
He'll regret it soon enough.
Another added. He can't take on His Highness even if he's on the same level as righteous Scion. His tongue will be the death of him. One more assessed. The more Sword Hero listened, the stronger his murderous intent became, virtually enough to freeze the area around him. The crowd's experience worsened by the second due to the unbearable nature of his aura.
This murderous intent is unreal.
One ancestor commented, thinking about backing off. It became apparent that Sword Hero would kill Li Qie at all costs today.
No one will be able to save him.
Someone from the same generation as Sword Hero commented. He knew Sword Hero too well. This was a guy who would keep his words. Sword Hero has been holding back before archaic Sun King. Now, he had a venting target who kept on fanning the fire.
He stared at Li Qie as if the guy was a dead man and uttered coldly, "Brat, give it everything you got.
Let's see how many moves you can survive. This date next year will be your death anniversary."
You're taking the words out of my mouth.
Li Qie wiped both of his hands clean and said, "I think you'll last 1 or 2 moves at best."
What?
Some audience members blurted.
Is he serious?
One guy thought that this was unreasonable even for Li Qie. This is Sword Hero he's facing here. One youth added. How is he so confident? An ancestor shook his head. Sword Hero wasn't Phantom or Hu Ben. Li Qie's devilishness shouldn't be enough to make this claim. Can anyone in the world defeat Sword Hero that quickly? An older expert asked. Most thought that only an invincible Tao Lord would be able to do so. A Supreme might not be able to do that either. A clan ancestor replied. The crowd thought of 2 candidates right away. Buddha Supreme and Righteous Supreme. However, even powerful cultivators like them might not be able to defeat Sword Hero so quickly. Humph, anyone can boast. A youth sneered. Your Highness, show him the immensity of heaven and earth. Teach him a lesson. A genius shouted.
That's not enough, just kill him.
Someone else had a bone-deep hatred towards Li Qie for some unknown reason. At this point, Sword Hero's eyes exuded a terrible beam, capable of piercing through the earth. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.